Yesterday, we explored talent acquisition, delving into the strategies and innovations that are shaping the future of recruitment. Today, we shift our focus to another vital pillar of HR, learning and development. As Peter Drucker wisely said, the only skill that will be important in the 21st century is the skill of learning new skills. Everything else will become obsolete over time. And today, we are here to discuss exactly how L&D can ensure that our organizations and employees remain at the cutting edge of industry transformation. Moving ahead, today we have 4 panel discussions, each dedicated to unraveling the nuances of learning and development. Today's discussions will throw light on how L&D is a true enabler of transformation. We'll explore how AI is powering smart upskilling, how leadership development is being redefined for the hybrid world, and how industries like manufacturing and services are reimagining learning to stay future ready. The goal is to understand how continuous, people-centric learning cultures can help organizations stay agile, resilient, and prepared for the future of work. I hope you are all ready for another day of enlightening discussions. I now invite my team member Riddhi Anand to take over. Thank you.
Learning and development has always been about helping people grow. But in today's fast changing world, traditional training models are no longer enough. With rapid advancements in technology, AI is transforming the way we learn, making it more engaging, personalized, and future focused. As Alvin Toffler once said, the illiterate of the 21st century will not be those who cannot read and write, but those who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn. And the AI is helping organizations to do exactly that by creating smarter learning journeys, offering real time insights, and enabling employees to build the skills they need to stay relevant. Our first panel discussion will explore how AI powered upskilling is reshaping professional growth, accelerating learning, preparing employees to thrive in disruption, and the most importantly, keeping development inclusive, accessible, and aligned with long term business goals. To guide us through this topic, I would like to welcome our moderator, Ms. Swati Dheer. Ma'am is Professor of OB and HR at IMI. As an associate professor, she combines her academic prowess, industry background, and prolific research contributions. Her expertise extends to disc training, fostering productivity, and teamwork, making her the perfect guide for this discussion. Now, I'd like to introduce to our esteemed panelists for the discussion. We are pleased to welcome Mr. Nikhil Bhojwani, Head of Learning and Development at Mumbai Metro One Private Limited, where he leads comprehensive learning strategies, recognition programs, and organizational branding initiatives. With over 17 years of experience in strategic HR, his expertise spans across learning and organizational development, performance management, leadership assessment, and competency mapping. A recipient of the prestigious ACE Awards and a key driver of SEMI Level 3 certification. He holds an MMS in HR and a diploma in training and development. Passionate about creating impactful learning experiences, Mr. Bhojwani continues to fuel both employee growth and organizational success. Please join me in welcoming Sir. We are delighted to welcome Mr. Niket, Head of Talent Acquisition and Campus at Myntra, with over 18 years of global experience across consumer tech and SaaS industries. An alumnus of IIM Calcutta and BITS Pilani, he has previously held leadership roles at Lenovo, HP, Hawaii, Infosys, and UB, driving executive hiring and global talent initiatives across India, APAC, EMEA, and the US. A strong believer that talent fuels innovation and transformation, Mr. Niket is widely recognized for building inclusive data-driven recruitment frameworks and leading large-scale talent for transformation programs. I invite you to join me in welcoming Sir. We are pleased to welcome Ms. Meghna Singh, AVP Learning and Development at Fusion Finance Limited, an alumna of IMI Delhi and JMC. She brings over 16 years of expertise in talent management and transformation. At Fusion, she leads L&D for the company's largest vertical, microfinance, managing a team of 25 plus trainers and supporting over 12,000 employees across India. Previously, with Max Life Insurance, OYO, Aircel, and other leading organizations, Ms. Singh has been instrumental in driving leadership development and cultural transformation, and also digital learning adoption, shaping organizations into future ready workplaces. Please join me in welcoming ma'am. We are delighted to welcome Ms. Anisha Verma, Learning Delivery Partner at Ericsson India, a seasoned HR professional with experience across Ericsson India Global Services, R1 RCM, Concentric Daksh, and Airtel. An MBA in HRM, she also holds certifications in Strategic HRM and from IIM Calcutta, Leadership Excellence from Harvard Business Publishing, and is a certified PPA practitioner. With expertise in training and instructional design, Ms. Verma is also known for driving innovative learning initiatives that foster continuous development, while also pursuing her creative passion for Madhubani art. I'm pleased to ask you to join me in welcoming ma'am. We are honored to welcome Mr. Pranay Nagpal, Human Resources Director at Jubilant Pharmova Limited. With over 16 years of experience across leading organizations and IMI Delhi alumnus with a PGDM in HRM, he has previously worked with ICRA, SBI Card, Airtel Payment Bank, where he played a pivotal role in setting up India's first payments bank and Fino Payments Bank. With expertise in HR, business partnering, performance management, rewards, and strategic HRM, he has consistently driven growth through impactful people strategies. I am pleased to ask you to join me in welcoming sir. Now, I would like to request Swati ma'am to kindly take the discussion forward.
So thank you so much. A warm welcome again on behalf of IMI. And if I can say so, that we have around 100 plus years of experience sitting on this stage. So there's a lot to learn, right? So as I was telling you yesterday, the pearl of wisdom, what they actually are going to share, it's not about answering a question. It's actually about the real reflection, the summary of their reflections over time. So it's also not about the initial 5 years we are learning. Then we are actually learning from the mistakes, and then we start reflecting that what should we do now. So that's how you also move in the strategic roles very soon. So it's important to understand that how AI is helping us in terms of upskilling and reskilling, right? So AI is playing a very, very pivotal role. Organizations are using AI-related tools in terms of upskilling and reskilling. But on one hand, it helps us to come up with the personalized, adaptable, speedy solutions. But on the other hand, there is always a restriction about ethics, equity, and responsibility. So let's unpack this particular dilemma from our experts. How are they managing in their workplaces? How should we actually use it as a double-edged sword? So it's very important to use it, but use it responsibly. And also, as we were talking about this GIGO model, so whatever you feed in the AI machine, you are going to get some output. But is it really useful? Is it really relevant? Is it really made for your organization? That is what the call you have to take as HR managers or managers in general. So I'll not take much of the time. Moving on to the panel members. Any opening remark about the usage of AI and ML in the L&D sphere?
So if I could start,
Yeah.
the first thing that is important for us to recognize, right? AI is nothing to be scared of. We see a lot of talk around AI is coming, it's going to take jobs, it's going to take our livelihood. I am older than Google, and I've survived, right? There's a fear of AI. So you have to question yourself, is it a fear? Is it a distrust, or is it discomfort? If it's a discomfort, you have to work upon it. If it's a distrust, it's not with the systems, it is with yourself. That you will not be able to handle the challenges that are being thrown to you, right? So first and foremost is to recognize that AI is a tool. It is not the answer, it is the path. And like ma'am said, how does AI work? It works on LLMs, right? It works on existing data. What is the data that we've put out there? What are you learning? Whatever you're learning, that is what the system is learning. However, you all have an advantage that you think, you're creative. You're not restricted by just the large language models. You have your own thinking, your own brain, right? So this entire discomfort, distrust of AI should go out of the window, and let's all agree that it's a good thing to have AI at work for especially the HR teams and the L&D teams. And with that comfort, let's start the discussion.
So Anisha ma'am wanted to share, yeah. Okay. So my second, just an opening remark again, some of the used cases, because that helps them to realize that how in real world, how much usage of AI, especially in the L&D domain, in terms of customization, in terms of pedagogy, in terms of delivery, is it something which is very unique, which has been changed over time? Nikhil, would you like to answer?
So, I'm going to keep it a little precise and taking it forward from what Meghna was saying. S but not S, right? And that is applicable to L&D as well, right? When I say S but not S, AI is here to support and not substitute. As simple as that. Support but not substitute. Just remember this, right? So even when you're using it in L&D, even if you're using it to design programs, even if you're using it for instructional design models, or any curriculum design for that matter, it is essential that you use your own head. Whether L&D or anything else, for absolutely everything, you need to use your own head. You can't directly copy paste.
True.
Right? You need to go through everything that the AI generates for you. I might even say use multiple tools. Don't rely on one tool. I use DeepSeek, Claude. I stopped using ChatGPT, by the way. But yeah, I rely more on Claude, DeepSeek, Grok. These are the AI tools I use more often. And then they have something called as deep reasoning. If you go to DeepSeek, there is a button called as deep reasoning, deep think. So use these kind of tools, and it enables the AI to analyze deeper. It will also give you the logic behind why it is giving you an answer. I don't know if you guys have tried that, but it gives you the entire logic why this response or this output is given. So use these things for L&D, and then by the end of it, go through the logic, go through the output. If required, use multiple prompts, and then arrive at your desired response. So you have to use your own head. Don't completely rely on AI.
Yeah, thank you. I think which makes more sense because we are humans, right? So human intelligence cannot be substituted. It can be supported by the tools which are available up to your discretion. So moving on, I think my question is to Niket that in which industries, because since you have worked in the technology giants, and which industries and which roles are highly disrupted by the usage of AI?
So I'll say few things. First, today probably very few industries are left behind who are not touched by AI or not impacted by AI. Classically, anything which can be automated or which can be done bases the past data, like you said, GIGO.
Yeah.
All of us are humans. We don't know what we can do tomorrow. Any one of you know, forget about the Jyotish science, it's also predict. But do you know what you can do tomorrow? Did you ever thought 5 years before that you will be at IMI or you'll be listening to me? Ask an AI model what you can do after 3 days. So you don't know that, correct? It only talks about the past historical data. So any role, any work which has a past, references or data or LLMs, what Nikhil said, Meghna said, which can be predicted logically. There's a classic thing of HI versus AI, which is human intelligence versus AI. And human intelligence can also do the same thing. So the industry core thing, which is anything which is very monotonous, which is probably is a standard protocol or a process, can be easily replaced. Like I'll tell you, the entry-level coding or say crunching of data is already out of the window. Now, does it scare you? You should not be. Because it helps you release a lot of time and a bandwidth. Now you can focus on next thing. That job or that particular task was anyways redundant, monotonous. So it's good that you got more time in hand. You can leverage this for something else. Build over it. Just giving a last pointer there. At Myntra, where we have seen a lot of our coding, testing, is already taken over by AI. And we rely on it. It's not just that we've like trying it across, because we are a technology first company, we are digital first. And that's what helps us to bring in speed, bring in efficiency. And so this is a classic impact thing.
Just to add to what Niket was saying, an example I always use when it comes to, let's say, AI or technology disrupting. Back in my dad's days, there used to be something called a stenographer at office. वो क्या करता था, बैठ के notes लेता था. Laptop नहीं होते थे. On your tables, there would be no laptops. And I find it very funny that when you come back to your desk, what do? Do you stare at the wall? So that question remains unanswered. But जो भी लिख के अगर मुझे निकल को कुछ भेजना है, एक memo जाएगा, hard copy, right? So there used to be stenographers who used to write that. That got done away with when laptops came in. So maybe from 5 stenographers on the floor, you now have a team of 20 IT experts on the floor, right? So there will always be disruption, and disruption is important. So if you think that there's any job role that's not going to be disrupted, it will. Every role is being disrupted, and in a positive way. Just because we use the word dis does not mean it's bad, right? There will be disruption, and there has to be disruption for the industry, and where I think in the 4th cycle of industrial revolution, for it to go to the next, right, there has to be disruption. So every role, I feel, and irrespective of industries, pehle it was that only tech industry will face a disruption, rest were fine. I work in microfinance. Most of you probably don't even know the name of my organization, because we work in rural markets only with underprivileged women, villages mein. We also are facing disruption. So no industry, no role is saved from disruption, and it's a good thing. It keeps you on your toes, right? So disruption, every role, in my opinion.
Makes sense, yeah, thank you. I think the next question to Pranay, any examples which comes to your mind that how AI is augmenting the HR processes instead of replacing it, and how you are using it in your L&D operations?
Sure. So, in terms of augmentation, so as rightly said by Niket, AI has freed up lots of time when it comes to giving suggestions or personalizations or sorting of data. Now, more and more time can go into, say, do a conversation or do a mentoring. So more deep level thinking can be done by the individuals or even at the organization level. So I'll take an example of Jubilant. So we use AI for our compliance training module. So there are 2 aspects in the compliance training. One is related to the content, the quizzes, giving nudges to the individuals that they have to take the training and all that. So all that thing is being automated. A bit of AI is also used to see, especially while designing the quizzes and evaluating the individuals. But when it comes to sharing the nuances of the compliance, why it is important, and there where the human angle comes into the picture. And so it's a mix of both AI plus human intelligence, which can drive a function like compliance in an organization. So it's one of the example that I would like to share that we are using at Jubilant Pharmova. Apart from this, in fact, AI is, or AI in training is the next big thing. I would give a data point to all of you. So I have just attended a workshop from OpenAI. So they are launching their office in India for the first time, and they will be opening in New Delhi, their first office. And a very interesting data point they gave me, or in fact to the entire audience they have invited. Out of 700 million subscribers of OpenAI, 60% are below the age of 22 years. and half of them are using for learning and development. So basically learning means initially they started, they were trying to do their assignments, their homework, whatever is given to them through AI. Now, so seeing that market, they have now launched a product called ChatGPT Study, which helps you understand about the topic as if an instructor or a learner is sitting in front of you and giving you instructions to how to understand that. And they are so happy with that kind of a proposition. Now they intend to launch it for free in India with a tie-up with a CBSE or all these boards which are there, so that everybody in India can learn through AI. And once that generation comes to the workforce, somebody who's like an 18-year-old or a 20-year-old, maybe 2, 3 or 5 years down the line, that individual will join us in the organization. That person is well versed with how to use the AI as an instructor to deliver their work. And then it becomes quite a challenging for us who are part of the L&D team, somebody who already knows with the best of the best tools which are already there. They have used it in their formative years, in their colleges, schools, etc. So that's where the importance of AI is going to increase over the period of time.
I'd just like to
Please.
add something here. And I would like to open this question to all of you. What according to you, so we were talking about AI and HI, right? And augment, supplement, not completely replace. What according to you are the top 3 HI skills that the AI yet cannot replace completely? Top 3. Anything that comes to your mind? I'm sure you know the answer.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yes. And the other one?
The biggest one.
Creativity.
Okay, not entirely.
Complement.
Yeah, partially. Okay. Yes. Okay. Any other? Yes. Absolutely. That's the third skill. Perfect. Judgment, assessment, ethical judgment and ethical assessment. You're right. And the last one? Yes. Yes, it's a part of a bigger skill, but yes. So yes, leadership, I would say. Yeah.
Decision making.
Leadership. AI does make decisions to a certain extent. Agentic AI allows you to do certain things in that sense. But leadership as a whole, right? Managing people, leadership as a whole, leadership as a skill. So leadership, empathy, and ethical judgment. Yeah, these are top 3 skills that AI still can't cope up with. So you have to apply these 3 skills on your own and ensure that AI does the rest, because AI actually does the rest. Yeah.
Very true. Actually, that was my next question, that which human skills are so critical, which cannot be replaced by AI in our routine jobs. And probably these are the skills like leadership, your judgment, and ethics, right? Ethics is very, very important. So moving to the other side of the spectrum, what are some of the risks which we have when we are using AI, and what are some of the ethical boundaries you set or you try to reflect back when you are using these tools? So Anisha ma'am, would you like to answer?
Yeah, I mean, very, very interesting. Very happy to see all these faces. I think thank you so much for giving us an opportunity to be in front of you. Ethical AI, I think this is a topic which is coming up, and many organizations, I'm sure all of you are aware of identity and deep fake. Thank you so much. I hope I'm not intermittently audible. All right. So how do organizations face this threat? And not only organizations, I think we as individuals also face these challenges. The level to which we are dependent on AI these days, and I mean, I think Pranay was talking about ChatGPT opening a new new area which is called ChatGPT study, and a lot of students also. I mean, instead of thinking about a problem, we type it on ChatGPT, and we might want to improvise on the statement, simple things like writing an email or writing a message across. Uploading a document and asking the GPT to analyze this. Now, definitely this has vulnerabilities also, because you're putting yourself in an open area. Organizations, there are a lot of documents which needs to be carefully evaluated before you're putting it out in the open. There are organizations, technology organizations, which restrict the usage of AI just to ensure that their online projects are not going out in the market, because again, there is a competitive threat, right? Making yourself vulnerable, I do not think that is the best thing to do. While AI is a very good complementer, but at the same time, you have to use it ethically. Ensure that even if you're putting a small picture, or if you're putting some latest product releases that are there in the organization, that also needs to be carefully thought through and put it across. Otherwise, all these compliances, which the organization, every corporate has their set of compliances, rules and regulations. There are a few guidelines. So ensure that all this is taken into consideration, and then you're using the AI. Not everything is as simple as it seems.
Would you like to add something, Nikhil? Yeah, one.
Okay, so we're a consumer organization. I'm sure Meghna will agree, finance, consumer, a lot of data threat is on the open systems. We cannot put a customer data on a system which can potentially give a threat to our customer, to our business models. And I guess all of us went crazy when the Ghibli thing came up, okay? Now, and the ethical question came up right after that, hey, you uploaded so many pictures, how are they using it? And that's when probably the country stopped and saying, hold on, it's too much of data which we have processed there. And as an organization, we were also learning that, how do we allow people to use AI in workplace, in open system? Can we completely restrict it? No. We will be left behind. So what we did is that, we have put across restrictions and bought on the enterprise models just to ensure that data remains within our control, to see the ethical part of it, and ensuring that our customer data is not being compromised on an open platform for others to learn about. It's our IP, restricting our IP. So that's one area where we did our best. A lot of organizations are trying to ensure that now so-called of a free software users or a freeware, it's being restricted to use on an enterprise model, which becomes from a classic example of public cloud versus private cloud. So we're on a private model now, which is only our data, learns from the domain, and our admins or the enterprise admins can understand how are we using AI. Yeah.
So in terms of ethics, so there are two examples that come to my mind. First is, now this is applicable for using AI within the organization and outside the organization, even if you are not part of the organization and you are using it for personal use. First is, there is an element of bias in all the AI models. So many of you must have seen the pictures or some photographs. If you type on an AI to a person writing, it always shows somebody writing from the right hand and not from the left hand. Because the data is trained like that, most of the pictures are people who are writing from the right hand. So there is an inherent bias in the AI data, and if you try to learn from what AI is telling you, you will also get that bias unknowingly. So that's the one piece. The second piece of the ethical, or I would not say ethical problem, but AI it trains your mind to think in a particular way. So it's just like an Instagram reel. So if you're learning through AI, you will learn whatever you like actually, and not whatever is important for you. So it's very important to be mindful of those aspects, that AI is not driving you. You are not someone who is sitting on the back seat. And AI is the driver and taking you wherever they want to. You should be in the driving seat and using AI to enable yourself. So in fact, we just spoke, one should not be dependent on AI, but AI is still dependable. So you should know when and where to use it. So that's how the ethics can be maintained.
Okay, actually, that is leading to the next question, that how responsible we can be in usage of AI, and what is the boundary when we said that this is correct or this is not correct. I mean, this kind of dilemma remains there in mind, that even in the student side, if I can talk about, a lot of times they do take a lot of help from, these generative AI tools. But is it okay to be, like, as Pranay said, that we can be dependable on them, but we cannot be depend on them? So any input on that angle? Yeah.
I think very interesting question, and this is something that we were discussing in my organization in one of the team meeting. And one of my colleagues came up with an idea that, and we spoke about it in the room, 70-20-10. Lot of the organizations focus on 10%, right? Wherein we say the formal learning is the best, we have very good curriculums, we have catalogs, and in fact, the conservative way of thinking has always been, just enter a room full of lectures, go. So we are now facing a problem of abundance. There is problem of plenty. Now, is it right to be depending on AI? Yes and a no, right? And then that question came up that, okay, let us do a series of best practice sharing session. Now, what actually happens with best practice sharing session, and this is my personal opinion, you get restricted. You get restricted in thinking, okay, this is the only way. If you're twisting a cap of a bottle to open the bottle, then if you learn the same way, if somebody teaches you, you think, okay, fine, I mean, this is the only way to open it. The innovation and problem solving and adaptability, these are the important skills, and these are also the skills which will not be replaced by AI, which gets missing, right? Now, depending too much on ChatGPTs, depending too much on these AI platforms, probably will not improve the skills which will take you to the future, right? And it's okay to do a guideline, and I'll give you just one more example. How at Ericsson we're using it. Like every product organization, we have a catalog. We have a library. As soon as a product gets released, there is a library and the information is kept there. Now, somebody very smart, a Gen Z, came up and they said, oh my God, this is too much to read. I would want to simplify it. I want an AI. I want to develop a code wherein this gives me a ChatGPT kind of an experience. So we used agentic AI, and we have today a tool wherein if I give my question, if I write a prompt, it will give me exactly what the troubleshooting steps are going to be, right? What are the product which is going to be used at what kind of a situation, right? But then the intelligent thing that happened is, how innovative you can get in writing those prompts. Somebody said creativity. Right? Now, creativity is very, very important. You said, right? Creativity, yes. Creativity is very, very important. Where are you using the creativity? In writing those prompts, right? Non-obvious steps. Simple things like writing non-obvious steps when you're writing your prompt in the ChatGPT will give you statements like which will process you to think a little more, explore a little more. I was also reading, 2 days ago, I was reading this World Economic Forum 2025 report, and all of you must go through it. It talked about skills which are not going to be redundant and which will be high on demand. And those two skills were analytical and problem solving, right? And these two skills definitely would make us tap on the talent intelligence
and ensure that we are going ahead and collaborating right with the AI platforms and letting out the best impactful outcomes.
Yeah, thank you.
So I just like to add something to what Anisha was saying. Prompt engineering, right?
Yeah.
Giving the right prompt. So I'm sure some of you guys have heard of
We
the
have a
RS.
course on that as well.
Yeah. So RSTO methodology, all of that. So there were so many types of role, situation, task, output. There are multiple types of prompts and structures that you can use. However, I'm sure you're aware of the hack.
Yes.
Prompt engineering is out and dead. You know why? You can ask AI to create or refine a prompt.
Yeah.
Magical prompt. Right? So the best and the smartest thing to do is to create a prompt and ask the AI to refine the prompt. And put in the tool where you want to use the prompt. You will be surprised with the results.
So,
Nice. We are learning. We are really learning new things. Huh? Great. Yeah,
So,
Meghna.
your question of the dependence, how much
Yeah.
should you depend on AI, right? And I talk about this rule a lot. It's called the Goldilocks rule. We know who Goldilocks was? Yeah? Too hot, too cold, just right? The balance. You can't ignore the AI tools that are out there, and you can't overtly depend on them. The critical thinking that the panel is talking about, right? We have autopilots, but you still need a human pilot to fly the plane, right? That's where the judgment comes in. So that Goldilocks rule, you can't ignore AI completely. However, you have to depend on it as well. Now, what tools you use, how well do you use those prompts? Are you cognizant of the fact that there are biases, or ChatGPT and other such tools will read your prompts and know which direction you want to skew in, and they'll give you answers in that direction, right? So you have to be very cognizant of these things. Human intervention, human intelligence will continue to be the factor when it comes to your learning. Another example I was thinking about, that we continue to use, especially in L&D, we create these chatbots. Now the chatbots work on existing training modules. What the AI does for us is it packages the answers in a very nice way, and it just gives you the answer that you're looking for instead of going through the entire training module, right? So that is what the tool will do for you. It's a tool. It's a servant. It's not an overlord. Let's stop looking at AI as an overlord who's going to take it. Don't let it take over. You're the overlords. You're the future, right? So it's a servant. It's a tool. It's how you use it, how intelligently we leverage these prompts, these answers that we're getting, right? Critical thinking continues to be the differentiator.
Yeah, actually critical thinking, problem solving, these are the skills which doesn't matter. Today we are talking about AI, maybe after a decade there would be n number of new tools, but this is where your discretion, your competitive edge comes into picture. So please be very careful and mindful and do apply what AI cannot actually do. So moving on, in my HRA class, HR Analytics, we came across one of the industry experts was talking about the customized GPT. Right? Yeah. So how useful those customized GPT, because as ma'am said, the abundance of data is a problem. How do you actually restrict that abundance into an appropriate manner so that you are not able to get the noise and it is actually helping your employees for the daily routine jobs? So any one of you who is using it can answer it, or maybe just add. Yeah, please.
So I'll go first on this. Classically, like I said, what kind of jobs can be replaced, or what kind of jobs can be outsourced to AI? Mundane, the which are structured responses. At Myntra, what we have done is, we know that employee will come asking for a letter or a leave balance or their salary slips or n number of queries. We have an chatbot or the agentic bot which answers to the employee query without engaging a human. There's already data available on the systems. The bot get the personalized information. It will only share data of Niket, not Anisha's. And it's been trained. Now what is helping us? It is helping us reduce a human's bandwidth, brings in consistency, brings in speed, and it's fabulous. The whole customer service is now moving to the agentic AI. Why? Because it's already from a historical data. The minute you ask which flight is better for me, They only give you options. They don't select it for you. It helps you judge or decide or make a decision. So whatever things which we can actually, decide based on the past data is easily outsourced. At Myntra, we have done it. We've seen it. Some of you who shop at Myntra, when you return a product, you get into a customer service. It's the agentic AI or the bot which helps you bring in a wow customer experience. It helps us to reduce the human cost, bring in efficiencies, and that's the use case.
Yeah, Anisha ma'am.
I think at the end of the day, you also want to understand how does it relates to the challenges that you have within the organization. And because we are having this L&D session, I would like to, probably focus a little more on L&D and talk about, I'm sure all of you are aware of the principle ADDIE, you must have learned through it. Every step, whether it's analysis, whether it's design, development, implementation, and evaluation, everything can be done by AI. Right? There are tools which are available right now. Now, in my personal experience, I have been partnering with business, and probably I have teams to support to roll out the learning and development modules. However, today the problem exists that L&D has to operate in 3 areas, right? The first is individual aspiration of employees. How is it that you ensure that you're developing the growth path, and how can AI support it, right? The second is the as a state, the competence development. What are some of the commitments that you have signed up with your end customers, and how does L&D ensure that those are tracks which are made that are enabled, and how can AI support that? And the third big part is, how are you future focused? What is it that you will do at 2030? What are some of the key areas that the organization will delve into? What are some strategic implementations that the organization will be future focused on, right? Now, all these 3 areas, the AI can support you. When it comes to, your individual aspirations, something like Netflix, it looks into it's highly personalized, democratized. It looks into your interest areas, it looks into your skills, it looks into your aspirations, it looks into, what is it that the next job that you will be taking. The LXPs, gone are the days that we were on LMSs. LXPs, a new tool with highly AI on the block, right? These are implemented. When it talks about, I'm sorry, the mic does not like me, but it's okay. When it comes to the competence development, there are talent intelligence platforms. LinkedIn is coming up with it. There is Eightfold, right? How is it that you capture the skill data which is already there? How is it that you identify what is the job structure that you would need? Workforce strategy. What is it that you would, probably considering the hygienic attrition that happens, what are some of the areas that definitely you would need to see growth on? Can AI support you? Yes. AI can definitely support you in identifying the gap. Where exactly is the gap? You curate the learning journeys accordingly. And that is how you optimize your efforts using AI. Similarly, with future focus skills. How do you gauge future focus skills? One of my friends said that 3 days next, you do not know what is happening. Yes, we do not know what is happening. But looking at the trends, looking at some aspirations, can AI predict? Yes, there is something called as predictive analytics. Of course, not totally AI. And we are looking into an AI transformation journey. There was AI, then came Gen AI, then now here is an agentic AI. Right? Then we are looking into whole lot of AI transformation. Agentic AI is nothing but multiple human beings looking at the multiple Gen AI or the AI tools which can be used by all. Right? So in a constant evolution, how is it that we utilize? That is the brilliance of our mind. That is the talent intelligence, and that is what we learn in an MBA or when we are going through this education or our journey. As much as you can learn when it comes to implementation, I think application is wonderful. It opens up your area of applying those abilities, and I think you guys are in for a very nice adventure.
Thank you. Yeah, Nikhil.
So, Anisha, thank you so much for bringing me back to the topic of the day, L&D. At Myntra, we have already launched a personalized learning format, which is called Vimarsh. Now it personalizes so much that it understands your own need. And we already are on the LXP platform, so ensuring that every employee in the organization is personalized to their learning and not generalized to their learning. So that's the use case which we have already seen, and it is helping us out to keep ourselves, ahead in terms of learning. The employees are happy, and they ensure that they are learning. The classical use case, we are seeing that the 10%, 70-20-10, the 10% classroom coaching is reduced, and whosoever comes there is coming so well prepared that the classrooms are actually giving us a lot of better outcomes.
Yeah.
So just a quick case to share. I don't know. You guys have heard of Perplexity Pro?
Yes.
Yeah, you've already got it for
They are
free by
already
now.
using it.
Fantastic. So Perplexity Labs, right, or Claude Artifacts. Yeah, if you use either of these, you can create your own apps. To give you an example of how I experimented in L&D, I've created an app in using Perplexity Labs, where I just input some data, areas of improvement, strengths, basis a discussion, basis a conversation, and it gives me the entire IDP on its own, individual development plan.
Yeah.
So I put in the data, it gives me the IDP. Put in the data, gives me the IDP. It's an app now, which can be shared with anybody and anybody can use it. So there are such features available as well, which you should make the most of. Trust me, Claude Artifacts and Perplexity Labs, they're pretty good to use.
Another example I'll give you that we use in the L&D team. So we're in finance, right? And huge sales force. So I serve around 12,000 sales force. And every month we come up with a new incentive plan for them so that they do better collections for us. And what my trainers do, not even at a national level, my Trichy trainer, he'll create an incentive chatbot where I put in, if I collect 3,000, how much incentive will I get? And there are, typically caps to the incentive structure. You know how that works, right? And they'll customize it in Tamil, in Telugu, and then the North Indians will pick it up in Hindi. So you don't even need to run these things nationally, right? There's no IP data that's going. They're just numbers going, right? It doesn't know much. So IBM has a lot of free tools that will help you create a chatbot. So these guys will go ahead and use it. So IDP, one great example. Trends, seeing what your audience wants to learn. And third, making it easier, bite-sized, consumable for our audience. There are 3 trends that I see in my organization when it comes to using AI.
I think these are the 3 wonderful insights which Meghna had summarized the discussion. So I'll move to the question answers. Let's understand, is there any question, anything, any point which you would like to ask? Any specific speaker, please mention the name. Yeah, please go ahead. You are loud enough, you can speak better.
So good evening, everyone. First of all, thank you so much for being here. It was really an insightful discussion, and I'm sure a lot of us are taking a lot home today. My name is Shreya, and my question is that even 2 years younger to us feels like a whole new generation because of AI. So how does, and honestly, what I've noticed is that they don't know where to draw the line in terms of data privacy. And I think once we're talking about AI, that is again one of the most important component. So how can, when we are working at a workplace, how do you actually handle them that, okay, where to draw the line that this kind of data privacy is okay to give it to AI, or this is where we draw the line, okay, this is not acceptable. So how do that balance, and how do passing on that information to the next generation will work, and how do we actually prepare for it?
So we all learn the hard way, okay? You've seen this, all of us, post 2006 में हम कैसे दिखते थे और अब कैसे दिखते हैं. You're training Facebook or whoever, the Ghibli of you're training them, right? So we all have, and our parents are the WhatsApp university group, we have all struggled the hard way, right? But at work, in financial industry, there's something called PII, Personal Identified Information. Anything that can identify your organization, we tend to not put out in the systems, right? So that's the line we draw. And financial industries in itself will have very hard lines, and but you get to learn the hard way. ये हो गया, data breach हो गया, फिर पता चला अगली बार नहीं करेंगे. It's the human trial and error that I've seen in my experience.
But it's okay. I mean, it is okay to falter. It's okay to be a little bit cautious because, organization is also equally invested. There is a data privacy team, there are mandatory training courses, there are compliance courses, and then organizations also ensure that there are few sites that you cannot open, right? The moment that you try to upload a document, there will be a prompt which will be coming in, and smart organizations do that. So don't worry, people do realize that we have smart kids on the block who like to adventure with all of things, so you will be cautioned. Okay?
Thank you so much.
So, Anisha and Meghna, thank you. Those are the valid points. And like Meghna said, we learned the hard way. But ethical AI, ethical use of AI is the hottest topic after AI. And it helps you to understand. And in fact, AI is only helping us to do that. But what I would say to all of you, the minute, and I'll take what Pranay just said, the minute you see your mind getting skewed towards one directional thinking or unidirectional thinking, stop. Don't get too much of AI. Because unlike all technological apps or tools or whatever, if they make you forced to think in one direction, that's dangerous. It's a self-judgment. And that's what you have to use, human judgment, the HI, human intelligence.
That just gives me one more point, if possible. When you are doing your project works as a group work, right? Don't do it together. Use ChatGPT and sitting independently, because then you would be using different prompts and different ways, and then come together and discuss that what your GPT is saying and what my GPT is saying.
What my prompt versus your prompt is.
Right? So, I mean, again, the very, very important point, if it is leading you towards certain only one direction, that means that machine is also making you biased. Right? And most of the time in HRA course, again, I'm referring the same because I'm just teaching that course in the current term. Most of the time, the challenge happens because we do not have sufficient data. And when you do not have the right presence of certain, specific demographic variable, it actually gives you a very, very skewed results. And that needs to be understood, because maybe in our past data, there were not number of email managers who are actually performing well, or maybe there was a lack of number, and that is why your output is actually skewed towards one segment. So be mindful when you are asking the question, when you are inputting the data, is it really fair? Is the data all right? So that's the first question. So that is very, very important, that how do we actually make sense when we are drawing the boundaries, right?
And challenge the finding.
Challenge the finding. Right?
You say, okay, you know what, this particular thing is good. See, if you get a result that, say, X particular product is better, fine. What is the alternate to this?
True.
If you don't get an alternate, you will be always skewed towards one direction. And like Pranay, Swati ma'am said, bias. That's so human. All of us know that bias is inherited. I have my own biases, you all have your own biases.
Should we move to the next question, please? Yeah. Akshita.
He doesn't like me also, don't worry. So it is not biased.
It's okay.
Go ahead.
Throw out the GPT, throw out the AI.
No, but
So
were the names in the CVs were they putting in? then it's not a clean data.
Exactly.
You
So the
put it
first,
in-
first genesis,
Exactly.
no data is clean.
It's not clean.
I'm telling you, I'm going a step away. I'm saying no data is clean. No data is bias free. I like a red color. It's a bias. It's my opinion. You may not like, fine, fair enough. You can disagree with me. So first thing is, there's no data which is clean. In one system it is clean, in another system it's not clean. So we use AI in recruitment. If you go and apply on Myntra, my system will tell you at the very first stage which roles you fit in. Does it stop you from applying other roles? No. You still go ahead and apply. Because you are presenting your candidature, your fitment, your document. And this is one of my cliche or the pet P example. AI written resume, AI written JD, governed by AI. Wow. And humans are reading it. Come on. We all know, we are all talking about biases. All of us as HR managers, we know that the hiring managers write something fancy, to which the candidates write even more fancier.
There is no end actually.
There is no end.
Trust me, this is where ethical assessments and judgments come to the picture. Yeah.
Yes.
You cannot depend on AI for TA or assessments for that matter. Entirely impossible. That's horrendous. It will be a blunder.
You know, so to your question, I was actually thinking the assumption was that the names were scrubbed out. Email IDs, gender, information was scrubbed out. It would be disruptive if it was able to read a CV and tell me if the CV was a female CV, because they tend to use certain words, talk maybe more about empathetic leadership versus a male CV would talk more about aggressive leadership. That's disruptive. It's not reached there, right? It will. And therefore, no data is clean data.
Yeah.
So one of the way that you can use is that these days, in fact, the AI is so intelligent. If you ask AI what are the biases you have built in while assessing it, it will give you some relevant answers.
And then you
And then you can just
override it. Yeah.
And try experimenting with multiple
Yeah.
tools. There's nothing wrong in experimenting with multiple AI tools.
True. It's like we used to call in research multi-source data.
Yeah.
Multi-method, multi-source data. So if you are using a single chat GPT and asking a same type of question, maybe you would not be benefited. So use it from multiple sources and then apply your human mind to converge it and actually conclude something about that. We had one more raised hand and probably the last question. Yeah, please go ahead, Guneet. Yeah, Sakshi.
See, AI cannot even fix this.
But then I trust the human power. You are loud enough to
Yeah,
talk out
please
your
go ahead.
question.
Okay, so thank you so much. Everybody who's present in the panel, I really enjoyed this session. So my question is, so ma'am mentioned about ADDIE model. So where there is one such model called Kirkpatrick model, which talks about the effectiveness, eventually the result part that talks about the effectiveness of the learning and development.
Yes.
However, we also know for a fact that it's very difficult to calculate the ROI in absolute monetary terms for any L&D initiative that is done in the organization. So I want to know what is your organization doing to solve that issue, or maybe techniques that they are using, also if they are using AI for that.
A topic very, very close to my heart, and I'm glad, extremely glad that you asked this question. Kirkpatrick, level 4, there are not many organizations who are reaching level 4. Level 1, level 2, I think that is the max that we're reaching, right? Level 3, surveys. Level 4, ROI. There's nothing called as ROI. Please, enter the world, reality world. There's nothing called as ROI. The term has changed. It's called return of expectation, right? And the return of expectation can be taken out if you've done your homework well. Now, what is your homework? The training need analysis. Identifying what is it that you're solving for, taking that expectation into consideration. After the end of the entire journey, has your expectation met? Yes. Then it's a impactful intervention. But having said, how is it that you think that AI will be able to play a role? Have you heard of something called a semantic analysis? That is done by AI. And of course, like we said, biases, non-biases, AI can be trained to get into biases. But there is a lot which is happening. For each level, there are AI tools which are there for analysis also. I'm cognizant of the time. I can speak for hours on this topic. But having said that, yes, AI is playing a role. Can we be dependent on AI? No, definitely not. Where do we pitch in? To do our homework in terms of identifying the business need first, talking to the people first. And this is something that I want to end with. And because I have management trainees in the team, and one part that they come up with, and I'm loud enough, no worries. So one part that they come up with, they know that they are HRs and they need a seat in the leadership table. You will not get the seat in the leadership table until and unless you give them, what you're worth of. And how do you create these value nuggets? These are the opportunities for you to create a value nugget. And the advantage that you guys have, your Gen Zs, you're already aware of the tool that are existing in the market. Do you need to build a new tool? No. Use the tool. Use your intelligence, use your power, use your problem solving, use your adaptability, use your creativity to stitch things together. That will definitely get your seat in the leadership. Okay?
Yeah.
See, talking of level 3, I'll be very specific to your question. Talking of level 3, you still need a lot of human intervention because you're talking of behavioral evaluation. So that is very much possible, and a lot of organizations do that and should do that. Right? So we do that consistently over a period of 3 months, 6 months. You have to evaluate the person's behavior, and you can use AI later at a later stage when you have your data in place to evaluate, analyze, etc. But the data collection part is done by a human. Right? You meet, discuss with the manager, discuss with the reporting head, and gather that data. So that has to be done. Level 4, you have certain financial metrics in place. For example, ridership, complaint penalties kitna laga for metros, right? Fair, non-fair revenue. And then you have to indirectly, directly correlate that to the training objective. That is how you can derive the ROI as well. So it's very much possible.
Yeah, just to add on, you have to also see your KRAs. Basically, said where the change has happened. So that's what we do, the before-after analysis, right? I'll not add much. I have bored them enough in the classes. Guneet, please go ahead with your question. Yeah.
So thank you so much for the wonderful insights. So my question is, as you were saying that creativity is one of these skills, that AI cannot take away. But at every level, I feel AI is trying to snatch away your creativity. As you said that you can build in creativity while creating prompts. But then Nikhil just said that you can, refine your prompts through AI. So again, the creativity gets snatched. But that is something that also sets you apart from everyone. So how in this world where AI is coming in every domain and every field, how do we make sure that creativity is still intact?
So I'll take this. So we talked about there are many skills which AI can't take, which is one of them is leadership, empathy, creativity you are just talking about. But there is one skill which has actually developed because of AI, which is the skill of asking the right questions, and which is a very, very long time skill. When we were studying, and maybe when our parents and prior generations were studying, everyone was taught that you should ask right questions to your parents, to your teachers, to your bosses, to arrive at what to do. And that's true for AI also. Although there is this prompt engineering, and actually there are very many websites who can change your prompts, make it more efficient. But the original thought of what that prompt has to be has to come from you. And that's the reason why if you give an assignment to 2 individuals and both of them go to ChatGPT or maybe Gemini, they come up with different set of answers because they were asking different questions. So the creativity comes in what kind of questions you are asking to the model or to the or whatever the tool that you are using for. So that's where that's what
I'll be a little candid about this. Very honest, difficult here. AI is going to be very creative and more creative than humans for sure. Unless, and there's only one way. You heard of something called as AGI, artificial general intelligence, which may come in. Let's ensure humans don't bring it in. You know, AI can even compose music these days. So,
Knock, knock, that is already there, 2030 planned.
See, I just have one thing to share. Unless you don't want to be creative, nobody can force you. If you want to drop things, fine. You know, I may not like to study, fine, fair enough. Nobody can teach us. So the creativity is inheritance. It's the human. That's how we humans are wired. If we decide to drop it, trust me, nobody can teach you. So how to retain creativity is by your own.
use your creativity to experiment with AI.
Thank you so much.
Very true. Thank you. Any more questions? Okay, there's one more raised hand. Can we take one more question? Where are our anchors? Yeah. Yes, please go ahead.
Hello. Thank you so much for this session. So I have a question on ethics. We discussed about the ethical use of AI in organization. So we mostly focus on the confidentiality and the usage by the people that are in part of organization. So I have a question that sometimes organizations uses CCTV footages to actually do social network analysis at workplaces. So what is the ethical boundary for organizations also? Because it is a dilemma between privacy and productivity. So I would like to have views
It's
from...
the decision you take basis that analysis. It's the decision that you take basis that analysis, right? If I see the CCTV footage output, and then I decide that my people can't take more than 3 breaks in a day, that is not right. If I look at the CCTV image and I see Meghna ke paas maximum log jate query solving ke liye, let's work to retain Meghna and elevate her. That's the right decision making, right? All these facial analysis that happens, Facebook for example, right? That we said 10 years ago we looked like this, now we look like that. That was just teaching AI to see how humans age and therefore be able to capture whatever criminals in ki photo pehle thi ab nahi hai, stuff like that, right? So how are you using it as an organization? Are you using, and CCTV is one, but there's something called an ONA, organizational network analysis, that a lot of consultants also do. So usme bhi ye nikal ke aata hai who is, let's say, the nodes, the important people, the critical people in the organization that most people depend on. Now do I use that data to leverage those people, or do I use that data to punish those people? Decision.
So I was actually thinking about a specific scenario where some people from a team goes on a break together for most of the time. So is this a privacy, dilemma, or a productivity that is important? Because it is actually a private, you can say, fact that people of a team going to on a break.
Depends on the setup that you are in, right? If you are in a setup which requires you to be logged in for the entire time, something like a call center wherein people are answering to ACDs, right? And if you think that maybe you could afford just one person taking a break at that point in time, people first, customer first is the principle that most organizations will believe in. We are there to serve to our end customers. If it impacts the customer, and it is very, very subjective, right? But let me also tell you that organizations, Code of Business Ethics and Conduct, this is the first guideline that you sign whenever you join an organization. And you sign that you're okay if organizations keep a tab of what you're logging into or capturing your picture via CCTV footage. So that part is organization save their backs. And the second part is how organization uses it until and unless there's a huge challenge which is coming up. It is a very, very subjective. Of course, to drive discipline and hygiene. And I think this is very, very intrinsic, and it definitely, people do try and see if there's it's also scared of me. The moment I see that I will remove it, it comes back. No worries at all. But then having said that, interesting perspective and interesting questions. There are new things which will be coming in. But of course, it depends on the setup that you are in. If you are in an R&D setup, organizations will allow you to take breaks in groups. But in a situation wherein it requires high productivity and high presence, probably you will not be allowed.
Just to add on what ma'am said, the first thing which is the first part, informed consent. So companies will ask you to sign it before using any kind of data. And you do sign it, you allow them to use. Then that's how they actually save their back and saying that this is how you allow them to use and use it for different purposes. Now, as Meghna said, and what kind of outcomes they are actually taking out from that, that is also very, very important. But unless you allow them to use and then they are using it, that's not ethical. Right? So even in the background verification, a lot of things companies in the talent acquisition domain also doing, but for that they do ask for the permission of the applicant. Right? So unless you have not given the permission and then they are using it, that's not correct. Right? I hope.
I'll just add on that piece. Yeah. Privacy is a myth. Okay, we all have kind of. How many of you have ever read an agreement online?
Yeah, and this is small font size of TNC, which you
and,
always agree.
And at the end it says I agree. I always look for that I agree and say okay, I agree. You know, your phone is your biggest tail around and knows more than what your human brain can think. So organizations, you know, even thinking what's ethical, how do I ensure privacy, how do I do a right decision making? First thing, it starts with the user. Your privacy is gone long back, my friend. It's not there. So if you're saying ki the ONA or my facial recognition, you signed it for.
Yeah, true.
You sign it up for. Wherever you go, right from a public place, and where there's a camera, there is always written that you are under a CCTV surveillance. Do you say no? You don't go there? You still go. It's an informed consent. So we want it. And then you see a recommendation on your phone, you're like, wow, I'm getting personalized recommendation. You are the consumer. I won't say much on the record.
Yeah, brand Mintra.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think it was a wonderful session. I am truly honored to have all of you here, and thank you so much for spending time on a Sunday morning. I understand the commitment, right? And thank you so much for asking so, interesting questions and being so patient as listeners, because without you, what will I actually say? So thank you so much. Thank you, students. Thank you, everyone present here. And over to you.
Thank you to our esteemed panelists for the thought-provoking discussion on fostering an AI-driven learning culture. Your insights have given us much to reflect on as we strive to create a dynamic learning ecosystems within our organizations. Now, I request Swati ma'am to felicitate the respective panelists with a token of appreciation. Please welcome Mr. Nikhil Bhojwani. I would like to invite Mr. Niket Gupta. I would like to invite Ms. Meghna Singh. I would like to invite Ms. Anisha Verma. I would like to invite Mr. Pranay Nagpal. I also request Shivani, a senior team member, to felicitate Swati ma'am. Now, I request all the panelists, along with Amit sir, Guneet ma'am, Vandana ma'am, and Harish sir, for a photograph, group photograph. I request all the panelists to please proceed for high tea. Students are requested to remain seated.
check, check, check. Hello, hello, check, check. Hello, 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 hello. Hello. Hello, hello.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the second panel of the day. I am Riddhi Anand from Executive Education Committee, and it is my pleasure to introduce our next discussion. Redefining leadership development for the hybrid workforce, building adaptive and inclusive leaders. In today's hybrid world, where teams are spread across offices, homes, and time zones, leadership requires a new approach. Leaders today need to be flexible, emotionally intelligent, digitally skilled, and above all, inclusive. This panel will explore how organizations are rethinking leadership development to prepare leaders who can build trust, drive collaboration, and adapt quickly in a dynamic environment. The discussion will also highlight how companies are blending digital tools, human created practices, and innovative learning models to develop leaders who can truly inspire and create impact. To guide this conversation, I am delighted to introduce our moderator, Ms. Sugandha Vathrana, a seasoned Total Rewards leader and TEDx speaker. She is currently the Vice President India Benefit Strategy at BlackRock and has previously held leadership roles with Signify, Sun Life, Honeywell, and Jindal Steel and Power, driving compensation benefits and HR analytics across the APAC, Middle East, and Africa regions. An alumni of IMI Delhi, she brings over 15 years of experience in shaping people strategy and employee experience across global organizations. Known for her expertise in rewards, management, and her people-centric approach, Ms. Vathrana is perfect voice to guide today's conversation. I'm pleased to ask you to join me in welcoming ma'am. We are excited to welcome Ms. Sunita Barua, Head of HR and Office Operations at Euromonitor International, and a proud Symbiosis alumna. With over 15 years of experience across manufacturing, technology, market research, aviation, and consulting, she has built people's first cultures and driven strategic initiatives for future-ready organizations. A certified ISO leader auditor, mental health first aid champion, and international PPA practitioner, she blends empathy with efficiency to enhance employee experience and enable business growth. I'm pleased to ask you to join me in welcoming ma'am. We are delighted to introduce Ms. Kashish Daya Kapoor, Certified Independent Director and CHRO at NEC Corporation India. Ma'am is a veteran HR leader with 27 plus years of experience in cultural transformation, digital HR, and M&A integrations. Recognized with HR Leadership Award and Top 100 HR Super Achievers, she has held leadership roles at Tata Communications, IBM, and Cornell University, and is known for shaping inclusive future-ready workplaces and driving human capital strategies that power business growth. I'm pleased to ask you to join in welcoming ma'am. We are delighted to introduce Ms. Nidhika Brawl, Head Learning and Development at Varun Beverages, with over 2 decades of experience in people and capability building. With an MBA in International Business from Western International University, she has worked with leading organizations like Samsung, Marks & Spencer's, Cafe Coffee Day, Big Bazaar, and NIS Sparta. At Varun Beverages, she drives leadership development, talent management, diversity, and HR digitization, creating lasting organizational impact. I'm pleased to ask you all to join me in welcoming ma'am. We are also delighted to welcome Ms. Payal Dhar, Senior Vice President, Learning and Development at InfoEdge India Limited. With over 3 decades of experience, she has been instrumental in shaping the training blueprint for businesses like Naukri, Naukri Gulf, Siksha, Quadrangle, 99 Acres, and Jeevan Sathi. Her experience spans training need analysis, course design, and developing engaging content using modern methodologies and technologies. She has led impactful training programs, assessed their effectiveness, and continuously enhanced outcomes through participant feedback. Please join me all in welcoming Ms. Payal Dhar. Now, I would request Ms. Sugandha Vathrana to take the discussion forward.
Good morning, everyone. I'm very happy and excited to be moderating this discussion today. It is a very important topic, redefining leadership development for hybrid workforce. how to build adaptive and inclusive leaders. And myself, being a rewards professional, so rewards includes compensation, but it also includes employee well-being, right? And I've been involved in designing people-first strategies, trying to understand what is the best arrangement for employees. And over the last 5 years, the way COVID has disrupted the way of work, the way we see workplace setups, everything has been completely turned around by 360 degrees, right? And we have had to, overnight, had to make new arrangements, adapt to it, try to be okay with it, find out ways to still remain productive while looking at people's well-being, their juggling between family, that time of extreme health issues, right? And then moving on from COVID to all the next years in which the workplace setup has changed forever, and it is not going to go back to what it was. And myself, I have seen my own move from a time when I was not going to work for like 5 months. I had not seen office at all, to coming back to office 2 days, 3 days, and now I'm back in office 4 days. But it is still a hybrid setup, right? Me being a rewards professional, I am supposed to, not only for myself, right? I have to design those things for my employees as well, and I'm responsible for that. So in a way, this discussion today is going to be personally very, very helpful to me. And with that, just setting the stage, the context that we are going to talk about how to have leadership at the top level become adaptive and inclusive and flexible to this kind of disruptions that are happening, specifically this hybrid workplace setup disruption that has happened. So I just want to start with throwing out the mic open to all of you to just briefly share any one leadership lesson or realization that you may have had in the last 2 to 3 years or 5 years post-COVID with the new hybrid setups. So starting with Payal ma'am.
So I'll start with a very, very warm welcome and a very note of gratitude for everybody, that thank you so much for having us here. And it's so nice to see everybody since the morning that I saw the quality of questions that all of you are asking. And it's brilliant. It's brilliant the way things are shaping up, the way the entire mindset of everybody is changing and evolving, right? So when I look back, almost about 30 years back in time, we had a very different mindset. We had a different nature of problems that we were handling. And like Albert Einstein has once said, that we'll not be able to solve the problems with the same thinking with which we created them. So every day I go back to the storyboard and I feel that, oh my God, we have a new problem to solve. And we were thinking something when we created this, right? Now we have to think very differently. The last 5 years has brought a great, great opportunity to probably everybody, yeah? And instead of being in a very confident state, where we saw that, okay, we understand what is it that is coming in the form of a challenge, we have roadmaps for the next 3 years, we understand what the blueprint is going to be, what are the actionables, what are the KRAs, what are the CTAs, at every level in the ecosystem across 6,000 people at InfoEdge, yeah, all the business verticals coming together, we felt that we knew it all. With Naukri as the leader in the market, and we'd cracked everything that's possible in the recruitment world. But come suddenly, like overnight, we felt that, oh my God, we don't know anything. Yeah, what is it that the customers really want? What is it that we can offer as a service provider? What is it that they are expecting out of us as a market leader? Will we be able to stand and live up to their expectations when wallets were shrinking, hiring was frozen? And I sensed the anxiety in your voice when you were talking about it, right? But we managed to kind of understand the territory. We said, okay, let's just come together. And all the leaders across all business verticals at InfoEdge decided that can we set up these think tanks? And can we just ask people? I remember there was a leadership retreat that we had to actually set aside and engage with everybody and understand that, is it okay to even showcase that we are very vulnerable today? Unlike the leaders' impressionabilities and the mindsets that I would say, no, I know it all here. I'm like an SVP or an EVP or a CEO. We had to actually be trained to showcase the vulnerability and invite suggestions. And if it meant that get suggestions from a management trainee at InfoEdge, we said, yes, let's just let our guards down. Let's invite everybody for dialogue and invite ideas. You don't know what's going to work for us tomorrow. So that's when we came together as a whole family and we said that as InfoEdgians, let's just kind of, look at what the leaders will need to do. How is it that we need to steer the waters tomorrow? And that's how I remember that, it was suddenly about just expressing the vulnerability and creating that openness of the culture. Yeah.
Yes, I think going completely back to the drawing board on a clean slate, no experience matters.
Absolutely.
It's completely all from the beginning, all over
Action,
again.
yes.
Thanks. Sunita ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, thank you for having us here. It's nice to see all the young minds here ultimately becoming leaders. So I think this is a very connected session for all of you. So I'm a people person. For me, hybrid is just not about where people work. It is about how leaders are reassigning the trust, the inclusion, and growth in a world where work is very fluid. So one of the biggest leadership lessons that I learned while managing remote teams or working with hybrid teams, Euromonitor was one of the early adapters of hybrid working. We are still doing 2 days from office and 3 days from home. So one of the biggest lessons was that communication can no longer be transactional. It has to be intentional. So hybrid working reduces the spontaneous in-person connections that we have while walking through the corridors, meeting at the cafeterias. So in hybrid work, it is very easy to get lost in an email, in a small message, and work is done. You use Slack, you use a video call, and everything is done. So I did 2 things deliberately, 2 practices deliberately. One is to be intentional with clarity. Make sure that expectations, priorities, decisions are communicated in a way that leaves no room for guesswork, whether the person is in office right in front of you or whether they are working from home or working from a remote location. Second is to create that space for a non-conventional communication in which you just have a 10-minute chat to check how the person is doing, what are the challenges that they are facing, what is keeping them excited about work. That builds a trust, that builds an openness, and I realize that when people feel heard and seen, they perform regardless of wherever they are based in. So, yeah.
I think you summarized the problem statement as well as touched upon the solution statement as well, which we'll discuss further. Thank you for that. Kashish.
So the third, good morning and welcome to everybody. But great to see you guys. I think, what did I learn? I think I learned a lot of humility. I think in that period of disruption, a lot of confidence in what we can do and what our own abilities are, which had got shadowed by, the traditional structures in which we were working. I think a lot of confidence gaining there. One thing which I learned, and I think maybe I have about close to 3 decades of experience. But when I look at myself today at work, I'm still learning. I have gone back to, probably the time when I had just about joined the workforce. So I am still learning. And I think that passion to know more, and that is why a gathering like this, and especially all of you, you are the best piece of learning architecture that can be available to any one of us, because this is where we are going to be engaging. This is what we need to know. So learning opportunities and capitalizing on that, being authentic and saying, I don't know. I don't know what to do. Can you help me out? So that level of partnership and building that strength in that partnership, I think these were some of the very, very key stages for me in my learning journey post the COVID disruption. And the one thing that helped me enable it was that I used to have a 10 o'clock call because I was very lost. We were hiring in tier 2, tier 3, remote people from a time when you knew employees by name, to a situation when you just don't know who the person is. And then you say, okay, there has to be a cultural transformation. How do you do a cultural transformation? I don't even know the face. So I used to put a 10 o'clock meeting every day. We are a 3,000 employee company. Every day on my calendar, there would be a 10 o'clock and there would be a 4 o'clock 101 session, which would randomly, I would tell my EA that, can you just randomly take up the payroll sheet, randomly put meetings across locations everywhere. So 3 years, I just spoke to people. And that is, so I would even refuse if my CEO wanted a meeting. 10 and 4 were fixed on my schedule. I would just block that half an hour and just talk to people just to know how it's going. That used to be my only question. Saying, you tell me how it's going, I'm going to listen to you and I'm going to take my notes. And this is just between you and me. It's, it is just for us to get to know each other. And I think that enabled a lot. I was able to go back to a hybrid workplace now. We are 2 days in office. I am able to recollect a lot of those conversations, meet a lot of those people now, and it just helped build that bond. It helped in building the engagement. We tracked our engagement score in the last 3 years. We've grown 3% and 4% year on year, despite the disruptions and despite being in a hybrid environment. So I think the human connect, the authenticity to say, I don't know, the vulnerability to show your, to be open and transparent. I think these are some very, very key things which enable us. Yeah.
Ma'am, I think you have created that sketch of the adaptive leader that we are going to talk about today. And by, I think, imbibing some of the qualities yourself of that kind of adaptive leader. And now the problem statement is how to make other leaders.
No, so there was a McKinsey report, okay, which said that earlier on, leaders had a very tell-get kind of an approach, okay? So they would tell us something and we were expected to get it, right? And deliver. Contrary to that, today we stand at a situation where it's more about listen and serve. Absolutely. So you're getting to read titles and bestsellers on servant leadership. Yes. Rather than being a very autocratic visionary, a leader is also like down on his knees and saying that, okay, I want to listen to what you want, and then let's just create something together. So there's shared accountability. We are creating things together and then we are walking together. Yes. So it's a completely different anecdote altogether. It's a completely different sentiment of behaving as leaders, I see. Yes. It's very, very different in terms of a tell-get versus a listen-serve. Yes. You have to listen to people is what every leader is now saying.
It's not a hierarchy anymore.
No,
it's
not
everybody at the same baseline level.
In fact, it's completely flipped, okay? Like it's the power of many. So you have the larger mass who's allowing us or making the decision and telling us that, okay, this is what you should give us, And as an organization, I decide to stick on. Yes. That's what we are appreciating.
Yes, very, very nicely summarized qualities, yes. Please, Nidhika ma'am.
Very good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having us here, first of all. Really, really happy to see such great young minds here. I think coming back to the question of, how in terms of the hybrid workplace, my lesson learned is, so in Varun Beverages, it's a completely different industry where 80% of the workforce is out in the market, being in FMCG. When COVID hit, it was really, really the most toughest call for us in terms of taking care of the workforce and how do we ensure the business is running also on a continuous basis, but at the same time how do we also ensure the workforce that we have is is staying healthy. That's also very, very important. So one of the lessons was which we actually started, it was very simple and very basic, when we sat together as a leadership team. Everybody came up to one conclusion that let's just hear out people, let's be more empathetic. What's happening with our workforce? So first thing that we did was, as a result of that, since we are majorly PepsiCo bottlers. So what we did was our strength was, of course, developing Pepsi bottles, developing the product. So what we did, because there was a, at that particular time, the families, our families as in our extended families, also, who were in the need of oxygen, we actually provided oxygen cylinders, just that. We created a big WhatsApp channel within the business, and everywhere, since we had plants, our oxygen, our carbon dioxide cylinders, we took out carbon dioxide and we put oxygen. We just heard it out, wherever people or their extended families they needed, we kind of, disseminated those and provided those facilities. Because business, of course, that's something which was not the focus at that particular point in time. So I'm talking about the peak when COVID hit. So empathy was one of the first lesson, I think, and that's where we started out. Then slowly, as COVID was kind of mitigating, then we thought of also building the capabilities now, because being in the FMCG industry, there is not too much of digitization. It's more of what's happening in the market and what you're doing, and figuring out. It's more of the the retail connect which is there. So it was very important also to build capabilities internally, and that is the second focus area that we learned as a lesson, at the leadership level, which was required, and we started building on that. So I think at the end of the day, it's very important, as you rightly said, listening is very, very important. Especially when there are hybrid times. And another aspect that we heard out from them, while we were, kind of listening, that they wanted that you give us the ownership and we will handle it. So that's what the workforce wanted, that, because we came to one level as to, giving them support for their extended families. Of course, then they said that you've done so much, you thought about us. So now it's our time that, let us, you trust us, and we'll be accountable to handle things. That's what made the business survive even in the COVID times. So hybrid or no hybrid was not the agenda at that particular point. It's being adapting to the situation. So I don't know. I think that's more relevant.
I think because the kind of industry we are talking about here, it's very difficult to become hybrid altogether. And I'm sure you must have been forced to get into some of that digitization that was missing, right? But having empathy is, I think, of course, it has to be talked about when we talk about.
We got a very sarcastic remark from our CEO one day. He said, "अगर COVID नहीं हुआ था ना, तो हम लोग ने 5 साल तक ये finance और HR के बहुत सारे processes manually चलाते रहते." So thank God for the COVID. Okay, we had to quickly make sure that 6,500 people have gone back to their hometowns. They are spread across the entire globe. What is it that we quickly need to do so that payrolls don't get impacted? We understand that we need to still onboard. We are continuing to hire. We are continuing to diversify. So how is it that we'll all stay connected? And how are the processes not going to become like a stumbler or completely get stumped?
And
so it was very interesting.
So India Inc. Ended up with a steep rise in the whole digitization part, right? So that was a good outcome of that.
Another quiz question is, when did India go on the first lockdown? Anyone remembers the date?
March 24th, 2020.
Yeah, so 21st of March 2020. But InfoEdge interestingly decided to go on its own work from home 100% transition on the 17th of March. So it so happened that there was a WHO report which came to the directors, and we realized that something's going to hit us really hard. Yeah, and US was way ahead in the curve on the COVID, and they had realized that the administrative capabilities are totally going to go haywire, and of course India being India had a huge ask on that front. So what is it that we're going to be doing? So we suddenly get like a clarion call, okay, and our MD calls us, and everybody's rushing to the boardroom. And what is it? It's like a 20-minute discussion, and he says, "You know what? I want everybody to just go home." Now we have almost about 1,200 people in the sales force, which is about 25% of the audience. And 17 तारीख जो मार्च की होती है ना, that is the time when you actually turn away Yamaraj also. and say कि boss 14 दिन बाद आना अभी targets खत्म होने हैं, ठीक है? But our MD said that no, I don't want the business. I don't want the revenue. I don't want you to keep on pushing the customers to give you the checks right now. I only want to understand from every business head that each associate of InfoEdge has reached home wherever they are coming from. Okay, 85% of our audience, 85% of my population is in the age group of 24 to 25. Yeah, and most of the kids actually travel from very small little B cities and C cities. So he had already understood that, okay, you know, roadways, railways is going to be badly impacted. Okay, airlines will not be operating totally at all. So we took a call almost about 5 days prior, and we said that let everybody reach home safely. And there was a 1 hourly update, which had to go to his desk, reportedly telling him that, okay, so many people have reached home, so many people have reportedly kind of gone back, and they're safe and they're healthy. He said, मुझे अगर एक भी associate पता चला ना कि अपने PG में he's gotten stuck, he doesn't have food, he's running a temperature, there's no doctor, there's no neighbor to help him, you guys have your job on the line.
Same here. I think at Euromonitor also we went into a lockdown in March 16th. I joined around March 2nd.
Oh, okay.
I was just in the middle of my induction. I did not get a proper induction. I could not meet the entire team, and suddenly my first task was to send everyone remote, ensure that the business continuity is there. And before that, because we have a large chunk of IT technology team sitting here, right? So they were not ready to give them remote working. They were like, no, you come to office, you cannot take remote working. But then suddenly they were just forced to send everyone home. We had a lot of offers. We do multiple campus hirings every year. So we already had around 20 joiners who were offered, and they were expected to join us in April 1st. But we had to delay that. Of course, we did not cancel their offers. We onboarded every one of them. So we had to delay that because we were unsure how to do a virtual hiring. There was no one in the office. They were holding the offers. They did not have any other offers in hand. Yes. So we delayed it. We delayed it by 2 months. Fortunately, we onboarded them finally in June 2020. They are still working with us.
So that's the kind of visionary leadership that ma'am also talked about. I was working with Honeywell at that time, and Honeywell has a huge presence in China, right? And China was already badly impacted. People were all working from home. They were having groceries also getting delivered to their homes and following all those sanitization rules and regulations already. And I had a big team in China. I was in touch with them. And I think around 8th or 9th of March, only Honeywell leadership had decided that we'll go remote. And I think before the government decided to go ahead with the complete lockdown, our organization, including the sales employees, were all placed properly at their positions where they do not have to move from, and all the laptop setups were given to them. So that's called visionary leadership, and just like you said, you had to adapt a lot. Overnight, you had to adapt a lot and change things around. So that's the kind of leaders we are talking about. Yes? Okay. So I'll go ahead with some of the questions that I've thought of, and please feel free to add to those questions. So this one is for Sunita. Sunita, what are the biggest challenges that you've observed, and you've already shared some, basically in developing leaders for hybrid workplaces compared to the traditional settings that we have? Okay, now, because everybody is working hybrid now, so what kind of leaders should be there? And do you think that it needs a fundamental shift to build those kind of leaders, or you think it's just adapting to the principles of the similar principles just in a new context?
So I believe hybrid work has not changed what the leaders need to achieve. It has changed how the leaders need to achieve it. So the core principles like empathy, adaptability, trust, inclusion will always remain the same. You cannot do away with that. But how are you building that in the teams? That has changed. So, traditional leadership was built on physical presence. You walk into your room, you see your team, you feel the vibe. You can gauge what is happening around, and you can build trust. But hybrid working has done away with that kind of convenience for us. So now leadership needs to evolve as to how can they build trust with someone who they can't see. So I think leadership needs to change from a presence-based trust to an outcome-based trust. Talking about the challenges, I think there are 3 main challenges. One is trust without proximity. So traditional leadership was like visibility, was all about visibility, right? I see you on your desk, it means you're working. But what about hybrid working? I can't see you. How do I build that trust? So building that trust, so it has to be on the outcome base. So you have to trust the person whom you can't see, build a trust that based on the outcome, and give the autonomy to the person. Second challenge, I think, is the culture, the consistency in culture. So people, when they are in an office, they can see each other, they can learn, they absorb the culture around. But when they are, half of them are working on-site, half of them are working remote, how do you build a consistent culture? So that is one of the challenges. And yeah, I think those would be the same. Now coming to whether there's a shift from the fundamental shift in the leadership skills, I think it's a blend of both. You'd still need the core values, adaptability, inclusion, autonomy. You still need the core values, but how you are using the methods has been totally rewritten. So, for example, empathy is no longer a one-on-one chat in a cabin. You have to understand how the person behind your video call is feeling, what they are going through. Similarly, inclusion is not like who gets invited in a common conference room. It's about how you hear someone who is remote, how their voices are equally valued to someone who is right in front of you. Similarly, I think adaptability would also be there. Like people who are not tech savvy as much would also need to have that platform where they can come forward and they can be at the same platform where others who are digitally more literate or more advanced can feel equity. So those are the three challenges. But yes, I believe it's a blend of both.
Sure. So I also share, I always say in my organization that it can't be a Friday sham ki chai pe charcha only, which we started during that remote working, that har Friday sham ko we'll meet so that the team remains connected. But it became so formal that everybody was like, oh no, aaj to Friday chai pe charcha
And
pe
some
charcha.
people hated it, okay?
Yes,
The videos were off.
because it was not intentional.
Yeah.
It was not intentional. So more intentional check-ins from the leaders is something which you are also talking about. It has to be, to build that trust, it has to be built in an intentional way. Kashish ma'am.
Just so look at the complexity of what is the hybrid workplace. Okay, just to get a sense in the room and a pulse in the room, I just like doing these things. How many of you would want a hybrid workplace when you go, and how many of you would want to work out of office? You can do a show of hands for work out of office. There you go. Now, look at the complexity. So you have a huge part of the coming workforce who wants to work from remotely, hybrid. You have Gen AI coming in, just creating that disruption that it is naturally bound to create. And then you have the new Gen Z, and then you have the traditional leaders sitting at the top. So where, who have continuously been wired to be directive. So, that is the whole shift of that directional leadership to getting into a partner and a stakeholder-owned leadership. I think with a huge amount of empathy, communication, and the opportunity to give yourself, the opportunity that lies for them to, I should actually say for us, to be made to make ourselves available for being reversely mentored by this generation. I think some of those things are so critical. It is not so it is good to talk, it is good to have trust, it's good to be resilient, be very hopeful, believe, build cultures, but the house will work only when these engines and these gears move together.
And what about all those people who had a show of hands that they would like to work from office? That's when they join the workforce. What about their life circumstances 5 years later, 10 years later, when they have kids, maybe their life situation has changed, maybe they have health issues. What about that constant change that we need to adapt to as leaders?
I think one more challenge is also, communication overload, but connection deficit. So there's a lot of communication. You'll see a lot of materials that you need to go through, but the connection is not there. And that's why humans are advanced from AI, right? AI will give you a lot of context, but that connection only a human can give it. So that is also necessary in a hybrid workforce. You know, you can send out emails, you can say, hey, this has happened, but has it gone through correctly to all the audience, to the intended audience? So I think that connection needs to be made more rather than, you know, sending communications.
Yes, and being in office makes it very easy to build those connections. But being at home and even having all day calls, even if you are on a call constant, like you're on 5 calls with your manager in one single day versus when you're in office with your manager, that human connection which is in second case versus in first case is vastly different. So, yes.
Can I give an example? So it was 2007, and I had my son. My son was born that time. I was with IBM. I was on a work from home for 1 year. I hated it. When COVID happened and we all went back remote, I hated it. So I saw everybody taking cooking classes and cooking and posting pictures of paintings, etc. I was terrorized, because let's forget the professional that I am. That space gives me the environment to be productive. I'm not a proponent that you must come to office. If you don't come, your attendance will get impacted and your rewards will get impacted. None of that. But the environment just vitalizes you to deliver. At home, there is now with either there's a Blinkit or there's a Zepto or there's an Amazon OTP. I mean, it just carries on endlessly. And it is so difficult to deal with it.
Yes. So I'll give you another perspective. It is very difficult, I agree, but from my perspective, I'll share. So I have 2 sons, and my younger one was 1.5 years old when COVID hit. And working from home was the best thing that could have happened to me, because I didn't have to rely on a nanny for him. I didn't have to send him to daycare. He was with me all day, while on the other hand, I was working 16 hours at that time.
Yeah.
I had to work a lot, but I was happy that I am feeding him with my own hands while I'm on a call. I'm managing the call also, I'm managing him also.
Did
so
the cat
a lot
also
of
come on the table and
yes,
the dog?
yes, and the Amazon courier wala will also come at the same time, exact same time, when the call is going on, when the child is being fed, and all of these things.
I think I'd like to add one thing here. It's when we see the leadership these days, there are different generations sitting at the leadership right now. So there cannot be one single treatment at all, at the leadership. There are, I'm sure there are Gen Zs also, coming up from a lot of good institutes. Then there are, the old school thoughts which are sitting there. There are subject matter experts with us which are sitting there. There are some of the founders sitting there. There are some of the directors sitting there. So, so the treatment has to be very, very, customized. I think it cannot be same. And that's where I feel that, there is a paradigm shift required in terms of having a fundamental approach. So when we say a fundamental approach as to what is the basic elements which are required, which will work in today's environment. So today as in today. So tomorrow something else will work. So, it's like that. So we know that. And which has worked yesterday may not work today. So it's like that. So I think that's...
They're no longer in the VUCA world, right?
Yeah. So very nicely that brings me to my next question to Kashish ma'am, is that sometimes hybrid working also risks exclusion of certain voices, right? People who are introverts, they will not speak up at all in hybrid setups. They will go missing completely. They're like, suddenly their participation has dropped, although they have been good workers and we've seen them. But for new joiners, that's a huge risk, because they have not really become amalgamated with the organization yet, and they are already they're introvert themselves, and their work is not being seen so clearly. And similarly, other groups that could suffer from this exclusion. So how can leaders ensure inclusion, equity and fairness across both the remote and in-office employees?
Okay, so I'll just add to some of the things, the complexity to this. which is also currently very rampant, that what is one of the biggest challenges is the person you've interviewed and the person who joins you, they're not the same.
Yes.
You see?
Yes.
So coming back to your question, the role of the manager, today has changed drastically, and each manager is pivoting the cultural agenda in the organizations, and they are the best bridge, and they are the best people to kind of enable the leadership to drive the engagement for a workforce that is hybrid or remote. I've seen very successful cases of managers who've taken the time to, in a hybrid environment, who have looked at the Zoom screen while addressing the audience that is sitting, in the room. It's a very minor thing, but the kind of attention and the kind of reward it gets you from the employees who are remotely situated is huge. We struggled a lot with people, in the beginning. 10 minutes of any call would go into, can you put on your cameras? Would you like to put your video on? It would just carry on endlessly, and there were some people who would just not do it. I'd also see my own child who was in an online class would not put on his camera, despite telling, multiple times, can you put your camera on? Like basic respect for your teachers. It wouldn't happen. So then I think some of the things we started doing was posting. So we've not been successful on that front to have all videos on. We are still not successful. I think we've given up that agenda. So at max, best we do is we post some questions on the chat. We ask for people to interact. We look at where are the quieter portions, and that is where I say the manager becomes important, because HR can't do it. You can't be everywhere, and HR is only an enabler. So we let the managers cull out names of people who they feel have been quieter. We marry that data to the pulse data, which kind of calls out, pulse data, which calls out, the high risk vacancy cases, where we feel we're going to lose the talent, or people are not engaged. We look at engagement surveys, which measures about 19 dimensions to see where is the gap happening and what is it that we can build in to build in the intensity of connection. That's all. The tactical parts of this come in when you look at KPIs and goal settings, which tie in and are which actually have those connects and those continuous feedbacks and check-ins happening. So that is the rigor that we like to drive on. In a nutshell, one does not want to be with a stick behind everybody's back saying that, you need to talk. If you don't talk, if I don't see your face, then, your praise is going to get hit very badly. That is not the agenda with which we approach it. The methodology is that look at the check-ins, look at the data points, what are they saying, and then from there bring in remedial impact measures to build the connects. And the leader who comes to office and the leader who puts on his camera, trust me, finds more responses and more like-minded actions showing up. So the leader has today far more responsibility. We say, no, walk the talk. I think today that onus lies on the leadership today.
Yes. Thank you for sharing those insights into how you have adapted to it. I think change is the only constant. With that, moving on to Nidhika ma'am, you are an L&D leader. So my question is basically how to give the leaders that kind of adaptability when the workplace environment itself keeps changing. Everything is changing constantly. So what kind of tools and practices are you following or have you seen evolving to give those leaders those tools that can help them become more performative in what is expected out of them?
I think the most important part is continuous learning at the leadership level, because I believe, and what I've seen also, it is not just the team who needs to evolve every day. The leaders needs to be, evolving and coming up with new mindset. I think growth is something which is very, very important. So having a growth mindset and of course continuous learning is something very, very imperative at the leadership level, and that's what we've been doing. Be it coming up with learning journeys for our leadership programs, of course giving them those tools and mechanisms which are available, so that they not only get educated on the new digital aspects, but also on how do we give them the exposure to what's happening outside. So not just being their own Kuenga Manda kind of a thing, but it's also important that you go out what's happening outside. I think bringing in the outside-in approach is another thing which we are working for developing the leadership. This works well for us. And the third is having a cross-functional exposure, because that is something which is the need of the hour today. Because I have seen lot of CHROs growing and taking up roles of a CEOs. And this is the somewhere kind of a result of the developmental approach that has been taken up in various organizations. So yeah, cross-functional exposure is something that definitely works at the leadership level.
I'll give you a small example.
Sure, please.
Yeah, so early on, what used to happen is that, because we are a tech and an internet services organization, we would have hackathons, all right? So hackathon, it's a very, very zingy and a high enthusiasm kind of a participative, engaging exercise. We do it across 1.5, 2 days. The expectation is that all the techies and everybody will come with good ideas. We'll sit in the office, we'll write like the complete code, we'll pick up a problem statement that you're wanting to solve, and we stay the weekend, okay? So we stay starting a Friday evening till about a Sunday morning, till the prototype is built, and we're like, we've done this, okay? But it was restricted to Naukri folks connecting with Naukri, Jeevan Sathi connecting with Jeevan Sathi, Shiksha with Shiksha, and data science and all the other leaders at the top would be like supervising the whole gamut, okay, like how is it going? But this year around, when we talk about adaptability, vulnerability, inclusion, look at all these elements, and suddenly the whole thing about connection, yeah, we had to completely rearrange and design the format again, and we said no, we will set it up in the form that it cuts across any business vertical. Okay, you can sit and create a team with a product person. So a product person teams in with a sales guy and a customer service person, and there is probably a data scientist who is also coming in, and he has no understanding of the problem, right? But he will be able to look at it with a very, very neutral eye, and across those 2.5 days, we sit across and crack this. Yeah, so we saw brilliant performance. Unlike an earlier submission of about 16, 17 projects, we just concluded last week, and we saw participation of almost 780 people, okay, across 2.5 days sitting in the office, and the drill, the dance and the music and the whole vibe of the t-shirts and the freebies and the food and everything flowing in liberally. At the same time, 117 prototypes getting created across those 2.5 days with these people participating. And the CEO was there, the MDs were there, the directors were there, all the CBOs were there. So Jeevan Sathi CBO was sitting with like a do select or a Zwayam CBO, and with his engineers and doing the whole coding bit together. Or cracking it with like an agentic and saying, okay, this works for us. If it's working for you, we'll work together. So inclusion is like totally redefined, right? We're using these words called reimagining, redefining, reinventing. It's actually happening for real in organizations like us, where we're seeing that, okay, if we have to design a vision for 2030, we'll have to probably just dabble on this like every single moment of the passing day.
Yeah.
That's how interesting it is.
Yes. I also feel adaptability is not something you are born with. It's not a trait. It's a skill that you develop with continuous learning. I absolutely agree with Nidhika and Payal ma'am what they said about cross-functional exposure, the ambiguity of getting into the unknown. But I also feel to develop adaptability, organizations have to provide a psychological safety to the leaders.
Yeah,
Yes.
conscious leadership.
Like, go, try, fail. We are there. There's nothing to worry. Let's try an error approach.
I was about to talk about that because I am an employee well-being advocate at my organization because that's what I do. So I was at a well-being conference last week, and somebody said there that it's very lonely at the top. We think that the workforce is in trouble. Like, we think about ourselves, the employees. Nobody thinks about the leaders, and how are they handling all this change. So it's very important, and thanks for bringing up those examples that you have been taking on to enable those leaders to be able to navigate through this.
Leaders have shed their guards. At least from the Info's perspective, I see it like for the last 24 years, but the last 5 years in terms of transition, leaders are completely like open, like they're inviting participation and guidance all across the place. Like they'll get like a very, 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 very new entrant into the ecosystem to sit with them and work with them. And so, tumhara kya idea yaar, mujhe batao yaar. I've been at this for 30 years, but I don't know how this is going to work like tomorrow. Yeah.
Yeah, true. I mean, I have seen, during my tenure in Samsung and so in Varun Beverages, that, they are not reluctant to learn.
Not any longer. It doesn't work.
Absolutely. They are open to that.
Yeah.
Okay. But the thing is, sometimes, it becomes, for us, it becomes very difficult because they should, it should not happen that they feel that, we've been there, done that, and you're again telling us the same thing, So it becomes very, very, so we have to be very, careful in terms of putting the development approach for a leader in the right manner, it's no longer a classroom or an online or a LinkedIn learning or anything kind of an approach. It has to be very, very, bespoke, for at the leadership level. Even if it is cross-functional, what is it that you're going to do?
And how you're adding value. I think everybody resonates with the fact that if you want me on your side, what is it that you're going to do in terms of adding value to my life? And I think everybody genuinely starts to get connected in that manner.
Just one question for all of you again. What kind of a leader would you all want? Like, in your organization, wherever you work.
Any keywords you want to share?
Yeah. Sorry?
Flexible.
Flexible,
Yeah.
Okay.
Someone who listens.
Nice, thank you. Spot on. Yeah.
Very good.
He has to have the vision.
Excellent.
We'll build it together.
So you've got your answers.
Yes, I think and I think listening is becoming more and more with today's
Sugandha's
leaders.
rapid fire round is gone, huh? Kashish has taken it.
I know. Okay, so one more question to Payal ma'am. So how are the programs evolving in your organization to address this hybrid reality? And I want you to talk specifically about how you're leveraging the digital platforms, simulations, AI in leadership development, anything that saves us from losing that human connect of mentorship.
Okay. Yeah, so we realized soon enough, almost about 7-8 years ago, that you want your name even on the Starbucks coffee that you buy, right? So it was more about the personalization. It was about one size not being able to fit all. It was about customization. It was about also understanding that we have an extremely diverse workforce, okay? So right from a sales org to like a digital org, then a digital org getting split into techies and then product guys and then DS guys and QA guys. So therefore what we did was that, we said, let's just identify specific streams of learning, and most importantly, move away from the whole traditional school of believing that continuous learning se sab log ko matlab bahut fayda hota hai. Yeah? Earlier it was so that, you had a specific skill and you keep sharpening that and you keep sharpening that and you become like an SME, and then after a couple of years you start teaching backwards, and that's how you kind of evolve and help people develop and nurture. Now it was all about connected learning. So we said that, instead of continuous learning, we may want to kind of also harness the connected learning piece. How do we do that? So on one side, there was a very small little bucket where we said, okay, classroom trainings continue to exist. There is a specific workforce which really looks up to upskilling, and therefore can we give them offline and online training modules? We align them with a budget and then let them learn whatever they need to. So quite contradictory to what happens across the industries is that you have a tie-up with a specific learning vendor or a partner, we call them, and he gives you an offering of about 20,000 courses, and you get the entire population within the organization to sign up for any course that they wish to take up. We said, let's just keep it open source, yeah? And we did not sign up, or we did not get into any volume level contracts with any specific learning partner. So you identify any specific course from the entire universe on a MOOCs platform, okay? And we say that, okay, given the monies, you can self-nominate, you can get your RM to feel aligned, the HRBP approves it, and that's how you are able to own your own journey. So it's self-paced, okay? We give them the power of choice. That's what everybody appreciates, and it's learning on the go. So whenever you have the time, you do like a 16-hour course or a 1-hour course, totally your choice, totally your plan, yeah? So that's why we felt that there was huge adoption. Like we went ahead and saw the first time ever in the history of the company that there was 67 to 70% people adopting to an online platform and saying that, I've done so many courses, and then there's suddenly this whole trending thing, and you can recommend courses to your peers. There can be like a top trending course which is, high up on the charts. Everybody wants to sign up on that, and
I
that's
think
how
that
people
is a
started
very
to-
high number as per market
Yeah.
standards.
It's crazy. It's like, I was told later on at a conclave that I think it was an SHRM conclave that we were attending, and somebody said we have like a 12% or a 13% staggering number, and that also keeps on getting more and more feeble as the fatigue on the internet is, and the online thing is, catching on in our lives. But we saw 67%, and we said, wow, yeah, so this is really helping people to learn, and what is it that we can do otherwise? So, so it was, I can't take the credit, even if I'm the L&D head. Our CEO came back from the United States, and he said that, I have attended a brown bag session, okay? It's a lunch and learn. So anybody who gets to learn about something, or anybody who's read up on something, does like a deeper dive, collects all the information that's available, and then let's just all come together. So we have like Subway sandwiches and a Coke can to pick up. We sit down in the room, and that person takes us through the entire, the information and the understanding that he's got. Then we have like a very nice Q&A open forum. Everybody asks questions. People are able to discuss, deliberate, brainstorm, and we are able to understand that, okay, whether this is applicable or not, relevant or not, and you go back with a new idea. So brown bags was one thing that resonated with the whole social learning bit, yeah? So online was there, classrooms were there, social learning platforms were doing brilliantly well. And then came this upsurge, okay, of AI suddenly into our lives. Now what do? I started going out. And that's where I see, as all of us in the fraternity, it's a huge opportunity for us as well. I started to look at every organization and understand that how are they working on their AI adoption? How is it that, they are wanting to become AI fluent? Because AI literacy was one, then AI fluency is another. And then once you are fluent on AI, then how do you socialize? How do you make sure that a person in the operations team is not intimidated because of the upsurge or the, the incumbency of AI in our lives? So then we said, okay, let's just take it in bits and pieces to different verticals in a different way. So somewhere we did a very nice cartoon series, and we said, look, there's an AI who's coming in like a friend, okay? He's not like your enemy. He's not pushing your way out of the picture, but he's coming in as a friend in your life, and he's making you far more efficient. He's making you far more effective. He can help you write better emails. So at different levels, we realized that the adoption has to be customized. So it's actually helped us understand that, okay, you can bridge it, or you can link it with the competencies that you hire people at. There can be an individual development plan, and there can be buckets of learning where everybody starts to learn in different ways about how is it that, they can add value. What's the expectation with reference to their roles? How is it that they will see themselves in the next 1.5, 2 years? We're not talking 5 years, any which ways, none of us, any longer. Yeah? Where do you see yourself 5 years from now? Nowhere. Growing, probably organic farming, or running my food truck, or maybe playing my own band and learning the guitar. I don't know. So 5 years is too long a time, right? You didn't know 5 years ago, like I think Niket, one of our earlier panelists, said. So it's very unpredictable, like it's a Barney world. So Barney, where the B stands for? Somebody said brittle. So what's applicable today is not going to be relevant tomorrow. But what is it that we can make use of? What is it that I know right now is what I can probably leverage and kind of make a plan for tomorrow, is where I'm seeing this. And it's a huge responsibility for the L&D folks. While it's a responsibility, it's a huge opportunity. I see brilliant smiles coming, when people are saying that, Payal, man, this is the first time that I worked with an EVP in data science while I was like, just a person who's recently joined the product team in InfoEdge. And he had amazing ideas. He was listening to me. We spent 1.5 days together in office, just designing the whole problem statement and then articulating the solution. So amazing opportunities. People appreciate when you are sensitized and when you make plans around what they really need. That's what the need of the hour is for all of us as L&D people. Yeah.
So just a counter question, did you also experience people who are already holding apprehensions about the changes that are coming?
Lots. So what we did in order to kind of break that whole mindset, if that is the right word, was we built a complete series on resilience. Yeah, we started to coach people and we started to talk openly about the whole thing in terms of accepting the change. I was attending a talk show by this gentleman, revered speaker Shiv Khera, written books and speaks to people across the world. He said that and you just mentioned it, that change is the only constant, right? And he said that if change is the only constant, let's focus on the constants. If you realize the skills that are going to allow you to really, really build your careers and be successful and happy in life, they've been always there. Building communities, so that's what we do at InfoEdge. Every time that we do like a workshop, it's a community that is coming together. Whether you're in the talent pipeline, whether you're like an emerging manager, whether you're like a first-time leader, whatever you are in, you are partnering with 35, 40, 50, 60 people who are in that same zone, yeah, or in that same stage and phase of their thoughts and careers. So we've always, and inherently we are wired, like I think history ka har saal ka pehli book ka pehla page, pehla statement, man is a social animal, right? Maybe that's the reason why 12% adoption on iLearn, the online learning platforms, yeah? So we are at our optimal best when we are in a community. We feel very nice and warm and cushioned when there are other people who are also wanting to crack a problem which is identical to mine. Yeah. So communities, thinking together, brainstorming, deliberations, all of that, if you're able to create platforms in an organization together, people are bound to kind of adopt. Yeah.
Lots of great ideas I am taking back to my organization. So I have a quick rapid fire questions, just a couple of questions, and feel free anybody who wants to answer. So if you had to define the leader of 2030 in 1, 2 or 3 words, what would that be?
I think adaptable, inclusive and authentic. Adaptable because as everyone knows, change is the only constant. Inclusive because it's a hybrid working, people are on-site, off-site, remote, not working. And authentic because that is what will differentiate us from AI and from other things. Leadership needs to be authentic. Only then people will trust you and follow you.
Great. Anybody else wants to answer?
I have just one word, authentic.
Yes.
I think an authentic leadership will be visionary, will be communicative, will be engaged. So yes, completely authentic.
Okay. I'll have the InfoEdge way. It's about being immersive.
Great.
Hands-on is the best approach, yeah. Yes. Stay connected and be immersive.
What's one habit or motto you personally rely on to stay adaptive as leaders yourselves? And it can be the same as the previous answer.
I think stay glued to the ground. Like keep your eyes and ears open. Yeah. Stay aware of, the problem statements that people are facing. As the L&D head, like I went back and I now do about almost 25,000 hours of training myself. Because I said that, the best way to stay connected and understand the pulse is to train yourself. So I train throughout the year and I make sure that everybody manages to give me feedback. Yeah. I take that back and I say, okay, this is working, this is not working. This is what I should do the next time around. And that's working.
Yeah, I feel the same because I think the best way to stay adaptive is, keep learning. Maybe you have to unlearn sometimes. and then relearn. I think that's the best way to be adaptive
Absolutely.
in today's environment.
For me, it's people over process, because people adapt, process change. So.
Great. Lots of keywords all of you got as future leaders, so remember to take them with you. Thank you to each of our panelists for such insightful and thought-provoking perspectives. What we've heard today makes it very clear that redefining leadership in the hybrid era is not about reinventing the wheel, it's about evolving with courage, creativity, compassion, listening. A few themes that stood out for me are the importance of inclusivity, ensuring every voice is heard no matter where it is, the need for adaptability, giving leaders that equipments to be able to handle everything amidst all the uncertainty that we are seeing and constant change, and balance of technology with human connection, because in our digital age we need to make sure that basically mentorship, compassion, all these things remain at the heart of the leadership. On that note, I'd like to thank our panelists again for sharing their time and wisdom. I hope today's conversation leaves you with a lot of fresh ideas to take back.
It's truly a pleasure.
Thank you. And with that, I formally close this session. If there are any questions, please let us know.
So good evening everyone, and thank you all the panelists for sharing their wonderful insights. I am Ritvik Bhardwaj, pursuing PGDM HR from IMI New Delhi. So my question is, as we have seen that there is more workload in remote working as compared to offline working. Like remote employees would be working for 12 to 16 hours, as ma'am also told that she was working for 16 hours. But a person who is working offline, he would be only working from 9 to 5 and he'll be back home. So like how to overcome this challenge and to make sure that the remote workers are not overburdened and they have a better work-life balance.
I just want to clarify that it's just a one-time that situation that happened.
Like,
not all organizations are like that. Not all cultures are like that. Not all situations are like that. So it's not that everybody who's working remotely is working 16 hours. It's not true. I have worked for the last 5 years.
I have seen many of them working like for 12.
No, for me, so I'll give you another example. That was one organization I worked with. I have worked in the last 4 years with another organization in which it has been, and I've been working from home in last 4 years also, and I've not worked more than 6-7 hours because I used to finish my work in 6-7 hours.
Yeah, and I think remote working, yes, of course, it can be 6-7 hours. I think nowadays accountability is not about the number of hours you have worked. It's more about what you have done.
Yes.
So you can do it in 2 hours. We don't mind, use AI, do it. As long as the outcome is relevant, the hours don't matter.
Like I have seen my sister who is working in TCS, she used to work like when she's traveling. So she used to work for 12 hours, and this is one of the reasons that I don't want to work remotely or hybrid.
It's not to it. It completely depends on the organization's culture.
And Ritvik, it's also, like she said, I think correctly, it's very role specific. It's very context specific, right? And it's also relying or depending on the individual in terms of what drives you, what is it that you want to maintain as your own trajectory. For example, the office can get over by 6:30, right? But if there is a particular program, for example, I was about to launch, I was working on a pod with the TA team till about 2 months back, and we were wanting to sensitize and actually reorganize the whole process of hiring in principle at InfoEdge. So we said that, okay, can we hire better talent? Okay, can we interview them better? All of that. And the first thing that came to my mind as the L&D head was that if I have to, conduct workshops for all the leaders who are vintaged, okay, they've been conducting interviews for the last 25 years, right? Now to change their pattern of questions, their patterns of behaviors, they're not swinging in the chair and they're not eating chewing gum, which is a lot of times that a candidate tells us. How do I do it? Who's going to listen to me and why, okay? I contacted an organization, very credible organization, but they do only weekend workshops. To become an to become a certified practitioner in talent acquisition and hiring as an interviewer, I had to undergo that program. And I said, you know what, I need to really sound credible and carry the most relevant information to the learners at InfoEdge. So I went ahead and did that program. That was 8 weeks long. And every Saturday and every Sunday, it would consume 4 hours of my day, or that weekend so-called. And a brother or a sister or a father or a mother or a sibling would say, "Dimag kharab hai kya? Matlab Saturday, Sunday ko bhi tum office ka kaam kar rahi ho." You know, so it's very individual specific. It's always been probably. Like we have a CEO who's probably imagined Naukri 30 years back, and he still works for 20 hours. You know, he's continuously thinking about, "Acha bhi, aage kya, aage kya, aage kya, aage kya." And that must be keeping him awake. And I have asked him questions in a fireside chat. That, "Hitesh, what keeps you awake at night? Besides the chaukidar doing jagte raho and all." So he says, "Yeah, it's probably just another product idea, you know, just another customer service kind of a thing, just another customer's escalation, probably just another article that I read on AI." So he's up at 4. You know, so Ritik, tomorrow when you're the CEO of your organization, you may just stay awake and choose to work for 16 hours.
I think one live example is Vimarsh itself. We have been receiving messages late night, early morning. So we can't imagine the number of hours you all are clocking in to make this event successful. So as everyone said, it's very role specific, project specific, time specific.
And then also check if she's on Myntra and, you know, shopping and... It's a mix.
I believe it's the question what he's raised is, it may not be a leadership issue. It may be something like, you know, how do you prioritize? How
It's
do you
your own
plan?
things. It's your own habit.
Yeah.
That's
And
my mindset.
yeah, maybe the mindset. Maybe your sister has that kind of a
Orientation,
growth. Yes,
yeah.
she's not content with the content which she's working on. You know, so I think she needs to put in, you know, more efforts on prioritizing and planning things rather than. Yeah.
Thank you. That's answered my question. Thank you.
Any other question?
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, hi all. I hope I'm visible in
No,
the
not
last,
yet.
right?
Yes, now.
Okay. So you all have been kind enough to actually express all the addressing the concerns related to hybrid work model. I have just one question with Sunita. You have been excellent enough to actually make us understand the challenges and the solutions of hybrid work model. But there is one question that arises in my mind. When actually people work in the hybrid model, a lot of young people coming into picture, a lot of traditional managers, there is a change of thought, change of values. So this conflict arises. How to address those conflicts in a very subtle way? Because in that scenario, potential and the capability is not the question, but the conflict at the moment and the situation is the problem. How to address that in a very subtle way? It should not harm any of the talent.
I think the answer for this is being culturally aware, also being aware of the multi-generational needs and multi-generational communication styles. What works for one person will not work for the other. So if it's a manager, if it's a traditional manager, they need to understand what is the form of communication that a new age employee would probably understand better or want to work better. So that understanding, that cultural awareness. So again, having those one-on-one connections, having those conventional talks to understand what is the need of these new gens that are coming into the workforce, as well as for the new gens to understand what is the outcome. So, you know, forgetting about the number of hours that needs, or forgetting about how the work needs to be done, we should focus on the outcome. So both of them could find a common place where they see eye to eye and they should work on it together.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Next question.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I am Jatin, and this was a very insightful session to be witnessing for me specifically, because I am very much interested in leadership and the development, how people lead to. I am very much interested in psychology and how people work on it and relate to it. So my question is, how companies use these indicators or metrics of success, specifically development of workforce and leadership, especially in the cross-vertical, where verticals have different metrics and indicators to judge the success of the people and their workforce development.
Okay, let me give a shot at this. Whatever, you can have a seat, please. Okay, so what are the development index? And let me tell me if I've understood your question correctly. So what are the development indicators that we get the data on, and how do we put that back into driving the efficiency of the different parameters, right? So I think those indicators will throw up two sorts of data. One is what is going right and what needs to be improved, right? It will also show the dissection, slicing of the different business verticals, across the organization, the different functions, the domains. I mean, you can slice and dice data anyways. I think this is how we do it. We cull out that data, we get into a conversation with the business head. Let's say it's pertaining to a particular business unit. We map that against the productivity or the utilization or the revenue and the earnings, depending upon what data one is looking at. Again, we also look at what is so we have something called code of values, and for us code of values is sacrosanct, so it is built in even into our performance appraisals. We then map that against the behavior indicators which are mapped on the code of values, and from there we curate opportunities to invest in building and in bridging the gaps so that we are able to improve, may not arrive at the right target output, but at least show an improvement index on some of these parameters. So it's a very structured process. It touches on couple of things, right from your the feedbacks, the 360s, the engagement surveys, the business parameters that we are assessing, the KPIs and the goal setting. So it has to be weaved in very well. It cannot be, in my opinion, isolated into one pocket.
So I think I'd like to add in here, from the leadership perspective, it's more of how the whole development piece is contributing towards creating a future-ready leader. This is what we look at, and this is one of the major metrics that we focus on. Let's say if we have close to 100 people, in the leadership pipeline, and we see that how many are ready in the next 6 months, or 6 to 8 months is something that we look at. And then if they pivot to that level, that's something, is kind of a outcome that we expect. At an organization-wide level, of course, we look at what are the wildly important goals. We work on a 4DX model, which is the Franklin Covey's 4DX, and we look at that model, and the whole organization work towards that one single wildly important goal that everybody needs to work on, be it HR, be it any other function. So these are the two big metrics that we focus on.
Another thing is that how much so ever it may be looked upon as just like a small little chapter in the entire MBA curriculum, competency framework happens to be like the best reference framework and the most common point of origination for any subsequent policies and practices that you establish across the organization. So whether you're hiring, whether you're building talent pipelines, whether you're managing the development plans for each and every person in the ecosystem, competency frameworks can be like the best set reference framework, and to build that whole common vocabulary across the entire organization, and the entire landscape bows down to that. At every level, for every role, there's a very distinct understanding of what's the desired behavior, and that desired behavior becomes like the blueprint for that particular set of people. And then every time that you have to go back to kind of understand what's working, what's not working, what's a successful metric defined as, you understand, okay, that these are the competencies which we'd hired for. This is the person who was supposed to exhibit certain behaviors, carry certain skills. If he's not able to exhibit those skills, if the behaviors are not coming to the surface, then we start to invest in that person in that manner. So it's very easy to then, stay glued to a specific GPS and say that, okay, this is going to be the basic guideline.
So I'm told we don't have time for more questions. Thank you to everyone for sparing time on a Sunday. And we close that.
Thank you. Maybe I just want to leave with one line. Since we have been communicating, but I think everyone here spoke about connection, so we would be open to connect with all of you if you all feel after this. So please feel free to connect with us.
You can send in your questions.
Come talk in person, connect on LinkedIn, send in person as it works for you. I know we have not answered few questions, but we can take it outside. Thank you.
And there's a Simon Sinek book, okay, where he's written the Why Leaders last book. He refers to a rear admiral called Grace Hooper, okay, who said, and I think it has to stay with all of us, including all of us, like all of us, where he said that, you know, the worst thing any institution or any person can say is, I've always done it this way. Okay, so on that note, I thank each one of you for having us over, and it was a pleasure being with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all for being such an engaging audience, for your active participation in this thought-provoking discussion. The insights shared by the panelists on building adaptive and inclusive leaders for the hybrid workforce have truly deepened our understanding of how organizations can navigate this evolving landscape. With that, I would now request all our esteemed panelists to kindly remain on stage for a felicitation ceremony. I request Sugandha Vatrana to felicitate the respective panelists with a token of appreciation. Please welcome Ms. Sunita Barua. I would like to invite Ms. Kashish Kapoor. I would like to invite Ms. Nidika Brawl. I would like to invite Ms. Payal Dhar. I also request Shreyans, our Joint Secretary, to felicitate Ms. Sugandha Vatrana. Thank you so much, panelists, for making this session so interactive. I would request you all to stay for a group picture. I would kindly request the panel to proceed for lunch.
member of Executive Education Committee, would like to reveal the theme of this session: reimagining L&D in manufacturing, adapting to automation, agility, and skill-driven workforce. With automation transforming factories, traditional training models are giving way to real-time, hands-on, and tech-driven learning. This panel will focus on how learning and development is evolving in response to these changes, whether it's through AR and VR simulation, AI-driven upskilling, or embedding learning development into flow of work. The emphasis today is on building adaptive, digitally fluent workforce that can respond swiftly to rapid industry shifts. Our distinguished panelists will bring in their perspective on how organization can equip employees not just to keep pace with automation but to thrive in it, ensuring the manufacturing sector remain agile, competitive, and future ready. Hence, to set the stage, I would like to welcome our moderator, Dr. Professor Swati Tripathi ma'am, who is Assistant Professor of OB and HR at IMI Delhi. She holds a PhD from University of Delhi with a strong background in teaching, research, and industry consulting. Her work focuses on personal values and political behavior in organizations. She is dedicated to creating student-centric, discussion-driven learning environment session. We are happy to have you here, ma'am. I would further like to introduce our esteemed panelists for this session. We are delighted to welcome Mr. Sanjay Dave, President, Business Strategy and Excellence at Unisys Pharmaceutical. With over 3 decades of leadership experience across Aditya Birla Group, Adani Group, Intis Pharmaceuticals, Reliance Industries, and Zydus Cadila, Mr. Dave brings deep expertise in business transformation, operational efficiency, change intervention, and building a culture of excellence. A trusted mentor to business leader, he is known for blending strategic foresight with operational discipline to drive sustainable growth and long-term competitiveness. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Sanjay Dave. We are pleased to welcome Mr. Pranaya Karambelkar, Deputy General Manager, Talent Management and Development at RPG Group, an esteemed IMI alumni from 2014 batch. She has previously worked with leading organizations including Kotak and Infosys. With deep expertise in business HR partnering, reward and performance management, and talent management, she has made significant contribution to people process. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Pranaya Karambelkar. We are honored to have Mr. Kapil Mahajan, Senior Vice President and Chief Human Resource Officer at Equus, with over 2 decades of rich experience spanning pharmaceuticals, retail, telecom, and engineering. He has been a strategic architect of talent, enabling organizations to adapt and thrive in dynamic environment. His career includes leadership role at Tata, Reliance, and Aditya Birla. Recognized as HR Leader of the Year by Ether Human Capital Award in 2021. He brings deep expertise in talent management, learning, and organizational development. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Kapil Mahajan. And now welcoming our final panelists, it's our honor to welcome Mr. Yogesh Pawar, Senior General Manager and Head Learning and Development at Mankind Pharma, with 24 years of experience, including last 7 in Mankind. He has led learning, development, recruitment, and sales capability initiative. His career spans leadership roles in training, talent development at Torrent Pharmaceuticals, Max Life Insurance, and Solvay Pharma India. Renowned for building people capability, he has been instrumental in shaping leadership excellence in pharmaceutical and insurance sector. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Yogesh Pawar. Now I would request Swati ma'am to take the discussion forward.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So we are the penultimate panel, I think, day 2. So all of you must be tired, and we are very aware of that. So we will try to make this as conversational, interesting as possible for you. So today's panel focuses specifically on manufacturing sector. L&D you're familiar with, but it differs, and the way it differs, that's what we are going to focus on, and how AI, automation, AR, VR, all of these bring in new kinds of challenges that you as the fresh managers, when you graduate, would have to deal with. So listen carefully. We are going to start by asking the panel members about the industry, the sector that we are focusing in. So what is it about manufacturing sector, and why are we speaking about automation, AI and manufacturing sector together? So a brief on what each of your companies face, when it comes to these topics.
So good afternoon, everyone. I know any session after the lunch is absolutely very painful, but I'm sure I can only assure it to you, the kind of colleagues you see today going to interact with all of you, you will not regret of that, right? And I think you'll be listening the industries which are new age industries. You'll be also getting an understanding about the industries which has at a stage of growth or maturity, and you will also understand that how as in a great India story which is emerging today. It's absolutely privilege and honor to be here today. My name is Kapil Mahachan. I'm a part of the organization called ACUS. Probably I'm 200% sure you've not heard about the organization, and that's what silently we do. Just couple of statistics, and I'm sure you will absolutely feel proud of it. What is the time right now? Absolutely, and you Google it also. All commercial aircraft, which at this particular moment are flying in the sky, roughly will be about 5,500 to 6,000. Each commercial aircraft has a part which has been made in India and made by ACUS. So that's the credential we carry as an organization. Right. We are tier 1 supplier to Airbus. All A320 family, all 737 from Boeing, all A350, A380, all commercial aircrafts today has roughly about 7 to 8% parts made in India today. And that's what, as an organization, we've very strongly been working with Honorable Prime Minister and driving the Atmanirbhar Bharat mission to ensure that this new age industry, when they're looking to mitigate many geopolitical challenges, which I'm sure you must be going through with it, all the concept of mitigating China, which many OEMs are looking forward to be, very strongly we are working with Honorable Prime Minister to ensure that India becomes the most reliable supply chain destination when it comes to the aerospace parts are concerned. So that's what we do as an organization. We belong to an industry called contractual manufacturing. We don't sell anything. We make the parts, we make the products, goes to the OEM, and OEM sells it out. So we are largely into the 3 categories of business. Aerospace is one of them.
Second is the toys. We wanted to make India a second toy destination after China, and all that what is happening in China. Amazing time for a country to, build the toys with a lot of joy. Happy to inform it to you today, 80% of the metal toys across the globe has been manufactured in India today, right? So, so I'm sure that these are the things which will help you to understand how silently India has built up an amazing, amazing manufacturing ecosystem. And that's, we'll absolutely feel proud of it. Very happy to also inform you, Apple 17 will be manufactured in India, Yeah. The production will happen in India, and those are the very, very inspiring things which is happening today. Now coming back to the topics which we have been discussing, this all has been driven not by design, but this all been driven by the business imperatives. So the industry where we operate today, it has the 3 critical success factors. You heard about critical success factors? Yes, no? Yes, no? Principles of management? Yes, no? Yes, no? Yes, okay. You don't answer it, That only will give an understanding that you all are absolutely listening, and that is very important. And why I'm asking it to you, because I'm sure professor and many other amazing professors must be, putting and asking you to put focus on the concept, but we keep relying more on experience. I can tell you, experience is contextual, which works in one context may not work in another context. But if your understanding about the concept is absolutely amazing, that will work in any scenario which you will face in one industry to another industry. So we are driven by the 3 critical success factors. One is an on-time delivery. So there is exactly just in time. The part will not reach before the time, the part will not reach after the time. Because Airbus has to release 1 aircraft on every 12th hour. Right? So I can't make a fuselage and send to them because it will be add cost to the organization. So it's a just in time. So on-time delivery is a critical success factor. The second is the cost. You need to be globally competitive because you're bidding these products based on your competitiveness. And the third is quality, right? So anything which we do in the area of learning and development or skill building, it must impact or create a competitive advantage to me. Either it is on-time delivery, either it is a quality, and either it is a cost. So any intervention which we do, or any investment we do, whether it is through a digital adoption or whether due to applications of the various AI tools which are available today, they are being done to ensure that all 3 critical success factors are the best when we are competing against the best in the world. So that's what is the relevance we have in terms of it. Just wanted to give an understanding, and I'm sure Sanjay ji and other colleagues will spoke about it. The GDP of this country has been driven by manufacturing, right? So the stronger the manufacturing ecosystem which we can create in this country, the more self-reliance will be built up across this organization. So when as the new generation manages the future CEOs, when you are conceptualizing and thinking about your career, please think very, very critically as an opportunity to build the GDP of this country by being a part of amazing manufacturing organizations. Yeah. So these are my initial thoughts, ma'am.
I think Kapilji has talked a lot, and he has given a different vision for the new generation to take it over, the responsibilities of taking further this growth of country. The 3 success factor what he talked about, it is more or less same in any manufacturing industries. See, I have worked in different manufacturing industries like Reliance, Tata, means Reliance, Aditya Birla Group, and then Adani. But more or less, what he talked about, it is same in all manufacturing unit. Timely delivery means one time in full of how we would like to create that culture. Said everybody should be rather thinking in that way. ki entire delivery shall have to be maintained. So for that, the particular A sets of skill level of the people shall have to be brought in development apart. I'll tell you, in pharmaceutical industry right now, I'm with pharmaceutical industry. In pharmaceutical industry, one more factor of quality. The quality factor is, you know better, if the quality of medicine is not been maintained, then what is going to happen? So the quality is the core of the pharmaceutical industry. At the same time, if you would like to sustain ourselves in the international market, then to meet with the requirement of the regulatory authority, because it is keep on changing, all dynamics are changing in a different way, because all competitors are creating that challenges for the industries which is coming up in the India. The industries which are already there in the world since years together, so they are always wanted to maintain their monopoly. To rather surpass this particular challenge, we'll have to create that level of understanding and that level of skill level and that level of strategic thought process in running the business so that we can compete with these people also. I'll give you one small example, not for quoting to everywhere, but for the learning of the people. One of the molecules was developed by multinational company. I'm not giving name, the multinational company, but that molecule, when it is becoming off-patented, then at that time, I think you might not be knowing about generic manufacturing and then the innovator manufacturing process. See, in generic, multiple companies are coming up with that particular molecule. When they started filing, at that time that company came up that my molecule, since 15 years I am selling in the market, it is having a VC09 impurities which is causing cancer, which is a cytotoxic. It is having a impact over your chromosomal aberration. So since 15 years, they have never given a thought of it. After 15 years, at the time when it is genericizing, at that time they came with that particular concept and they started withdrawing from the market. So at the same time, 35 or 40 players, they were wanted to enter inside and they have invested a lot for the development. Then what is going to happen with that development? So to meet with this particular challenge, we'll have to give a different kind of thought process of understanding the challenges to compete in the market. So we are learning. See, traditional learning will help you in building a skill level which is known. But strategic learning, what Kapilji talked about, we'll have to give a thought, strategic thought, which sort of things we are going to face in the nearby future, because ecosystem has been created by the country that we are having a enormous potential. We have created enormous potential of manufacturing capabilities, but it is now up to the next generation which is taking over this responsibility of handling the challenges of the forthcoming, because challenges which we face in our past may not be. See, whatever, it is always a universal truth. What exactly which has taken us from there to here will not help us to take us from here to there. So we'll have to be very conceptually clear what is talked about, that if at all concepts are there, then we can evolve the thought process of growing further. See, there is no thumb rule of learning and development. I'll tell you, see, the TNI, what we are deciding, it is always TNI based on the contemporary requirement of the particular segments. And then we'll have to find it out, the appropriate mechanism and method of meeting that need of the training need identifications. Whatever root cause analysis is the basic, the principle for TNI. And then TNI shall have to be addressed with appropriate process and systems. Then which is best mechanism, it is to be validated. So there are no A type of training is appropriate, B type of training is appropriate, but it changes time by time. Every time will be rather, even we all professionals are also learning which learning process will be made applicable for the people to meet with the requirement of that level of challenges. So yes, I am also feeling honored to be part and parcel of having interaction with the new generation. It is always a beautiful experience or amazing experience to interact with the new generation, and as much as possible, you keep on asking your questions. Definitely that will be the satisfaction from our side to respond it appropriately. Thank you very much.
Hello. Yeah, it's on, right? So first of all, I want to say that I'm extremely delighted being back to the institute. I passed out in 2014 from IMI, doing PGDM in HR, and coming back to this campus is itself, I'm extremely delighted. I was more focused on what am I going to do on the campus more than, what am I going to talk about it at this forum. And also, I'm very happy with the topic that is being chosen. I think it's a very apt topic that, how are we reimagining L&D, especially, with the automation given in the manufacturing sector. So currently, I'm a part of RPG group. I'll give you a bit of context of, what RPG group is. A few of you might have heard of RPG as a, conglomerate. We are a diversified conglomerate with around, operating with 6 sectors and very diversified sectors from tire manufacturing to we have a company in EPC, KC, which is, EPC company. We have pharmaceutical as one of our divisions. We also have tea plantations. So if you look at it, it's, as you can see, it's a very diversified sector, which, comes with its challenges as well and with a set of opportunities that we can leverage. Also, a few of our companies are, like CEAT recently, completed 100 years of its existence. So, as you can see, a very traditional setup as well. While we say it is a traditional company, can we afford to still be traditional in our ways of operating? The answer is pretty evident that we cannot. I think, to understand from the manufacturing, since RPG Group is also predominantly into manufacturing, large, portions of the company are a part of the manufacturing. I'll just give a glimpse of the couple of, digital interventions that are happening in the manufacturing itself. So if you look at CEAT Tires has, as I mentioned, a 100-year-old company now. Last year, we've been awarded as a Lighthouse certification, which is, given by World Economic Forum in partnership with McKinsey. So it's CEAT has been the first tire company in the overall world to be given this certification. And what does this certification mean is, the certification is awarded only to factories which are employing, adopting Industry 4.0 principles, which talk about innovation, which talk about sustainability, and which talk about workforce empowerment. So that's about CEAT. KC, which is an EPC company, a very traditional way of working as well. But we've also created an KC City, which is a metaverse platform, which helps conduct simulations of how what are the different environments of EPC, which brings us closer to the customers as well. So if there is a project that is coming in, we could simulate it in the metaverse, and help the customer also understand what is the scale at which KC can operate. In HML, which is a tea company, agri-tech projects have been running on. So what would be the optimal time at which the tea leaves can be plucked? So these are the different set of projects that RPG Group is driving, and at this point there would be around 50 to 60 such projects, especially when it comes to digital that the group would be doing. And what does it mean for HR and especially the L&D professionals is the way the business is expecting, the skills that the business is expecting from the talent within the organization is changing, and and hence the L&D, from an L&D perspective, how are we building our employees towards that? I mentioned that we've been a traditional company, but our people processes are far more progressive. it's known for its people practices and the different processes. So we talk about employees first and an RPG talent first policy, where what we mean is building talent over buying talent. And if we look at the agility that the business expects and the people policy, they need to go hand in hand. For that, building our employees, which would be very key for us. So how do we drive those? So there are multiple challenges that it possesses. Given a larger group, a diverse set of companies, it comes with its challenges. The key challenges that I see, that I've experienced, and I'm sure the panelists also would have experienced in their respective companies, is, the curriculum which, when a training program has been designed and we deploy such training programs, we have to also see, what's the longevity of it. The curriculum gets revised, how frequently. I think even in academia, that would be a challenge. What was delivered last year, it needs to be relooked at. So L&T has been traditionally operating in a way where the training programs have been, quite standardized. But is that something that we can, have going forward is one of the challenges that we have. The way the content gets consumed, the classroom programs, are they still relevant, or should the focus be, towards bite-sized learning and towards just-in-time learning? And with the overall automation, skills being the center stage, how are we building towards a skills-based learning? So those are the challenges that I see, and it's a very interesting time to be in this function and work towards these challenges as well. I think during this discussion is where we'll also speak about how each challenge, we're trying to address these challenge. But happy to be here, and thank you for hosting me.
I actually, I was so diverted in because of the I think discussion. But I've forgotten to tell you about how many of you also known about Unison Pharmaceuticals Limited. Anybody? Unison Pharmaceuticals Limited. I wanted to rather brief to you is that it was started in 1981 in Gujarat, and in Gujarat with the philosophy of quality with affordability. That was a tagline which was rather adapted, inherited in culture. And because of that reason, when IQVIA started publishing the numbers in Gujarat, where we started operating, it remains number one consecutively since more than 19 years till now. So in terms of selling numbers of pills in the state. So that's how they have reached up to one level of excellence of penetrating in the market in presence of the lot of competitor. But now that they wanted to rather expand their business in regulated market like Europe, UK, Canada, Australia. So the thought change management process is required to be evolved, and that has been done successfully, and we are growing at the rate of more than 45% of the growth rate in the European market. So that's what about the company, and now we are rather diversifying the multiple dosage forms also. Mainly we were in oral dosage. Oral dosage means tablet capsules for manufacturing, R&D and manufacturing. Now we are diversifying in injectables and a lot many other complex transdermals and multiple dosage form. We are rather developing our business, expanding in that dimension also. So the entire the thrust is, as rightly said by the panelists, learning and development is our core, because we are keep on learning, adapting new things, and advancing ourselves to meet with the multiple various challenges of the world which is coming across, because we entered in the regulated market little late than the rest of the competitor. So we'll have to surpass that particular challenge. We'll have to understand that particular part. So we are preparing ourselves with that level of competency, not only skill level, because skill level can be acquired through any of the training, but the competence level that we are rather taking it further, and HR team, our HR team is taking care appropriately, and there is, yes, enormous scope of still the opportunities which is available, and see, as a actually responsible business holder, like pharmaceuticals, very responsible, rather for actually directly it is impacting to the life of the people. So that sort of level of thought process is required to be evolved. And that's what about the Unison Pharmaceutical I just missed to talk about, and I've taken an opportunity to share with you people. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Wonderful. So people are alive right now. Okay. So when I was listening to everyone, thank you very much for giving different perspective. When I was listening to everyone, I was sitting like an student. I was sitting there and I was thinking from that point of view, what they might be thinking. So I was thinking, if I am a student, what would I want? I want that what's happening in the world, tell me. Where should I go? Tell me. Why manufacturing? Why we are talking about L&D? Tell me, right? So I was trying to answer those things. I was reflecting during whatever was happening here, and I was reflecting on my journey. So I worked out of these 25 years, 24 year in front end. Like I was with sales, I was with marketing, and I was doing L&D for sales and marketing. Last 1 year before, I requested my organization to move me to a back-end L&D for corporate, for manufacturing and research center L&D. So that movement has happened. Now I'm correlating why it was in my mind. You see the growth story of Indian businesses, like how it started. So I was reflecting on the company where I'm working currently. How many of you know Mankind Pharma? Most of you. Wonderful. Lot of growth stories of Mankind Pharma in these years, yeah? This company started with just 50 lakh rupees capital and now market cap is 1,25,000 crore. Right? So that's the journey this company had. And then when I was reflecting, it started with sales and marketing only. Manufacturing was not their forte. So maybe 15 years, 13, 14 years before, they were only selling the products, getting manufactured from somewhere else. Now gradually, they have started building up their manufacturing empire also. Now they have more than 33 units, their own manufacturing units. Now why this? If you see the overall landscape, now the world's maximum manufacturing of pharma is happening from China and India. Whether it is Europe or USA, export is happening from here. So India is trying to become a very big manufacturing hub for pharma as well. After China, we are number 2 now in pharma manufacturing, right? There is a huge scope because here it's very, very cost effective in India because labor is very, very cost effective here. So manufacturing is having lot of scope. Now, apart from that, when we are talking about L&D space and we are talking about all new technologies, I would just like to ask, raise your left hand, how many of you are using ChatGPT? Everybody? Achha, how many of you are using more than 3 AI tools? More than 3? Maybe Gamma, maybe different brainstorming tools, and right? More than 3, yeah? Gemini. So see what was happening before 3-4 years. Probably we were not using ChatGPT. We were not using these all tools. Yeah. Now the learning style has changed. We all have come from where to where now. We are using a lot ChatGPT and all, right? How many of you are using for different leadership content and behavioral content, Insta Reels and YouTube channels? YouTube channels for some good content, yeah. We are not going to some we are not going to attend some classes from a big institute for behavioral trainings and all. We are using a lot of clips and micro learning content. Yes or no? Now our pattern also has changed. Speed has become fast because of these tools, right? Similar things are happening all across. And in manufacturing, as sir has talked about 3 levers, which are very, very common everywhere. But in pharma, safety becomes very, very important because it is about patient's life. Every company talks about these 2 levers: quality, affordability, accessibility. However, the compliant and more compliance focused companies have started talking about safety and compliance related things, because compliance is becoming very, very stringent these days in pharma. Anti-counterfeiting and all is becoming very, very important because it's about a life of a human being. So there also a lot of evolution is happening. And it is very, very fast-paced changes which is taking place in manufacturing in pharma per se. Biologics are coming. There are advanced medicines which are coming, and AI plays very, very important role. Research is happening. Just for your information, in last so many years, India could not give any new chemical entity to the world. We are so behind in research. NCE, that is new chemical entity, like कोई भी एक नया मॉलिक्यूल जो इजाद होता है, इंडिया ने नहीं किया है. इंडिया ने अभी तक सिर्फ एक mirror image create कर पाया है. That also has been done by Zydus. In entire India, nobody could do that apart from the vaccine which has happened in COVID time. Yeah. So this is what the current status of research in India for pharmaceutical. All research is being done by eastern part of the world. US, Europe, they all are doing, and we, western part of the world, and we all are just waiting for patent to get over, and we want to copy, and we want to quickly launch. And that's what the status currently is. AI is definitely playing very, very important role even in research centers these days. Lot of agentic AI is being used, lot of custom modules are being created for a lot of analytics and research. There is a huge scope, as we are seeing in our own education world. There is huge scope for AI, huge scope for digital learning, huge scope for micro learning, huge scope for video-based learning, because it makes our life easy. Similar, it is going to happen in even manufacturing world, right? So these are just initial notes from my side. We'll build over this discussion as it goes forward. Thank you.
Thank you to the panelists for setting the tone of the conversation we are going to have further on. So while listening to all of you, this question popped into my mind. What I'm hearing is that pharmaceutical sector is probably one of the only sectors that has to have this trade-off between routinization, jobs that are too predictable, you have to do them day in, day out, versus creativity and innovation. So you, at the top of the organization, probably the demands and the pressures of the sector and the country are such, and the competition as well as such, that you have to constantly create new things. While at the lower levels of the organization, you have to train people for one kind of job, right? So how does manufacturing sectors and your companies specifically handle this kind of trade-off between creativity, innovation versus jobs that can get very boring, routinization? Anybody can,
Yeah, I'll take this. Yeah. So see, in manufacturing per se, though there is a routinization, though there is a monotony of the things which is happening, still there are many things which are instantly you need to respond. Like there are a lot of places where problem solving is required to be done. Lot of places. Like suddenly something will happen, some new problem will come. You need that creativity to solve that. You need that collaboration to interact with different particular departments. Like if somebody is at the manufacturing floor, there are some quality issue which has come. There are multiple departments in the team. Like there is a quality department, right? Then there are departments which are following standard procedures. Like they are following GMP practices, GLP practices. So you need to collaborate with those people. Now, how you bring that environment of collaboration, how you bring that newness in the environment where people are very, very open to interact with each other. What do you do as far as learning is concerned innovatively, so that people find those helping tools around. For example, if I need SOP, in one of our USFD approved plan where we had some money to invest in, we have created dashboards, checklist boards, where if he is forgetting some step, he will just click and he will get that these are the steps I need to follow, right? So these are some innovative things where you are trying to make those routine also look little digitized, little more innovative, at the same time tech savvy. So that can be done and that is happening. It only depends that it only depends on the appetite of the organization, that where how much they want to invest. So it depends on even that business factor also, that this is my plant which is yielding good result, here I can invest a bit. So some innovative things I'll do there, right? So that is very, very contextual. It is again in the business decisions. Accordingly, people take decisions and it is happening there. However, there are few units where maybe organizations not thinking to scale it, those particular areas, their profitability is not there, or maybe you are not supplying those medicines to European market or US market. In Indian market you are supplying and you are okay with whatever is happening. Gradually there also it will come, because now whatever has happened in US and European market, in India also regulation is becoming little stringent, and gradually those things will come. So there is a huge scope to bring those all innovative things in other plants also. Yeah.
So I just give you an analogy. So you ask a question to yourself why you are doing a training, right? And you will get multiple answers, right? Because you are in a job, so you need to ensure that training happens. There are employees, you want them to keep training so that their scale improves, and as their scale improves, their proficiency improves. They do add value to the work which they have been doing, so their efficiency improves, right? But at the end of the day, anything you invest will have an implication on the last product, right? So any part which you are making or any product you are making, it will have that component of that cost, right? It's very, very important from a thought leadership perspective, or as a very new generation, learning and development leadership perspective. You need to keep asking this question: am I creating more talent than what is required, or I am just still doing a slow cycling? You know slow cycling? Yeah. So you are there. It's a spot jogging. So you need to ensure that there will be certain role in the organization which need to be continuously keep improving, because those roles do add value in terms of efficiency of it. And you need to continuously keep looking where the mudda is, where the meat is, and how can I ensure that that meat do not add cost to the organization, right? And that's very, very important. I think this is something which will come to you as a head-on challenge as soon as you join the organization. So they will start asking it to you, can you identify where the meat is? And you need to fix it up with all that processes, which all of us probably are talking about it, right? So which skill need to be improved? What proficiency level need to be improved? Till what level it need to be improved? And then how it need to be ensured about it. I give you an example. The average age of network of an employee in Airbus is 22 years. 22 years this person is doing same job diligently with complete passion without any anticipation. Why? Because that's where his proficiency to manage the most complex and critical part comes in picture, right? So use this analogy called performance. So all you are doing it only to get a performance. Yes, no? Yes, no? Yeah. So you are looking for performance. You're not looking for learning hours. You're not looking for learning mandates. You're not looking for how many people have got a technical training, how many people got for leadership training. You're not looking for that. You're looking for performance. Hardcore truth, right? What is performance? So performance has two derivatives. One is competence
And second is commitment. Nothing beyond of it. And you can check within yourself also when you were at peak of your performance, your competence was absolutely at the peak in that task, and your commitment to do that work was absolutely on the task. So what is competence? Again, it has two derivatives. One is knowledge and second is skill. I must know what I need to know for doing this work. That's a knowledge. And I must practice that knowledge in real application so that it becomes my skill. So that's a competence. So ask a question to yourself, have I given that knowledge which a person required to perform a job? Have I created that situation or environment where the person is frequently apply that knowledge to convert into that skill? So once you have done that, go to commitment. Now commitment also has two derivatives. One is a motivation and second is confidence. What is the motivation to do that work? Create those environment and factors which inspire a person to do that job. And what is the confidence? The confidence is, boss, you do. I'm standing with you. If you fail, don't worry. We can still have a cushion to absorb your failure. Yeah? So when you create confidence and when you create motivation for an individual, your competence amplify the outcomes. And when the competence amplify the combination of commitment, I think that's where the performance comes. And that's where nobody asks you what is an ROI of your investment. Yeah? Yes, no? So when you're reading it and when you are studying in the class, keep asking this question. Is this action of me is either improving the confidence, commitment, or either it is improving the competence? And if you're not doing any one of them, then it is good to have a training. Good 4 or 5 days of enjoyment leads nothing outcome. And organizations cannot afford that because it also had a cost to the last product which you deliver to the customers, right? So look from that particular perspective. Every training has to be thought through. Every knowledge sharing has to be thought through. Nothing is free. Nothing is free, right? And don't create a culture where everything is free, because then it is not translating into the performance. Look from, and that's a new generation. Ask from each one of you in the organization today. Yeah.
Rightly said. What exactly is the need is to create value of any of the activities. Whatever activities we are doing in the organization, if we are not create value out of that, then there will not be any use. In previous years, when I joined in HR, before 33 years, during those days, training were considered as a training hours. How many hours we are rather investing for the training? Now the concept has changed. What is the training effectiveness? How much effective training we are giving to our segment wherever it has been identified? Effectiveness means how much we have converted the learning hours or investing or any of the resources which we are investing in the organization, how much out of that we have converted in the values. What Kapilji said about that is end product. What exactly added in the end value of out of this training? So L&D environment is now evolving around competence, what he talked about, skill, knowledge, and attitude, all three combining build on the competency of an individual. Out of these three, two can be measured tangibly, but the attitude, to measure attitude, are we having any direct tool we can calculate the attitude of an individual? No. There are scales, various scales, because every individuals are different. every rather every human beings is having their own different evolution process, upbringing process. So their composition is different. So attitude is need to be addressed when we first of all achieve one level of skill level or knowledge level of the requirement. Then if we are not having that attitude to execute, then we'll not be able to get a result which we know, we want. What you talk about, if your boss is allowed to think in that way, how much we are giving them the opportunity to develop themselves and think with that particular creativity. At the same time, so one level up training is also required to the managers who are becoming manager, how to manage the people who are rather working under his guidance and competence. So that is also required to be addressed. So yes, we'll have to think with the perspective of creating value. So in L&D, we'll have to identify how much we can rather allocate to the automation, AI, or how much we can rather accommodate to the direct training, which is not based on the systems and processes, and which should not be the counting and not adding values. So wherever we can use AI or any automation, we'll have to identify that area, and we can rather start rather involving that based on the cost which is permissible for the organization. Like I'll give you the few of the actually advancement which is happening in during previous years. The main manufacturing unit, BMR, batch manufacturing records, has been written by the people, and there were chances of committing mistakes. Around 40, 50 or 200 pages of batch manufacturing records were rather required to be written down by the people, and there were huge n numbers of chances of committing mistakes because contemporary it is required to be written down on the basis of the quality requirement. So now the concept came up that eBMR. So real-time record electronically it can be rather enrolled inside, and now EBMRs have reduced the possibilities of mistakes by the human beings. But now that I think one more stage of intervention is coming, how to use EBMR so that we will not commit mistakes in maintaining the consistency of the process. So likewise, every stage is on the basis of the requirement. We'll have to think with that perspective of creating values, how much values we are creating out of any of the L&D intervention we are proposing, or we are observing, or we are administering.
Thank you, sir. So we are running the danger of paucity of time. So my last question will be for Pradnya. I was listening to Kapil sir, Sanjay sir, and Yogesh sir, and they were talking about the evolution of L&D and how L&D started as something long time ago as something mandatory. You have to do it every 6 months, and that's about it. That was the rule. Sometimes even used as punishment. You have poor performance, go take some training, come back, improve yourself, come back then, and then we'll see how your performance is. But today L&D's role is very different. We're talking about very complex concepts like digital literacy, skill transfer, upskilling, rehabilitating employees who have been replaced because of AI automation, and where does L&D come in there? So Pradanya, what's your view on this? What is the job of L&D here, as a process that has taken a very tough journey and reached here where it is such a powerful tool for an organization to create empowered employees? And what is the role of AI and automation in this journey?
Sure. So there is no denying that the role of L&D has evolved, or rather needs to further evolve. So training need analysis or training need identification has been the predominant way in which L&D is operated. I think that stays the foundation stays of training need analysis, but how do we conduct that? How do we defer that from just focusing on training and not miss out on capability development. So these two terms, while you'd hear this in MBA and also in the corporate, they are very two different things. Training talks about skilling your employees for the skills for today. Capability building talks about creating an ecosystem of building about change, building about transformation, and that's where L&D should be focusing on building those transformation. Should look beyond just the trainings, but also on the culture building aspect of it. I'll quote example from RPG group. I mean, CET itself. I've worked in CET for a longer time, and hence my examples would be a little more from CET context. So with this lighthouse certification that I spoke about, what happened was a lot of those operator touch points on the shop floor got digitized. So what does this mean for the shop floor operator now? Does this job go redundant? Not, to be very honest. What we did was we reskilled those employees. We reskilled our operators. So now they've been trained on how do we monitor those systems. So we're training those shop floor employees on those skills of understanding digital tools. How do we use those digital tools? And this is about the training part of it. L&D focuses also on the culture part of it. So culture of innovation is something that we try to bring. I would want to focus more on the shop floor because it's far more relatable there. Innovation for management folks, there are multiple avenues to do that. But when a shop floor operator is also thinking about what is my job doing next. So what we did was we created small hackathons. This is a concept mostly in IT industry. But what we did is we got those hackathons to the shop floor called as Sparsh circles. So since the operator is closer to the machine, they know the machine far more than what the management employee would know. They know the problems of the machine far more. So we created those Sparsh circles where those operators can come together. They've been given a challenge of, what is it that comes, in terms of digital problem. And they're working together in, solving those problems as well. So that's where even the previous question of yours, the creativity part of it, while they're expected to do this routine work, this is how we are trying to build in some bit of creativity and innovation, while they are also working. When it comes to management, we've recently, I think not even recently now, it's been 1.5 years back where we launched a digital academy. Now the idea of bringing digital academy was to overall uplift the digital acumen of the employees. There is no waiting for tomorrow to see what are the new technologies that are going to come in. So we approached a very T-shaped approach where at a horizontal level was where we brought in awareness. So we launched it on a digital platform, Percipio, that we've created, where the first level of it was the horizontal part of it's focused on creating awareness, basically introducing the new concepts. We focused on 5 to 6 concepts. One was AI, ML, generative AI, spatial technologies of VR and AR being used, design thinking, blockchain. Those are the key focuses that we had for driving this academy. So there was one level of, creating that awareness, introducing those concepts, creating that acceptance within the employees of having those concepts, and also to some level making their mind open to it. Now, on the vertical side of it, what we covered here around 9,000 employees, from this digital learning, bite-sized learning. We've curated those along with the business, making those examples very relevant to the employees so that they also are more excited to do it. So that is more on the awareness part of it. Going in depth is where, the second level of it was, where we focused on practice. That's where some bit of classroom trainings also came in. So blended approach is what we used here. Classroom programs where they learned hands-on. We, key people who would be, responsible for driving digital, or automation AI in their functions. We chose, around 1 to 2% of our employees for those training programs. They had hands-on experience. At the end of the program, that was a program which had the highest NPS, of all the programs that we did. So at the end of the program, the participant would have gone back creating their own chatbot as well, creating their own bot and RPA. So they understood how real things could be. So we made those very experiential learning and attached a use case to it. And the next part of it was the implementation. So now the next is where we expect them to also drive it in their own functions. So everybody who underwent that training was responsible to take up a project in their function, in their specific company, to drive the project. For example, enterprise knowledge management. An employee leaves the organization, takes away the tacit knowledge of the organization. How can we bring in digital tools, LLM and other tools to, help, build that knowledge, have that knowledge remain with us. So those are the different ways in which we are, addressing building that acumen as well. At the same time, uplifting our employees' skills as well.
Thank you, Pradanya. Um, So, what we can gather from this fantastic discussion is that we don't have to be scared of change, of AI, of automation. The organizations are constantly working on their toes to make sure that they adapt as quickly as the changes are happening. And I feel very confident, your generation is that much knowledgeable about AI. You're almost born into this, except not us. We had to adapt to it and we are failing. At least I am, quite nicely. But you guys, you have prepared yourself, you are preparing yourself. And when you move on to working, with giants like these, you hopefully will be much better prepared to work in an environment that is this fast moving. With that note, do we have any questions for our panelists?
Hi, glad to see the rich experience sitting over here. So myself Vishal, I have a question with Yogesh sir. So I have being myself as a healthcare professional, I have worked into several hospitals as well. I have seen mankind working, right? How actually they guys work, especially into salespeople. I have seen RSMs, ZSMs, ASMs, how the kind of dedication they have into the sales. I have seen them actually putting that kind of dedication, having lunches on roads as well. So these kind of inspiration that we used to gather from these people, our managers used to quotas like, if you want to learn the sales and marketing and understand from the pharmaceutical salespeople. So what is the core values? Is it like inspirations like only salary? Is it the incentive, or is it the core values that mankind has been able to transform into the people, into the sales team? I just want to understand that thing. What makes them different?
Okay. So wonderful. So that's what we are proud of, that the culture of the organization is like that. It's a culture, and culture is a very big word, which is all put together, total sum of many effort from everywhere. And generally culture floats from top to bottom, right? So top has a very strong feeling that people are very important for us. Profit sharing is a model in mankind. So usually in pharma sectors, there is a capping over incentive which someone can earn. Mankind is a very different incentive structure, where it's basis on the philosophy of profit sharing. So you do whatever number of you want to add in your business achievement, similar proportion you will get the incentive. So they feel like they're a partner to the business and they are not just an employee. And we repeatedly talk about the same philosophy, that they are the owners of the organization in their particular area. So they are mankind if they are working in Cuttack, he is the mankind in Cuttack. Whatever amount of business though you want to generate, you generate. And the another thing is kind of a respect which they get. The kind of a language which is being used, the kind of a respect which is being given to each and every employee in the organization is very different. And in fact, owner is very vigilant about it. That and he is so much vigilant, and that he will every day he will be connecting with top leadership, maybe through WhatsApp, maybe through his messages. So he's infusing that kind of a culture to respect people within the organization. Apart from that, see, money is the biggest motivation.
Right.
All said and done, everybody wants to come to any private sector just to earn huge money. Money problem is solved by making them partner. Another thing, people want to earn money with a lot of respect. Second thing is also solved. Third thing is, everybody wants that, what is my future here? So here, a lot of learning and development initiatives are being done to develop them for next level. And most of the means that has been an example which has been set, that when they started the organization, the next division they launched only to give opportunity to their internal people. That was the philosophy with which they grew. And now also internally only they are promoting most of their people. So it's holistically a total sum of many things, but basic core philosophy is people are very important for us.
Excellent strategy, sir. Thank you.
Hello, sir. My question is, uh, like job hopping has increased in these days, in these recent years. So, when a person hops from a job, we need to train a new person again. So, how does in the pharmaceutical industry, how is it difficult to solve this problem?
See, yes, it is a problem nowadays because of the numbers of the opportunities are keep on increasing for them to hop for the job, and for that particular purpose, I think few of the industries in the Ahmedabad, in and around Ahmedabad, they have rather created no poaching agreement, like sort of thing, so that people will not be taking up people, so that the people who would like to change their job for the sake of increasing their salary, anything, they will not be able to do. But at the same time, as an industrialist, we are not having we are not a part and parcel of that particular job hopping means no poaching agreement. But then also we are able to maintain the lowest level of the attrition. I'll tell you with the proud, like talked about mankind in sales of Gujarat team, there is less than 1% of attrition, which is we are maintaining since more than 44 years. Less than 1% of attrition. That means what? It can be done. It can be done in recent scenario also. In sales team, I'm talking about. In the sales team, yes, the attrition rate is more or less 15 to 20% is normal in everywhere. But we were maintaining less than 1%. That is one part. But at the same time, we'll have to introspect ourselves. Why people are thinking to change a job. So that sort of evaluation is required to be rather taken care by. That is a role of HR. The role of rather HR in the investigating why people are changing. If we are rather able to identify that particular part, we can minimize that possibilities. If they are going for the opportunity, if we are not able to create that ecosystem where they will feel that they will not be able to grow here, then that ecosystem shall have to be evolved appropriately. So yes, salary is the one of the part which is happening, but at the same time we'll have to evolve uniformity or of competency and salary shall have to be at par than the rest of opportunity which is available outside world. But at the same time, one part is required to be taken care by the HR professional which is coming right now. You people are rather taking over this responsibility. One part is that to create belongingness, like mankind has created belongingness by creating that ecosystem. Belongingness creation is the basic bare minimum requirement. And second part is create ownership. There are no injection available, but we'll have to create that environment within that organization. Likewise, I'll tell you, what we have done it. If everybody should be rather feeling that we are part and parcel of the growth journey of the company. So everybody is being given with now new generation has taken over. So on mobile they can give us suggestions. On mobile they can appreciate everybody. That sort of system has been created so that they will feel whatever they are suggesting, suggestion systems where whatever they are suggesting, they should be rewarded appropriately, and that sort of identification is being given to the people. That sort of environment is to be created so that people will think that they are the worthful part and parcel of this company, and their growth is also been taken care along with the growth of the company. If we'll be able to take care, then definitely that attrition will not rather keep on increasing. But at the same time, one more things which pharmaceutical industry is taking care, that we are more becoming system driven, so that the less numbers of the training is required to be inculcated. So that if I talk to you about the EBMR like that, if we have enrolled most of the processes of the quality control systems, which is been now taken care by the system. So everybody shall have to do whatever is been written and whatever is been rather defined for the people. So system, we are becoming now system driven. Yes, this problem is there. We are facing this problem. To overcome these problems, we have now adopted certain processes and systems so that less numbers of human intervention will require, so the change will not impact the business.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, panelists, for such a wonderful session. The in-depth discussion has left us with kindling thoughts on importance of adaptation, and the insights shared today have the potential to reshape our understanding and approach. Now, I would like to invite Swati ma'am to felicitate the respective panelists with token of appreciation. Please welcome Mr. Sanjay Dave. Please welcome Ms. Pradnaya Karambelkar. Please welcome Mr. Kapil Mahajan. Please welcome Mr. Yogesh Pawar. Now I would like to invite our senior team member Mrigna to felicitate Swati ma'am. Thank you so much, panelists, for making this session so interactive. I request all the panelists to proceed for high tea. I would request for a group photograph.
Hopefully, this remain a meaningful discussion. Yes. Thank you. Thank you for being a wonderful participant. And I am really delighted to be a part and parcel of another interaction with you people. Thank you.
Now we'll be having a short break, following which panel 4 shall commence. Thank you. Welcome everyone. I, Purvi Bharadwaj, member of Executive Education Committee, would like to introduce the last panel discussion for the event, which will revolve around transforming learning and development in service industry, aligning capability, compliance, and career growth. This panel will explore how service sector is reimagining learning and development to move beyond compliance and drive capability and career growth. In dynamic service industry, learning and development is no longer peripheral function. It's a strategic drive for building resilient, agile workforce that can adapt to rapid technology shift, evolving customer expectation, and need for continuous skill development. This approach enables service-based organization to meet immediate operation needs while proactively developing capability requirement for future growth. Now, I would like to welcome our moderator, Professor Dr. Irfan Rizvi, sir. Sure, sir. So now I would like to introduce our esteemed panelists for this session. We are delighted to welcome Mr. Paras Goel, who is the global seasoned HR professional in talent development and has extensive experience supporting leader and team at Boston Consulting Group. He has over 20 years of rich corporate experience leading global team performance coaching for client-facing case team at BCG. His professional journey also introduced impact stints at McKinsey and Company and Evolucer. An MBA graduate from MIT University, Mr. Goel is widely recognized for combining sharp business acumen with a deep commitment to people and performance. Please give a round of applause to Mr. Goel. I would request you, sir, to join the stage, please. We are pleased to welcome Mr. Sekhar R., Head HR at Sundaram Finance Limited, with over 3 decades of distinguished experience. He has been associated with Sundaram Group since 2003. Prior to joining the Sundaram Group, he was associated with Tractor and Farm Equipment Limited, Asian Paints, and Fenner India Limited. Known for his people-first approach, Mr. Sekhar has played a defining role in shaping talent strategy and organization culture. Please give a round of applause for Mr. Sekhar. We are now delighted to welcome Ms. Harira Mohsin, Associate Director, Learning Solution Architect at Cognizant. With over 2 decades of multifaceted experience in IT, service, and learning and development, she has proven track record in shaping talent and leadership capabilities. Beginning her career as a software engineer at Trans Consulting, she has since grown into seasoned leader in learning strategy and people development. She is passionate about generating AI as led initiative to design cutting-edge learning solutions that were tailored to align with organization goal and significantly enhance workforce competency. Please give a round of applause for Ms. Hajira. We are delighted to welcome Ms. Arpita Shankar. She leads learning and development at Experian India, bringing a unique blend of B2B marketing, HR, and a program management experience to her role. With over a decade of experience across organizations like Network 18, Media and Investment, and Infosys, Arpita's journey from content writing to learning and development showcase her ability and innovative approach. An MBA graduate from and formal learning consultant at IISD, she is passionate about fostering growth and building future-ready workforce through creativity, impactful learning strategy that leverage her diverse professional background. Please give a round of applause for Ms. Arpita. Now I would like to welcome Professor Dr. Irfan Rizvi.
Introduce myself to you.
Right, sir. Sure, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Over to you.
Wonderful. Thank you. I mean, there is nothing she is going to say that I do not know about myself, and you guys know me jolly well. Okay. Welcome. Thank you very much for coming over for this discussion, and I see absolutely stunning looking people in front of me, suited and booted. Wonderful. Good to see you in that shape. We have been discussing about the session, and general feeling not only amongst the speakers, also amongst the audience, is that 60 minutes is too short. You know, you want to have more. Ye dil mange more. So we have decided that we'll extend it by 15 minutes, not 3 hours, 15 minutes, okay? And so that we do justice. Because do remember, all these people have flown from various places. You know, I think all of you are out of towners, right? You know, barring Paras, who is Gurgaon, out of town again. And so, for example, Hajra has flown from Bangalore, Shekhar from Chennai, and Arpita from Mumbai again. And since they have taken so much of effort to be here, just to listen to them for 15 minutes doesn't make sense. All right? So, the theme that has been selected for us or for the session is very interesting. You had a session related to it on the manufacturing side of it. We have this one on the service. And you do understand that service is the bread and butter of Indian economy. And most of you would be joining service organizations. So I'm sure all the other sessions have been very relevant and important for you, but this one is more so. And you would find some excellent bunch of people, because I was interacting with them, very bright and very capable, and average experience is Shekhar, 22 years in one company. Hajra, again, 20 years in one company. And Arpita has been there in a company. She's just joined. And of course, our friend, I keep forgetting names. Paras. Paras has been there with BCG for how long? 14 years. So you see, you want to success in life, stay around. You know, if you are looking for real growth. So our topic was, you know, as you see over there, is transforming L&D in the service industry, aligning capability, compliance, and career growth. When we were discussing, we realized that any L&D effort has to align capability with organizational goals. Compliance is something which is again pure vanilla. It has to be done, and career growth is something which every employee is looking forward to. So we thought that since all this is the topic per se, is what L&D in any case does, so let's try to tweak the topic in a manner where we talk about something different, so that we can take you at a different level. So we have changed the topic to contemporary and emerging employee learning and development practices, so that you get to hear from these practitioners as to what is actually happening now and how do they see things panning out in future. So learning development, 2 minutes on this, okay? When we talk about employee development, in order to be able to perform, an employee needs 3 things, what I call KSA: certain knowledge, certain skills, and certain attitudes, okay? I don't have to elaborate upon them, you know it jolly well. Now, all these things combined together make an employee, any person, what we call acquire competency. Competency is knowledge, skills, and attitudes reflected in behavior. Okay? So you may know a lot, you may be very skilled, but if you're not practicing it, then that knowledge, that learning is absolutely useless. It has to be reflected in your work behavior or anything that you have learned. So I was thinking of examples of this, but I'm not going to, because you are all wise people to understand. So there are loads of things happening today in the corporate world or any world in terms of learning. And so there are skill-based and competency-driven learning happening, employee-centered and hyper-personalized learning, AI and machine learning, which you are familiar with. All of you use AI in submitting your reports, etc. And it's a tough task to really find out as to this work is done by you or an artificial intelligence. Then we have all kinds of other things happening: micro-learning, social and collaborative learning, gamification, augmented and virtual reality, mentoring, coaching, and so on. So there are certain practices that are there, but I would not take your time, okay? And your time and their time, let's listen to them. And therefore, what we would do is that it's 15:49, am I right? It's already gone so much. Oops, I did not take that time. So what we would do is that the format, as we had discussed, that we would invite people, and we can speak from there. There are mics over there. And and then shoot a question to you, and then you share your point of view on that. And then this is how we would proceed, very organically and so forth. And I assure you, if you pay attention to them, there is so much to learn, because I interacted with some of them yesterday and today. It's tremendous knowledge going on. And somewhere, Paras, I would also like you to take about a minute to talk about what you do in your team coaching, because that's something which could be very, very relevant to you. And any specific practice that you follow in your organization, we would be happy to look into that. So my first question I would put before the panel is, what are some of the current L&D practices you are using in your organization? Okay, and the request is, hit the nail on its head. Let's be very, very precise. Please go ahead. Anyone? Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, everyone. It's very, thank you so much, Dr. Rizvi, for steering up the conversation. And it's really happy to look at and address this, our future leaders, I can call. So very happy to be here. Thank you so much. Very interesting combination question that Dr. Rizvi asked. How do we learn? And there, I'm sure, all this while you've been learning in some form or the other. The same practices are going on. We've seen a lot of transformations that is happening from old school thoughts to the new school learning what we are doing. So I would like to call out some of the main strategies that we are adopting in my organization I can talk about. Yeah, as you know, and we have also talked about AI. AI is ruling the world, and it will for some time or even more. So we've adopted learning strategies with AI. We've started with AI tools to understand the skill gap analysis. What skill gap do we have in order for what our engineers or what our employees have learned in their school academics, to the point they even would have done some offline-based learning, certifications and all that. So they would have recorded in a system. We capture all of this in our system, and we do a skill gap-based analysis. So based on that, what we do is we create hyper-personalized pathways, like Dr. Rizvi just said, which is based on your data, personalized data, specifically only to be tuned for your needs, and as well as we keep client needs in the mind, which perfectly blends together, saying that this is what we have as the input, and we have to train them, turn them into a seasoned professional by using all of these techniques, so that they are placed in our client demands well. So this is what is happening. And second thing is, third thing that I want to talk about is, since data is very, very important, what we want to bring in to the table is, we have loads of data. We have, I think more than our managers, the AI tool knows the person well, and I don't know what to call it. It's invasion of privacy, or it is a good thing for you. I don't know what to call really. But yeah, we have a lot of data. So we want to use, instead of LMS, learning management system, we want to create learning experience platforms, so that you get experience learning experience in such a way that the memory, I mean, the learning what you're doing is there in your long-term memory. I'm sure you would have heard about Ebbinghaus' forgetting curve, because what we have is, according to the theory, within 24 hours of the time you have learned anything, you forget 70% of the problem or the training you would have got, you will forget within 24 hours. So in order to combat that, we want to create the learning experience which stays with you for a long time. So I want to,
First of all, thank you so much for having this great opportunity, Dr. Rizvi. So I think in terms of the best practices at the corporate level, what is really happening is, as she mentioned about, personalization is one of the key aspects which is really emerging. And gone are the days, 20 years back, when you used to hire leaders from corporates, we have to boot camp and then we have to go through different trainings. Nowadays, this use of AI, you put in your classes, you go on the laptop, do some of the courses, and you're done. I think the real aspect which is changing is how you are applying the skills from day one itself. And Professor Rizvi talked about the knowledge. Believe me, these days it's not about knowledge. Knowledge is like on your fingertips all the time. The sense is how you can use the skills which are essential. So in consulting, problem-solving skills are the most critical skills to be successful as a consultant, right? You read 2 books, you know the basics of problem solving. But the idea is really how you apply in the current team, current context, current situation which is on the job. So when that happens, for the first year, of course, you get the basics of that. But the key essence I just want to leave with is about, it's a learning journey which is very, very important now. For me, the way I'm learning consulting can take maybe 12 months. For someone like you, it may take 6 months. So how you guys supporting the learning journey as they are becoming smart, intelligent, relevant consultant? So keeping that in mind, we create journeys for them. You want to go at speed of 80 kilometers per hour, you go with that. You want to go at 40, go with that. It's not about you have to do and achieve a milestone. The idea is to make you equip whenever you need it and whenever you are ready for that. So I think that's the biggest shift which I could like to highlight in today's world.
Good evening. Thank you so much for patiently coming and sitting here for a long time. I think you have been coming up and down for some time. I represent Sundar Finance. It's a 70-plus-year-old organization. So we are known for 2 things. One is customer service and people-first approach. Right? For customers, we do anything and everything, anytime. Even if somebody calls us at middle of the night, one of our executives will be there and ensure that everything is taken care of. So in terms of learning and development, we follow a blended approach. So just give you a little bit of background about us. We provide loans. We love vehicles with more wheels, right? So we provide loans for everything. We have around 7,500 people operating from 700 plus locations. Our 60% of our population is about 10 years of experience with us. So we have only 20% of population which is less than 3 years, right? But the challenges what we will have over a period of time will be multifold. So we started looking at that. In terms of learning and development, we have a blended approach. We have a strong curriculum system. Right? We are a little bit different from others. We follow whatever Dr. Rizvi said. All the AI tools, to LMS, to everything, whatever we are talking about, everything we have. But the curriculum system is something that's very, very strong with us. The seniors take responsibility of training all the people in their team, and that's the model which works for us very well. And we make sure that that continued. We are one of the few organizations, I think, in the industry. We call the new joiners 5 days to head office. We spend enough time to just make sure that they settle down very well. that's our strongest foundation for the new joiners. And if I tell you the numbers what we have, our attrition is less than 7% for decades. We'll continue to have. Right? Our retention ratio is one of the best in the industry, and that should continue. So that's one of the biggest responsibilities I carry to make sure that we retain as many people as possible and continue the legacy what our leaders and seniors did it for 70 plus years, and hand over this mantle to someone who will continue for years together. Right? We have an LMS. We have a I was just telling the panelists some time back, we have a online platform where people register voluntarily for exams every month, even before the office starts. Personally come and write exams. People like drivers who completed courses with 95 plus. Our pass percentage is 95%. If somebody has not scored 95%, we don't call them as cleared the exam. That's a kind of approach which we follow. We have coaching, mentoring for senior leaders, but we strongly follow competency-based, role-based training models. We have created ladders to make sure that everyone learns both domain and behavioral. It's not a 1 day, 2 day program. It's generally a 6 months to 1.5 years intervention for any role. So that's a long journey. I'll just cover it a little later, just to give you a glimpse of it. So this is what we do in Sundar Finance.
It's an honor to be addressing such brilliant minds and future leaders. Thank you so much for having us, Dr. Rizvi, and the IMI team as well. So in Experian, we have a lot of world-class learning and development solution because we are a data and analytics company and a credit bureau. So being in analytics, the kind of churn that we have, the kind of demand that we have, and the kind of data that we process is in billions. So we have to be really agile in learning, and we have all the best platforms. Like we have AI-based leadership coaching, which is a one-on-one coaching that happens to leaders because we have a lot of millennial managers and Gen Zs who are managers, and they prefer a very to the point. They do not wait for a mentor to go schedule a session and then do a session. But what they want is instant advice on their tablets, on their gadgets. So that's what we cater to. AI-based coaching or leadership coaching is one of the flagship products, and which is a huge success. We have close to 88% usage within Experian globally, not just India. And apart from that, we have a lot of gamified platforms too, like something like your social media platform. We publish leaderboards. We keep showcasing that, you've dropped these points. Anything that your social media platforms like Instagram, your Facebook uses, we use the same technique, something like Duolingo uses. We have Global Careers Week, we do it, and then we ensure that people are hooked on, but you come back because there's a dopamine effect that happens in your brain. You are instigated to come back, but in a good way, not for your social media addiction. So we are trying to convert the social media addiction to something positive, something like a gamified platform.
Thank you very much. This was the opening remarks that everyone made. Now we'll get into some kind of a very rapid movement in terms of maybe 2-sentence answers of that kind. And my first question in this space is, you're representing almost the similar industry, the service industry, but different organizations. Can you identify for us 3 critical skills that anyone sitting over here should acquire to be able to do well in your kind of an organizations? All right? 3 critical skills. As Shekhar very rightly said, that knowledge is on the fingertips. You just got to Google it, and there are so many avenues you can get that. But the skill part is kind of a little tricky. And then I will follow this question of mine with, and giving you a heads up in terms of how do you build the attitude? Because that's the most tricky part. Okay? Attitude decides the altitude, as they say it. So let's take the first one. 3 critical skills that you feel that any executive in your organization need to have to succeed. Anyone?
So I think I'll go first.
Sure.
I will only talk about 3 skills. The first one being culture fit. it doesn't matter if you are the smartest or the brightest, if you are not a culture fit. And I think that's a big red flag, at least in experience. We definitely would not hire somebody who's not a culture fit. And the second most important thing is critical thinking. So critical thinking, when I say, all of us have the same AI tools and the same prompting techniques, but if you do not know what to do with that data, I think that data is of no use. So second thing would be critical skills, and the third one would be adaptability and being agile. Because the knowledge that you have today is no longer relevant tomorrow. So it's very important that you are continuously adapting and you're on your feet and have continuous learning.
Thank you very much, Arpita. Next.
I would like to add to what Arpita said. One thing that I think kind of relates is the growth mindset. We should also know that we cannot be stagnant. We have to continuously evolve. So growth mindset is something which will take you to places. That's one for me. The second thing is I am an engineer, technical person, so I like to keep in touch with the technical trends that is coming in. Gen AI is a latest trend, but some other trends might just fall in. So you need to follow the trend. You will follow your. That is my passion, and that keeps me going. The third thing is any kind of a soft skills that I can think about, right? Problem solving abilities, critical thinking, all of these come into picture. So being empathetic and all that. So that is what I can add to.
Thank you.
I would say in a different manner. I think there are three skills which are essential is people skill, and people skill. Let me double click on that. So pick up any leader in the world that you admire in business. I believe they are not successful because they know something which other people don't know. End of the day, it's the ability to work with a team. That's the first element of people skill. You have to work with a team end of the day, right? So your skills to being good with interpersonal skills is the first people element. Second people element, I call it being agile. You work with different personality. Being aggressive to soft spoken. You have to learn your way how to work with these people across. And third, people skill is about your resilience. Believe me, the world is becoming more challenging. It's the way it is. And I have seen that this skill is getting more and more critical for the future leaders. So I think in nutshell, people skill I'll always put on the top. And of course, I can talk more about it, but that's something.
So for us, there are three things which I can just talk about. One is, like Arpita said, culture fit, because we are a 71 plus years of organization, so we'd love to just have that. Willingness to learn and grow with us. We are marathon runners. We would like to have people who will join us and retire with us. So, and we will give them all the career paths within the organization and the group. So we have all the possibilities to do that. The third one is, which we are very, very clear, is the attitude. That's very important, especially for a service industry. The customers first and people first. If they are willing to just look at it, and we'll look at them for multiple. When we recruit someone, we will not look at one role. We'll look at what are all the possible roles which the person will get in the organization, whether this person will be able to just get into that. That's how we look at people.
Thank you very much. Very interestingly, since I come from the academia, and if I do the word analysis or qualitative analysis of the words that you have used, and permit me to say so, I could be 100% wrong. The major skill that stands out is the critical thinking skill, okay? And the rest of it you talked about is largely falls in the domain of what we call the attitude of people. Whether it is ability, culture fit, adaptability, how flexible am I, growth mindset. I call the triple L, lifelong learning. And once we have that, then it gives us the agility. And being at the cutting edge of whatsoever happening in the industry, being at the cutting edge, being aware of it, and acquiring necessary skills so that we can be a step ahead of whatsoever is happening. And people skills goes to say, and that also has. So the moral of the story for you all at this point in time is to understand that critical thinking and problem solving is a very, very, very important ability that you have, which means making your mind operate all the time, not taking anything at a face value and thinking through issues. And then rest of the things I'm not going to repeat. Okay, thank you very much for being very, very precise. Now, a quick question. Everyone is interested in knowing, how do you go about identifying the training needs of people? Invariably what happens, so let me make the question more pointed, is that invariably the data in terms of what kind of training inputs the person needs comes out of the performance appraisals. Okay, and then you decide what are the gaps, what we are looking for. That's one approach which invariably is followed. But my question is slightly different in terms of, you see, the needs of the individual. Then there is a needs of the organization. And every time it is said that we need to train people so that we can align them to meet the needs of the organization. But the question is that the organizations are constantly changing and things are happening big way. How do you ensure that we are aware of what are the future needs of the organization and accordingly take a step back and decide what is it that we need to prepare our people, how do we prepare our people to that eventually? Do we have a process of organization's future need analysis? Answer could be yes or no. And then if it is yes, how do we go about it? Two techniques.
I can start.
Yeah, it seems that you have been the first one, so you continue to win the first one. Please go ahead.
I'm glad. Okay, so in my organization, we follow a very strict strategy, and I think that's working out quite well for some time now. There are three categories what we follow. One is skill to deploy. You are skilling towards deployment. Deployment is to the open SOs we have, service orders, to the client demands. So you're skilling directly to the open demands, what we have. It could be your domain-specific training, it could be technical, it could be your, as I said, problem-solving abilities and all that. So that is skill to deployment. That's what we call it as. The second thing is skill to readiness. What we see is what is there in the market, what can come to us as a service, what we would have to be ready with. We see the future trends, we see, we read our clients, we say that this might be the future prospect of our client, and then that's how we prepare for that. So that's what we call it as skill to readiness. And this is the majority of this thing what we do, saying that we are making our workforce future ready. That's what we call as skill to readiness. And we have third thing as skill to choice, which is we also have to give our employees, our students, the ability that they have to learn on what they like. It's not that what we drive always, but people want to learn what they want. So it is up to you. You can pick up the entire playground what we have. You can pick up any skill and you can learn to that. It need not necessarily be an assessment or a certification. It could be a 5-minute reading. You're talking about that. So that is what is skill to choice. And we track all of this, and it's well audited too. So these are the three items I want.
Thank you. Anyone else who would like to?
So as I mentioned, we look at blended approach while the performance management and the feedback from various managers and others will be considered for a specific training. We look at role-based, competency-based programs, which is very, very critical for them to succeed. So we assess the competencies for the individuals. There are 4 levels which basic, intermediate, experts, and advanced. So which level they are in, based on that we just look at these programs. And we use predominantly gamification as the model for teaching, for all the training program. We do play Monopoly in the training session, Snakes and Leader. We do storytelling very well. We make sure that we use the use cases to discuss. None of our programs are only PPT, nothing. So predominantly it's role-based, competency-based. We have ladders for each roles. We will assess them which level they are in on a yearly basis. There are places where we do coaching, team coaching to individual coaching at the senior leadership level and group level, because that's very critical for us to just make sure, because majority of our people are in sales, right, and service. There are specific skill sets for which we use a specific intervention for that particular set of people.
So what we do is we continuously use AI to track the market skills. Like say QSR, for example, the best in the world in QSR would be Domino's. You take 5 QSRs for that matter. And then we evaluate what the new skills are, what are the emerging skills, and what are the declining skills. And then we benchmark ourselves based on LinkedIn Talent Insights and other such tools. We might use job portals and other famous tools that are used, and then we track the skills and benchmark us against the market. So where are we today? Are we future ready? When there's a serious gap in the competency, we look to hire or we look to retrain or redeploy our resources towards that skills.
We have very similar approach as she mentioned, getting ready for the role, getting ready for the future skills, and third is that we also provide an open platform for anyone to learn any skills through different ways. So I think very similar approach.
Thank you very much for being very, very precise. So what we see happening here is that that we are tracking individuals as to how they are progressing and what are the gaps in their own learning which need to be fulfilled. So two kinds of training invariably. One, what we call the curative training. If there is a problem in the current levels of performance of an employee, then this problem is to be cured. And for that, we call this bridging is through the curative training. There could be various modus. And then second level is what we call the promotive, wherein this person is performing very well, but is being seen as taking up a next level role. Now he or she may be good at this level, may not be good at this. So how do we again bridge this gap? So making the person promotion ready to take up the next level of job. And the processes that we are talking about here is a very blended kind of an approach and very robust approach. That brings me to the second part, is that how do we ensure? So one is certification and then assessments, etc. Okay. But the most critical part is that if I have learned something, it should be reflected in my actual work behavior on the workstations or wherever. How do we ensure that the people, whatever mode of learning they have gone through, are actually putting it into practice while they are at the workstation? Is there any method being used? If yes, what is it? We can begin from this end also. Yeah, why Hajira should be, walking the... Yeah.
Sure. I think what happens, we track at different levels. First is, end of the day, every training should result in the outcome, right? Outcome can happen in the form of behaviors, right? How behaviors is changing for a specific aspect of the role which individual is expected to do. Second is more technical training, for example, some technical skills you are employing and how fast you can do that. And third is, end of the day, we also capture once in a year the real impact it is having in our performance, in actual revenue terms, right? And depending on how it is actually coming across, we then allocate budget for the next year. So everything is kind of tied up with that, right? Just to give an example, right, very specific, right? There's a requirement of public speaking skills. You have to express yourself in public. So there are a lot of intervention which is possible. Even if you think about Toastmaster Club, which is a very common and easy to implement training intervention, right? We still talk about it is a 1-year journey. You have to go through 10 these sessions. And then anyone who is signing up for the program, it is his manager responsible to give him or her at least 5 such opportunities so that he or she can apply for that. The enrollment process itself takes care of the genuine candidate who can benefit from the training. So that's one example which helps them.
Yep. Anyone else? Yep. Shekhar?
So I can say that I'll give you an example, specific example of how we assess technical skill. I'll also just share how do we have standard reporting models and other things are also there. The effectiveness of the program, for example, for us, suppose in our company there is a unique model. If I am responsible for sales, I am also responsible for underwriting and collection. It is not there in the banking industry or any other company. There will be separate verticals for us. But here, if I am giving loan, I have to ensure that it gets collected. So that means, I have to ensure that my assessment of the customer is perfect. If I don't assess properly and give a loan, and if I don't collect it, then it's a problem. So if I give a training for assessment underwriting or a field investigation, so how many accounts that particular person actually did this year, and if everything is coming back to us, if all the collections are happening, right? If the collection is not happening, that means I have not done my underwriting properly, and there is something where I missed, where I have not assessed the customer properly. This is one example for me to just tell you. So that if I am giving a training on field investigation or collection skills, this is how we measure it specifically. Right?
Yeah, that's a very good example. But then when I look at it, you don't have to necessarily respond. This is a question. We have people from BFS. Okay, just raise your hand. Let me see. Okay, so banking and financial services, and some of these guys would be joining your kind of an organization, wherein when you talk about collections, if the collection is not coming back, which means somewhere you have not followed the SOPs properly. But I suppose, this is my take on it, is that maybe there are other sundry factors, that could be impacting, but nevertheless, that needs to be kept in mind. Arpita?
So I honestly believe in the impact. So when we design the training program, the first thing that we do is understand the problem statement. Why do we do this? And what is the measure that we're trying to achieve at the end of the session? Because we've done away with all the conventional training calendars, at least at Experian. What we do is every training that we do is impact approach. We only look at impact. How is it affecting my top line, bottom line? Is it bringing a relative ROI? And again, we can classify it as two. One is technical and the behavioral. Behavioral change happens over time. We assess, we check in, we do a 360, we check with the clients, we check with the managers, we check with their peers. Is there a behavioral change? Because it doesn't happen overnight in a boot camp or in a simple learning methodology. That behavioral change takes time.
I'd like to take one example that we implemented in our company, the compliance training. And I know nobody likes compliance training. It's something like broccoli, which is good for you, but you never like it. So something similar to that. So what happened was we had a compliance training. All of us went through the training, and effectiveness, of course, that is the part we wanted to assess. Everything was application based. We gave them scenarios. We simulated the environment, saying that this could be the possible phishing or any other. We were hit by security during COVID times, and it was a big. We had a lot of data compromises. So it became very critical to us. So that is the ROI we had. So what we did was we created learning. Everybody did it. At the end, what we did when they started, when they were in the course of the BAU, the business as usual, we started sending them simulating as phishing phishing kind of emails, and then we created those scenarios and we wanted them to respond back. Some people fell to it, and some were able to say yes, it is phishing, so they were able to report it back to us. So we know how many people really learned from that, and it was tested during the actual environment. So that's how we bought in, and we bought in the managers in the loop, saying that okay, this was something security issue here, we have to talk it out, and then bring out the training needs again if it needed. So that is how we brought in the effectiveness in one of the training modules.
Thank you very much. So what one hears is that whenever you're looking at the training impact, whether it is translating into the work behavior or not, invariably two parameters. One is the extent to which the person has been enabled through the training to achieve the goals of the role. Okay, so purely quantitative measure. The other side is what we call the change in behavior, and which is, as I understand from you saying, is that this is assessed through what we call a 360-degree feedback, because it's visible to everyone you are working around with as to whether this person has actually changed in behavior, there is an improvement. And of course, all the training are not necessarily interesting. I hope you are finding what is happening here interesting? Yes or no? Yes. All right, say a louder yes. Yes. Good to hear. Credit goes to them. Everything may not be necessarily very interesting, and sometimes compliance is something which is very cut and dried, and no one would like to I don't know whether working in a bank, how people are really interested in doing those KYCs, which could be such a pain in the neck and could be so much of paperwork. Yet, for financial institution, KYC is very, very critical. You know, whether you are giving out loans, etc., as we were talking about during when we were sitting here. Okay. And you said something about ROI and L&D. So that's also very important. Now, let me, the time is 16:24 by mine. Anyone? How are we progressing? Are we doing okay? All right. So how much time do we have? Hello? Okay. So we have two options. I have raised certain questions and I would like to take a little rest. This is 10 to 15 minutes. We have just started. We are warming up. Okay. At this point in time, do you have any questions? Yes, sir. Please.
So I'll maybe quickly introduce as well. For my bread and butter, I head the campus recruitment function for American Express. But in honest confession, I'm not here as a recruiter today. I'm also a professor of practice at Thapar School of Liberal Arts. And I'm writing a book right now on generativity and its significance on campus. So I do barge into forums like these where you get tons of learnings in a matter of 75 minutes. And this particular panel in this two-day event was amazing, where you have a company just won the best award for offering GCC as a service, like Cognizant. Then you have BCG, tons of data you summarize into brilliant frameworks. Experience, masters of playing with data and coming up with insights. And then a 70-year conglomerate, with so much of hard-earned heavy lifting learning. So my question to you, Shekhar, the first question I have is for you, is I see a common theme with whatever research I'm doing for my book. You have Sundaram doing this head office visits. You have Mahindra, Anand Mahindra himself investing time on these head office visits and the academy in Lonavala. You have same thing going in the Birla Group, the Reliance Group. So is there something more which you can share? Is there something to do with the diversified nature of businesses, or it's just an age-old tradition? Because all four names I take, if you read their listed reports, it's at least 70 to 80 subsidiaries each of the group has. So has it got to do anything with that, or it's just a trend which is continuing well?
So what I can say is that you know about the TVS group. So the TVS group is known for this, and we have been doing it for years together, and we always see, I can call it, we are ordinary people and doing extraordinary things. That's what our previous MD also always says. We don't hire anyone from the B schools. Very few people in the B schools. Maybe one of the blessed people, I have one person from XLRI, a couple of doctors, doctorates, one person is double PhD, so a couple of people from IIM. So HR has a little bit of this thing. Some actuarial team has my analytics team has some high flyers. Otherwise, we are very, very simple people, right? So what we strongly believe is, how do we ensure that we give them, the company itself was started when customers came and told our founder chairman saying that you left us to the sharks. Because in that time, 1950s, they used to get around 20-25% interest. So they came and asked our chairman, our founder chairman, why don't you help us? So we started the company to only help driver come owners kind of a profile people. So when they were paying 25 to 30% of interest and we were charging around 17-18%, it was fantastic for them. And majority of our customers are non-salaried. So we actually see the face, and then majority of the time our team gives loans. So we do look at all the parameters of whatever we have in the market today, like credit bureau to everything, bank statement. Predominantly, the face-to-face discussion is what the decision is taken by the branch manager or the field officer, whom we call it. We actually do this. because that's how the organization has been running, and we strongly believe in it. We feel this is what it is going to give us the connect. Relationship is what matters for us.
Excellent.
Yeah.
No, we are doing. We are using AI. Our field officers actually has a mobile app today, which will give you whether this customer's profile is, whether we can give the loan or not. But still, we go and speak to the family, interact the business. I can give you a lot of stories, but the time is very limited. I can give you one example. Couple of months back, I visited Pune along with one of my senior colleague who was with us for 44 years. He joined as a cashier, now he is an executive director. And one gentleman walked in with two youngsters and they just came and touched us. I mean, that's the tradition in Pune. We were in Pune office. And this gentleman said, the senior gentleman said, as long as I am alive, you should be with Sundar Finance. So that time when nobody has given a loan, our team actually went and spoke to the family. And based on that interaction, we looked at that prospective customer and extended a loan to them. Today, they have X number of vehicles and they are doing crores and crores of business with us. What he said is, when I was in need, nobody actually supported. And these people trusted me by interacting with our people and lifted me. So you should not look at anything from the market, no other institution except Sundar Finance.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I just want to take one. Yeah. I think for you students, I mean, the last 3 minutes, there are two amazing learning moments which has happened. If you really take a pause and reflect back, and I really invite you to think about those opportunities as you think about L&D. The first one happened when he shared his reason why he's here. I'm touched, seriously. He's very clear why he's here and what he's learning in the process. So it's an invitation for you as well, whoever you are sitting in this room. Everyone has a reason why they are sitting. And if you have intended that I want to learn this or that, that would have been different mindset by which you are taking away. And second learning moment happened when he shared his amazing story. I don't know. The story has amazing narrative. I don't know if you have felt it. You know, you felt it somewhere here. And you felt it somewhere here when you are touched by a value which is amplified in that story. The value of trust was really amplified in this example. So these are two simple, in last 3 minutes, two amazing learning moments which I am taking away. So I invite you to think how you can enhance this learning moment in every 1 hour, every class, every session that you're part of. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. That's a very pertinent point. Harsha, you want to say something?
Yeah, I just want to bring one point. When you said you're not using AI, for that point, I just want to say that, you know, the human in the loop is very important. And I think that aspect he has exemplified that and narrated. That's what I wanted to convey.
I think makes a lot of sense because everything cannot be dependent on the machine and algorithms unless your algorithm has something about the human element of it. It's not going to work. Thank you very much. Thanks for the question. Anyone else who would like to raise something? We didn't plant questions this time around?
Hello.
Yeah.
Hi, sir. This is Avinash.
Yeah, where are you? We can't see you.
Sir, here.
Where are you?
Here in the back, sir. Straight.
All right. So
Yes,
all the light here.
Yeah.
Identify yourself, your name, the program you are in, the
Yes,
year
sir.
you are in, and then shoot your question.
Hi, sir. This is Avinash Sharma. I am from the XPGDM batch, and we only have a 1-year program, so I'm the first year program batch. And my question to the entire panel would be a bit of a candid question, and that is like, what is a set of failure or a setback that you experience in implementing learning and development or a leadership program, and what key lessons did you learn? Did it teach you about the future ready workforce strategies?
So very precisely, he wants to know about where did you fail, and what is the lesson you have learned. Excellent question.
Great
Everyone
question
talks
indeed.
about success, no one talks about failure.
Absolutely.
Yes, please. Go ahead.
No, great question, first of all. And yes, just a very precise example. I was very passionate about this program. I identified this is a program which makes sense for this cohort. I have talked to 10 people, and you know, you're so engrossed in your own way of thinking. And I in my position, I just launched the program. After 6 months, it was a disaster. So it did not fly well. The learning was, sometimes we get so engrossed in our way of thinking, a way of, yes, I know it all kind of thing. So you always have at least, going forward, the learning is that you take at least 4 or 5 inputs and take people along on the way as you think about implementing something on those lines.
Okay. So I wouldn't want to name the company. It's not part of experience. But earlier, what we used to do, I used to work for a global matrix company as well. So there, what we tried here in India was a huge success. We had 60% conversion. We had a lot of billability. So we did the same program in Poland. And we did not look at the Polish audience at all. And it was, if you are aware of global working standards, Europeans have a very different style of working, right? And they simply did not turn up for the program. We are there investing lakhs and lakhs of amount, and people just did not turn up. And we tried the hard and fast rule that works very well in India. Lati maro, log aayenge, right? No, did not work. They told me, you go and talk to the CEO, our people won't come. Unless and until they see value, they would not come for the training. So that's one lesson that we learned, and thankfully, we were able to convince the management, please, let's stop it here and not incur more losses. These people are not convinced, they will not do the program. So,
thank you very much. Yeah.
One quick thing, in fact, I agree with Arpita. So, one thing which I fail to understand is what is expected out of us from all of you. That's the biggest this thing, because whatever we drive, it's not going to work. Unless the team, I recruit around 1,000 people every year, less than 25 years. How do I motivate and make them just learn is the biggest question mark for us. Right? So I may flip the question, maybe we'll take it up with you sometime later. What do you expect from us? That's the biggest challenge in front of us. That's the biggest success factor which we need to just work on.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, it seems. Hajra, you would like to say something?
Well, yeah, I think, just want to add, I think all of you have covered, yes, failure, even we have failed a lot of times, but the only thing is accept the failure, learn from the learnings, define what you have learned and just move on. Never stop.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm also part of the panel, so can I respond also? Yes. Thank you very much. Even I also want to know a little bit. You see, this is the entire notion of, let me say this way, that my PhD is on leadership, and I consider myself to be someone who knows a little bit about it. You see, this fetish with leadership. Everyone wants to become a leader. If everyone becomes a leader, then who would be a follower? All right? There have to be good followers. A leader will never ever be successful unless he or she has great followers. So therefore, and in today's time, there is no one single leader, because the world is so very complex that you need a great leader is one who works with a team. So there is a distributed leadership. A leader may not have all the knowledge, all the skills and all the expertise. So he or she is dependent upon what we call the C-suite. There are loads of other people who are. So gone are the days when would be one-man leadership, distributed leadership. Therefore, what everyone is talking about, working together in a team, respecting each other, having diverse set of people with bring in different values into the team is very, very critical. Okay? So work in that direction. Don't think that you're going to be. So my slogan is jack of all, master of one. Not none, master of one. Have your expertise in one field and be able to do many things together. Now we'll come down to Purvi is pushing me down, but I will have to ask this question for the sake of our students here. Most of these guys are in the first and second year, a combo of it, and they would be looking for a career down the line, maybe another 6 months or a year down the line. What is the lesson that you would like to, what is it that they need to acquire in terms of skill set and attitude, not knowledge? Knowledge is on the fingertips. Skill set, one or two skills, and kind of attitude. So that when they
take up a job, when they apply for a job, they are picked up. And what is something like, Shekhar, you disappointed me by saying that you don't go to campuses, but nevertheless, what is it that you would like them to have? Skill, attitude. Maybe one each.
Yeah. So while I don't think there is a problem with skills, they're learning a lot of things today in the campus, including internships and other things are giving them this thing. So what is that one thing which I experience with the youngsters today is they come with a specific mindset saying that I want this job. For example, somebody we interview in HR, they'll ask for give me L&D. Right? My request to all of you is first few years you need to dirty your hands. Please do everything. Understand the concepts, understand the basics. That will give you the fantastic platform for the future. Right? That's how we all did when we started. We did a lot of things which actually made us grounded. So that's my request to all of you. If you can just be open to learn as much as possible, be grounded in the first few years, you'll definitely understand many things and that will help you in the future. That open-minded approach is what I would request you to consider.
Thank you very much. Hajra?
Okay, I think that was the great advice by Shekhar. The second advice that I want to give is pick up a techno-functional skill. Right now, you're all like experts in your domain that you are studying. I'm sure you would have heard about vibe coding that happened with Cognizant. We are one of the Guinness Book record holders, and we were able to make our consultants also vibe code. So that is a kind of a techno-functional skill you can develop. You know that there is new programming language called as English. So use your English and vibe code, and you can become a techno-functional consultant as well.
Thank you very much. I think that's a word for. Have you made a note? I don't see you making notes. Arpita?
Sure. So I would like to agree with Shekhar sir as well. I started my career in marketing. I did B2B marketing, and then I moved on to program management and HR. So the only thing that I regret not doing is saying yes to all the other opportunities that I got. I was too fixated with L&D because this is my purpose, this is my passion. So unless you have a very core passion of loving what you do, and until you find that, please don't stop exploring.
I just want to summarize, when I got my first job, I asked my hiring manager, why did you hire me? And he told me that something which was very valuable. He said, I did not hire you because you know a lot better than others, but I see something in you, you have that hunger to learn. I don't know how he felt that or seen that. That is still applicable today, I believe. We really want to see that yes, you are hungry to learn. And believe me, once you go in any corporate, they will train you to be ready for the skills. That's not a problem. But need to highlight that part quite well.
Thank you very much. I think these are certain things which are major takeaways for you because you still have time that you would like to. I'll just repeat a couple of things that you be open to learning. Okay, number one, if you have this learning attitude, you'll go places. Number two is that take up a job with an open mind. Right now, don't get fixated. This is what I want. Okay? So going back to first few years, you be a jack. You are still trying to figure out who you are, what you want to do. You may realize that something which you are really, really gunning for, you think that this is my passion. Actually, down the line, you may realize that there is something better or something else that you would like to pursue. So be open-minded in terms of don't get fixated at this point in time. And then third thing which Hajra talked about, having the techno-functional skills, which is very, very critical. So right now, the corporate world is looking forward to, as we hear from it, is that culture fit. You should be flexible enough to fit with the culture. And what could be the culture? That you should be a great team worker, okay? You should be open-minded. You should not carry a chip on your shoulder. You should be able to work with everyone, okay? The rules of the game, whatever organization you are working for, you should be able to follow them. So this could help you in fitting with the culture. Then skill to readiness in terms of the client facing is very important because all of you would be. So client is the king. So that's something which has to be drilled into you that you are not the boss, client is the boss, okay? Uh, and then keep learning, which we have already talked about. And when you are in this kind of an organization, which are SOPs are very, very important. If you simply follow the standard operating processes, don't tinker with it, just follow it to the T, invariably you would be able to achieve the target because those SOPs have been worked out over a long period of time by people who are much more brilliant than us. All right? Don't try to innovate on them, at least in the initial years. Down the line, when you have the requisite authority, you can do so. At this note, I would like to wrap up our side. Thank you very much, people, for wonderful, wonderful sharing that you have done. Some of the great nuggets you have given us. And thank you very much for your time and the effort that you have made to come over here. Thank you, people, for being a good audience. Over to you, Purvi.
Today's conversation has truly been enriching, offering valuable insight into how learning and development can shape capability, compliance, and career growth. The ideas shared here encourage us to reimagine the way we build agile and future driven workforces. As we move forward, let's carry this reflection into meaningful action. I now request Irfan sir to felicitate our esteemed panelists with a token of appreciation. Please welcome. Please welcome Mr. Paras Goel. Please welcome Mr. Sekar R. Please welcome Ms. Hajira Mahasin. Please welcome Ms. Arpita Sankar. I also request Ankit, our senior team member, to felicitate Dr. Irfan Rizvi sir.
And thanks for giving me this opportunity to be with the panel.
Now I would request all the panelists and the organizing team member for a group picture. We join you.
As we wrap up this session, today's discussion have truly captured the essence of Vimarsh 4.0. Refreshing, inspiring, and practical. We have seen how learning and development can keep organizations future ready through AI-driven upskilling, inclusive leadership, and reimagined approaches in both manufacturing and services. Each panel has added valuable insights that we can carry forward as future HR leaders. With that, we bring day 2 of Vimarsh 2025 to a close. Over the last 2 days, we have explored the twin pillars of HR: talent acquisition and learning and development, gathering ideas that will guide us in building agile teams, nurturing talent, and leading organizations into the future. Now, we move on to the valedictory session of Vimarsh 2025. And it is my absolute privilege to introduce our esteemed chief guest, Mr. Kiran Prasad Ivatari, the Group Chief Human Resource Officer at Abhinandan Ventures, where he leads the people and culture agenda across high-growth businesses such as the House of Abhinandan Lodha, Tomorrow Capital, Bonito Designs, Beyond School, Easy Loan, and many more. With over 2 decades of experience across FMCG, pharma, and telecom, Mr. Ivaturi has built a distinguished career in HR strategy, organizational development, and talent management. A founding member of CESA Care, he played a pivotal role in shaping its culture and HR function from the ground up. Known for his ability to build high-performance cultures and align talent with business goals, he continues to champion people-centric transformation, fostering innovation, engagement, and long-term organizational processes. Please join me in extending a very warm welcome to Mr. Kiran Prasad Ivatari. I would request sir to share a few words with us, please.
Hi guys. First of all, sincere apologies. I think you guys have to wait a little bit longer. I'm coming on the way for after 2 days of long sessions, lots of learnings, okay, and just going and relaxing in your hostel rooms or going back to your homes. I'm just taking not more than 10-15 minutes, okay, to reflect and also to share few thoughts, few ideas which I feel very apt and it would really add some value to you, okay. On this note, first of all, very good evening to everyone, okay, and thanks Nikhil for such kind of introduction, okay, and I would also thank all the esteemed faculty members, okay, and the organizing committee for giving me this honor to be present over here. First of all, when I got a call from Charu Sharma, okay, 2-3 weeks back, saying that IK, I want you to be part of this session, and she told Vimarsh, I thought she was talking something on the phone. I didn't understand what this Vimarsh is because I'm not from a Hindi-speaking land. I'm from South India. Mother tongue happens to be Telugu, and I'm still battling even after 2 decades of corporate experience and had my MBA in NCR. Still, I don't understand Hindi better. Okay, I do watch lots of Bollywood, but still my Hindi is not so great. So I went, as usual, AI on board. What does Vimarsh mean? Okay, what does this Vimarsh? And apparently this also comes from a little of Sanskrit tonality, which talks about deliberations, which talks about discussions, which talks about consultations, conversations. Okay, and no doubt, okay, at least for the last 45 minutes when I heard eminent industry colleagues, okay, over here, the kind of confluence of minds, confluence of thoughts. Trust me guys, 2 decades back, when I was one among you, I was also part of such kind of conferences where we were pioneers of our first HR program at IMT Ghaziabad to get the program, marketed well. Okay, though we have big minds like one of your directors for IMI was also our chair at IMT, Dr. C.S. Venkataratnam, is no more with us. Okay, even after having, laurels of at least around 4 decades of experience at campus level, so many alumni, it's very difficult to get recruiters line up to give you a job. It's not easy. So I do understand and I do appreciate. And first, before I talk anything, I would like to sincerely thank every organizing committee member for really getting these discussions and deliberations. Ultimately, it's not just the prospect of getting a recruiter onto the campus to get a job to the fellow students, but also to make yourself the brand, a resounding name in the industry, in the corporate. Thanks to everyone once again on that note. Okay. I've been following up over last 2 days on LinkedIn. I was also in Kolkata campus yesterday. Okay, I've been following up what is happening. Two things which strike very different way of conversations over here. One, you have picked up two strong pillars, okay, of HR as a function. First of all, I somewhere have a different view on human resources. I don't think so we are resources. Whenever anyone talk to me as resource, it's seen as something as some line item in a P&L. Okay, but this is the only capital in the organization which actually appreciates guys. If you see any other item, be it a product, be it a, any kind of machine, okay, even if you buy a software tool for the organization, all those depreciate in your balance sheet, except the human capital. This is the only resource which gets appreciated. We give, in fact, increments, we give rewards, we give recognition to appreciate the asset. Unfortunately, to lose it for someone else also sometimes. But yeah, that's the only thing. So I would like to call it a human capital function rather than a human resource function. But yeah, that's my personal view on it. So the two strong pillars, what you guys have discussed, one is a talent acquisition pillar. I've seen topics covering from how are you going to get the technology, how are you going to manage the Gen Z force, what is the kind of agile working stuff, all that stuff. And the next one was the L&D vertical, which is talking about the ever-evolving needs. Trust me, how many of you guys actually watch Reels? Most of us, right? Including me. Today, L&D function is literally like Reels. Trust me, in my last 2 decades of experience, I haven't seen the kind of tough time L&D folks are having in last 5 years when compared to what I've seen in so many years of my HR career. Okay, because the dynamics have changed so rapidly. In fact, we have been hearing from our colleagues, right? It's so very different. Someone was talking about AI-based leadership coaching. Okay, we used to really aspire and go to lots of industry leaders to understand, to get guidance, to get mentorship. But today there are tools, okay, and they're available on your application on the mobile to make it simpler for you. Okay, and it's changing like crazy. One, because of our attention span. Okay, even the reels, I doubt if you really watch the entire reel, even if it's for 60 seconds or even 40 seconds. You just see it. If you're interested, you see, or else you just immediately swipe up, right? Same is with L&D function. Okay, so I have my own feeling for these people. So with these two functions, I think you have covered the max gamut of human capital as a function. Having said this, the industry is little different, guys. Okay, way back when I came from South India for my education in Delhi, for the first time I've stepped out of Hyderabad. I never been out of Hyderabad. Even Hyderabad also was an extended part of Hyderabad, not the core part of Hyderabad. Exposure was very little. Okay, I was not sure what I'm going to do. I don't even know what is HR for H for HR. What does HR do as a function? I have no experience. I was just a trainee in BHL, took CAT, joined, came to IMT Ghaziabad. Then when I entered my class, I still remember the first day of my class. We were 37 of us in HR. Okay, don't get me wrong, guys, when I'm saying this. 24 of them were girls. We're only 13 boys. And none of us are engineers except me. After 37 batch, I was the only engineer, and I used to have such a chip on shoulder. Boss, I know Max better. Okay, all these guys are just, graduates. And that's the feel I used to have way back. Okay, for us in South, at least from the place where I come in, engineering is the only degree. Okay, if you do BCom or BA, what the hell you're studying for? Okay, but today, my own niece was fighting for BA economics. Now I realize what every subject has to. But way back 2 decades back, that was the feel. I'm being very transparent and candid over here. But when I entered and first trimester gone, second trimester gone, I went to for my internship project, okay, with a company called CET, which was the other brother of Goenka's company, okay, for doing my internship project, okay. Then I realized what this human capital is all about. And one of the functions which you guys have discussed, the acquisition, Okay, that's what is very, very critical. And acquisition is not just for human, it's for even your sales, prospective hires. Everything acquisition as a word goes for. The revenue generation of an organization happens on acquisition. Okay, so it actually cuts across and goes beyond the boundaries. I'll tell you one specific example coming back to my present ecosystem. I'm sure if you guys follow the news, okay, one of our portfolio companies or one of the largest portfolio companies we hold is the House of Abhinandan Lodha. Okay, and most of us as Indians, I know you guys understand and be very, very clear about when you speak to your parents or your grandparents, the kind of immense trust a land holds to us in our families. And typically land is seen as an inheritance value or the thing which has been passed to your son or granddaughter or daughter. So it's seen for an inheritance thing, and land is typically a second buy, it's not a primary buy. If you have to buy for the first time, you would like to buy a flat or a house to stay. Okay, then comes the land. So the House of Abhinandan Lodha, what we are trying to prove is you can buy land as you buy an iPhone on Amazon. And this is true, guys. Okay, we are available on Zepto. You can really buy a piece of land on Zepto. If you guys have followed us, 2 weeks back itself we launched on Vrindavan, a 240 acres spanning largest branded development in Vrindavan. Log into Zepto, order, you'll get it. And I mean it no joke. And this has happened after 4.5 years of rigorous work which went behind it. Can you imagine buying a real estate product without even seeing it, without even sensing it? What it works for is AI. We are acquiring our customers through AI. We are acquiring the prospectives through AI. The kind of CRM machine which runs for us is so equipped that it maps the entire life stage of the customer before my prospectives closing manager goes for closing the deal with him on a Gmeet. And the entire sale happens on Gmeet. There is no physical interaction. I'm sure you, along with your parents, would have gone and bought a flat for yourself or seen how the real estate sale happens. You would have gone, you would have seen those models of building, how it's going to come, all the kind of messaging, everything would have experienced it, but we don't do anything of it. We do everything online. It seems to be very exciting and energizing to listen to this, okay? But acquiring the talent to do this, acquiring and questioning the nuances of how a real estate sector works, and getting the best of the talent to manage this, and getting the best of the talent, see, as my colleague was telling, it's about the techno skill. We need people who understand AI blended sale, but not just a selling skill. And they are not available. None of the courses in India, we have spanned across all the institutes, make you teach how an online sale has to happen. In fact, we have spoken to the best of the training institutes, right from Korn Ferries to Miller Hyman's to everyone. They don't even have a module which talks about online selling. There are lots of concepts as to when you make an online sale, how you need to do and everything, but there is no specific course around it. Specifically, there is no methodology to do this. In a way, we are pioneers in doing that. We developed an internal program to do this. Okay, we call it Apex, now Apex Spark. Okay, we have like Hammam, new Hammam. We are also now modifying it, developing it even more detailed out, and we are coming with Apex Spark. Basically, get your spark to be at the apex of the organization. That's the way we want to redefine it. In this process, what are the 3 things which we are going to address or which we are trying to address? First and foremost, guys, adapting to the way we want to do the business. One, we are not just challenging the way the sector works, but we want our teams to be adapting to the way it works. So just getting an MBA will not work for us. Making that MBA graduate to be ready to do the sale, because in a day you get to attend around 10 to 12 Gmeet calls. The clienteles are HNIs, Because if your secondary buy happens to be 1.5 crore or a 2 crores worth plot, and that too in places like Ayodhya, Vrindavan, Shimla, okay, you can understand the kind of prospective clientele you want to, right? Getting that time is very important and very niche time. And typically they give you time only on Sundays. In fact, today is the most busiest day for us back in the office, okay? And getting them to understand and take a punt to trust your product, because what you're selling trust. You're selling a dream, because there's nothing physicality. There's no sensing. None of your 5 senses except for your eyes are going to work on this. Making it sure the deal happens, it's a very different skill. Then we understood that's not just acquiring, it's also the cognitive ability of the individual who sits there, and L&D becomes much more important. Suddenly, one, we have created a fantastic onboarding, ready to sell program like Apex Spark, but that's not going to serve purpose. Apex Spark might give you the product knowledge, might give you a technical bit of how to use your AI engine, which is an internal developed engine, to get to know your customer better, okay? But that doesn't help you to seize the deal. That doesn't help you to close the deal. That doesn't help you to convert a client to a partner into the project. Then comes again the L&D vertical. What we did differently. We, again, very traditional approach doesn't work here. Typically, I heard Mr. Sundaram, the person from Sundaram Finance, Mr. Shekhar, talking about the way, the map of the success profile, the competency base, the laddering and everything. It might not work for us. Okay, it didn't work for us. I'll not say it will not work for us. It didn't work for us. We did try it. We did try it, okay, 2 years back, but it didn't work out. Because the way Amitabh Bachchan, who is my client, looks at land is very different from the way Tripti Dimri looks at the land to a CXO of a Cognizant or a CXO of HSBC. Their ask is very different. AI can just factor out, these are your 4 prospective customers. You can pitch to them. But how to pitch to them, AI doesn't tell. Human loop has to come into picture. And there's no algorithm around this. And as what Mr. Shekhar was saying, it's that physical touch. But we don't have physical touch. We don't have an interaction time. We don't meet the person individually. It's everything in GMAT. Over the Google Meet, you have to do this. How better we can do. What we created is, we created something called, we internally call it as Success Engine. Okay, we call it SC. Okay, it's now Apex Spark SC. Okay, Sales Excellence or Success Engine is we call. We developed a very blended approach of, typically, how many of you play cricket over here? You have these by runners, right? Yeah, when you're playing and if you're hurt or something, you have a by runner, right? To help you to take the runs. We also have that something like Sales Excellence Support. So when you are on the call, parallelly your conversation is getting screened, and there are pivots which are going to be sent to your system. Prompts which are sent to your system saying that this is what this guy is now following on Insta. Pitch on it. This is what is the social profile of this client is talking about, which is dynamic on the go. This is not predefined data AI engine. How to adapt to this? How to create this success profile? I don't think so. We are still at success with it. We are in process of it. The first project which we are trying is the Vrindavan project, which we launched 2 weeks back. We are yet to see the success of it, but this is what we are doing. Why I have given these 2 examples? One, we are redefining the way we want to acquire, be it the talent, be it the customer. That's what something which is going to be very demanding. And as you guys move into corporate, be it a very traditional company like Sundaram Finance, okay, or a very new age company like HOABL, the basics remain still the same. The methodologies and the ways you want to do them, the way you want to implement them, change as per the business need and the model of the business and the way the revenue of the business gets generated. And if you are not able to understand and link up to it, both acquisition or learning doesn't have any sense. It becomes very textbook functions. Okay, that's what at least we are trying to do. I also want to quote you another example. Again, going back when I was part of the PlaceCom team back in my campus. Okay, when I used to go and speak to recruiters, we used to present. I got a batch of 37 people with such a kind of varied backgrounds. People are from across length and width of India, northwest, east, south. Apparently, south, there were only 3 of us, but still I used to tell we have got coverage across northwest, east, south. We have got people from BCom, LSR, SRCC, St. Stephens, all this stuff. Ultimately, recruiter asks, why should I be on your campus? Then the one fundamental question is our alma mater has great alumni. Okay, talking about those alumni. Okay, so we have got Prasun Joshi, we have got Rajiv Kharwal. Okay, fair. So what? What is the guarantee in the batch of 180? How many Prasuns are going to come up? How many Rajiv Kharwals are going to come up? Right? It's a fair ask. What we used to do is exactly what you guys have done. We did roundtable conferences. In fact, I can proudly say IMT was the first campus which started RTC in the MBA forums. We were the first RTC which we did way back in the Le Méridien Hotel here in Delhi itself. One finest thing happened that time, which is very, very core to me and which I was just making a note when I was sitting over here, is not just the points what the speakers used to tell in that RTC, okay, but it's also about their history and their navigated career path, which used to be very interesting. And we used to map those to our alumni and show them, boss, we have someone like you with us. There are people like you, rather than taking the names which are socially prominent, making them realize, if you want you, come to us. Okay, and that's a very unique way we positioned it, and today we have got a fantastic thing, and we have got a good run through of my batch that time, and I see so much of, similarity over here, okay, and so much of understanding the way it is happening, okay, and the deliberations which are happening around that way. So on that note, there are 2 things I want to leave you with. I will not take much more time of yours, okay. First and foremost, if you really want to be a successful manager or a leader, as your professor was saying, everybody wants to become a leader. Yes, everybody wants to become a leader, no doubt, and that's the reason most of us would have picked up MBA as a program, because we don't see ourselves managing or doing. We want to just lead and guide and ask people to do what they need to do. That's what we feel we are better at, right? So if you want to be a leader, be very, very focused on your CTC. What is CTC? In fact, this is also something which I borrowed from my roundtable conference from a gentleman called Gopi Nambiar. He is the Senior President HR for Allied Breweries now. Way back, that time he was Seagram's Vice President HR. Panarica was the company. So he used to say, be focused on your CTC. What is CTC? Cost to company. Yes, we all are in MBA only for CTC, I understand. But what is CTC? It's little different, guys. C, first thing is communicate. Your communication is a 2-way model, okay? If you can't express yourself, doesn't mean you need to be an introvert or extrovert, doesn't matter, all that stuff. But if whatever you have, if you need to have your own methodology to communicate. And in the business or the role where you join in, you have to communicate. You have to communicate your idea, you have to communicate your result, you have to communicate what are you good at. And if you're getting stuck somewhere, if you're not able to understand or not able to do better, communicate. Ask for help. And asking is communication. If you can't communicate, you're out of the race. Second T is technology and trade. Understand your technology and the trade which generates revenue for you. And technology with the trade is very, very important because of the new age, the way we are growing. Okay, for example, the way we are doing acquisition in AI or any other methodology. Okay, we are speaking about lots of techno-functional skills. Understand where the revenue gets generated from. One of the classic example, I still remember I lost this job. After 3 years of working with Marico, I attended a job because it's a very fantastic organization. I was aspiring it for that on campus. I didn't get it through that time. And after 3 years later, I got a lateral opportunity. So I went and met the business head there, okay, in Bangalore. They gave a great arrangement. They arranged for the flight. Everything went there. I went next day morning, Saturday morning. I had a good breakfast meeting with the gentleman. Entire meeting went well. Towards the end of it, he asked, okay, you're with Marico, right? Yes. Okay, he asked me one simple question. I have no qualms in telling it. I failed that interview. Okay, I still regret it, but there's something which I was aware of it, but I was unable to communicate and express the trade where I was in. How many of you guys know Marico? You heard brand Marico, right? Okay. For example, let's take one of the brands of Marico called Parachute. Okay. So how do Marico make money? Where does the trade of Marico generates revenue? Anyone can answer. Is it on the sales? Is it in advertising? Is it in the markup of the MRP what they sell with? Where? For that matter, any FMCG company which converted a commodity to brand, okay, what Parachute is? Parachute is nothing but coconut oil, which is a commodity, they made it a brand, right? Any brand which converted a commodity into a brand, where does the revenue get generated from? I've given a hint to you. That might enhance your profit, but you don't make money over there. That will save your profit, obviously, but customer is not fooled to buy it at any rate, right? It will not generate revenue for you, it will generate profit for you. That was exactly my answer when I was in that interview. That has sustained sales, but that is not my revenue generation. Not exactly. Fantastic. Sorry, what was it? What? Economies of scale. Not exactly economies of scale, by controlling the cost of your input. Any commodity, it's a price of commodity which defines the final MRP in which you're going to sell. If you're going to minimize the cost or the rate of purchase of your commodity, every penny is your gain. And therewith the revenue gets generated. My answer was except this, everything else. Okay, and after 1 year later, I met this gentleman in the airport. I asked him, very, very unknowingly, I understood my mistake. He said that, buddy, you still need to get into your trade. Okay, and I don't regret it telling this. Okay, 3 years later, I realized it. Working core to the business. In fact, your professor asked, the person from American Express was asking, right? There's some famous thing, Anand Mahindra goes to the corporate office, keeps on visiting everything. Why? Because they want to be near to the trade. They want to understand where the revenue gets generated. For example, Harsh or Abhinandan for that matter, yesterday he was in Lucknow. He was in the Vrindavan field. Why? We don't sell the land by showing it, but he goes to the land to understand what is the thing, how am I going to acquire the land for. The better rate I acquire the land, the max revenue I can generate. As simple as that. Harsh goes to any of his market visits, starts at morning 8 a.m. when a local kirana shops open, which most of us won't even wake up at that time. But he is in the field, understanding how the mandi rate happens. Because coconut first rate is called in the mandi. So he wants to be there at 5:30 or 6 o'clock to understand what is the mandi rate. So if he is able to manage and control that rate, your Parachute MRP gives fantastic profits. Because you can't just keep on changing MRP. Yes, there are certain norms in which organizations define and change MRP, but beyond a point when customers are not fools, right? But if you're able to manage your supply chain towards that mandi, you can make much profit. So the second T is the trade. Please understand the trade. And the last C is the change. Adapt to the change. It's very, very critical. Every part of the organization is changing. 3 years back, the way I used to recruit, I used to go to campus just to get MBA grads who can just be, as you look for your ROI, because you have invested so much into the campus, so you need so much of CTC to start with so that you can recover your investment into MBA program. We also request that I am paying so much of a salary. Within the year, I want so much of sale from this person, so much of marketing budgets to be managed by this person and everything. Here in HOBL, it doesn't work. Either person can give me crores of sales, or spending a year with me with 0 sales. What we realized is we have a different level of doing it. If we are not able to get those gentlemen and ladies who are willing to change, who are willing to adapt newer methodologies to make their living, they will not be successful with us. And now the challenge is with us too as to how are we going to identify them, acquire them, groom them, and grow them. And we are trying to do our own. I told you 2 programs which we are doing it. But if you are not able to communicate, if you don't understand your trade and technology, and if you can't embrace the change, you can never be successful as a manager or a leader in the corporate. So get your CTC right, guys. In fact, there's a very famous saying, which is also my mantra. It is a French saying called "Plus ka change, plus c'est la même chose." I don't know how many of you guys know French. Okay, I don't know French, but this statement is very, very core to me because change is a multiplier. Okay, if a change happens, it multiplies. And if you're not part of it, you're not just missing the change, you're missing that multiplying effect. Okay, which can get you much more in abundance. You're losing that abundance. You're not just losing that part, you're losing the abundance. So be part of the change. Get your CTC right. Money of the CTC can flow in if your CTC is right. Okay, on this note, I would like to conclude. My sincere thanks once again to all the organizing committee members, faculty members, and fellow industry colleagues, and thanks for listening to me. Thanks for listening to me, and looking forward to interact with you again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your wisdom with us. I now request Mr. Vishwesh Ranjan, Head of Executive Education, to kindly felicitate Mr. Kiran. And with that, I invite Ms. Ambika Dubey, Secretary of Executive Education Committee, to mark the formal culmination of Vimarsh 4.0 and deliver the vote of thanks.
Good evening, everyone. On behalf of the Executive Education Committee, it is with immense pride that I stand before you to officially mark the conclusion of Vimarsh 4.0. As we step away from today's sessions, I'm confident that each of us carries not just insights into the evolving world of HR, but a deeper appreciation of how mission critical learning and development is in shaping organizations that are agile, inclusive, and future ready. Vimarsh 4.0 has been more than just a series of discussions. It has been a reflection of mindful progress. Every choice, from the themes we explored, as Kiran rightfully mentioned, to the way we curated this experience, has been driven by a commitment to creating meaningful conversations that leave a lasting impact. And this journey does not end here. It continues in the way we carry forward these ideas and apply them in practice. On behalf of the Executive Education Committee, I would like to extend a heartfelt gratitude to our Director General, Professor Dr. Himadri Das, Dean Academics, Professor Dr. Sonu Goyal, and Registrar, Mr. Rajendra Singh, for their constant support and encouragement. I would also like to sincerely thank our esteemed panelists, moderators, speakers, and guests for enriching the discussions with their insights. We are deeply thankful to our mentors, Mr. Vishwesh Ranjan, Head of Executive Education, Mr. Amit Abrol, Head Career Services, IMI Delhi, Kolkata, and Bhubaneswar, and Ms. Vibha Kumar, Head of Career Services, Delhi Campus, for the invaluable guidance and support. A sincere appreciation also goes to Farhana ma'am, Dikshant sir, and Ankit sir for the continued support. A special note of thanks to a few people who, behind the scenes efforts, made today seamless. Vandana ma'am, Guneet ma'am, Harsh sir, Rahul sir, Piyusha ma'am, Charu ma'am, Tulika ma'am, Seema ma'am, Sarojini ma'am, Sham sir, the IT team, the support staff, and the program office. I would also like to thank the Corporate Relations Committee and BMR for the support. Thank you to the IMI community, both the students and faculty members, for being an active part of Vimarsh 4.0. Last, but certainly not the least, I'm deeply proud of my incredible team, the Executive Education Committee. The tireless efforts of these 26 committed members have made Vimarsh 4.0 a true success. And what makes this effort special is not just the long hours or the countless discussions, but the unwavering belief each of you had in a shared vision. Thank you for that. And before we part ways, let's say not all good things truly come to end. They simply flow into the next chapter. It is my pleasure to share that IMI will soon host Vimarsh 5.0, carrying forward the stream of collaboration, learning, and shared growth. We look forward to coming together once again to exchange ideas and spark discussions. Until then, thank you so much. I request all the speakers, moderators, and faculty to proceed for high tea.